Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In this video, we're going to see a quick overview of attendance management system. This is developed in Java using JFrame, and for the database we have used MySQL. So I've already started the application. You can see the design. This is a login page. Over here, one button we have for closing this particular form, or we can say closing the application. Another thing which we have is we have to enter the email and password, and we have to click on login in order to log into the dashboard. So if I click on directly on this one, here you can see this invalid credentials. For me, the email is btechdays. Just now for the testing purpose, I have added this one. You can change as per your choice. And for the password also, btechdays. So I'm typing one S extra so that if I check this, we can see invalid credential we are getting. So let me just delete the last one and let's click on login. So when we have the valid login, then we move to this particular dashboard. Over here, we have the different options like register user, view user, update user, delete user, then generate QR for that particular user. Then we can view those QR codes. Then we have mark attendance, and then we have view attendance with the different features. So let's quickly explore one by one each of it. So let's click on register user. Over here, I'm going to use the dummy username. So I'm going to create a dummy 21. I'm going to select mail and dummy 21 @email or example.com. Contact will be like this. It should be of 10 digit, else we will get an exception saying invalid contact number. We have added the validation for that. Let me just delete this one, and also I am going to delete this particular stuff. And for the address, I'm going to type dummy address. For state, I'm going to type dummy state, and for the country, I'm going to type India. And if I try to register now, you can say invalid email. Next thing what I'm going to test is I have dummy1 @example.com already registered. So I'm trying to re-register with the same email ID. That case, what will happen? Let's click on this one. And okay, so this is now validating for the number. So let me enter the valid number. After this, if I register it, here you can see this duplicate email ID is thrown. So it means that this email ID already exists in our database. So we cannot use the existing email ID. Another thing is, if you already checked that whenever we have an invalid contact number, it will throw invalid contact number. It should be valid at least. So I'm going to put the valid one and this one 21, dummy 21 @example.com. Over here, we can select the image of profile image of that particular user. So if you click on this one, it will open your System Explorer, and here you can search for only JPEG files. So I have two dummy images. So dummy 2, I'm going to select this one and click on OK. Here you can see this is the dummy image I'm going to register with. So when I click on register, here you can see this user registered successfully. Click on OK and everything will be clear. If I enter some random value and if I want to clear all of them at once, then I have the clear button as well. So if I click on this, everything is cleared. Even you have selected an image, that will also be cleared. Okay. So this is all about the user registration. Let me select one dummy image once again so that I can show you that. And here you can see this. If I clear on, this image is also cleared. So from here you can close this. So I'm going to show you how to design each piece of code. Here you can see this in the border. I have added the black color. I will show you how to do this, how to set the background image without hassle. It is very easy to do everything. Just follow step by step. Okay. So let me quickly close this. Go to view users, and here we have the view users. Over here we have multiple view users. We have this one. We have 21. We have registered right now 21. So if I click on this, here you can see that this one we have added. So if we have the image corresponding to that particular user, then the image will be visible. Else we click on this, nothing will be visible. For the first, so the image is added. So when I click this particular user, so the image of that particular user will be shown over here. Here we can search a particular user on the basis of their name as well as the email ID. So dummy1, if I type, here you can see this dummy1, all the name which has dummy1 starting with will be shown over here. If I type example. Now here you can see this, we have only one email corresponding to that particular thing, whatever we have typed it over here. So only one will be visible. If I clear on this, and you have also observed that when I click on this particular record, there is a image is fetched and it's being set to this particular image box. If I try to search something, then it will be cleared. Why? Because the data is now being reset. So in order to do that, we have to also clear the particular image. Next thing what we have is, whenever we register a particular user, we always give them a unique registration ID. On the basis of this, the QR code will be generated and your attendance will be marked on this basis. Okay, so let me quickly close it. This is all about the view user. Next thing we have is update user. So if I click on this, here you can see this, we can search a user by their email address. So if I type dummy21@email example.com, and let me type wrong first. So I've typed dummy212@example.com. If I try to search it, here you can see this email not found. It means that this particular email doesn't exist in our database. So let's quickly click on OK, and let's now search with the valid email. So this is dummy21@example.com. So if I try to search it, here you can see this image is being fetched. And if I want to change the gender of this particular user, click on female. And if you want to update anything like address, I'm going to country India 1, dummy state 1, and this one also is 1. If I click on this update user successfully, whenever I click on OK, everything will be cleared because the task related to that one is done. So let me search that one again. So dummy21@example.com and search for it. And here you can see this one is invalid, email not found. So let me quickly clear this one. Here you can see this. Now the address is updated to 111. If I try to search for something else, like dummy1@example.com, if I search it, here you can see this, every detail is updated as per that user. If I try to search for dummy21@example.com, so if I search it, now here you can see this one is updated. And when we click on this clear button, everything, whatever is fetched will be reset. And even this image also will be cleared. So if I click on this, here you can see this one is clear. Next thing we have is delete user. So if I click on this, it will open a pop-up like this one. And over here, you can search for that every user, whatever you want. You can scroll down till end. And apart from this, what else you can do is you can reorder this columns also. This is by default feature provided by the JFrame itself. So if I scroll down, here you can see this one is which we have registered. Okay. Next thing, how to delete that particular user. Whenever you click on that particular row, it will give you a pop-up confirmation, user detail, images, QR codes, attendance, whatever you have marked so far associated with this user will be deleted. Are you sure you want to proceed? If I click on yes, then whatever attendance he or she has made so far from the past till today will be deleted, and his images and QR codes generated by that particular user also will be deleted, and the attendances also will be deleted. So I don't want to do that for now. We will do that at the end. So click on no, and it will show another confirmation, deletion, cancel. Click on OK. And over here again, we can search for this particular one. So dummy21. So you can see this, we can filter the record as well on the basis of both the things. First one is by name and by the email. So let me quickly close this one. Next thing we have is generate QR. So when we click on this, another form will be opened, that is generate user QR. So it means that we have to select that particular user whose QR code you want to generate. So I have registered this particular 21. So if I click on this, it will fetch the data related to this particular user and it will generate a QR code for us. So if I click on save QR, so what it will do is in the project, we have created a folder called QR code. So at that folder, all the QR code will be stored. But apart from that, what you want is you want to save that particular QR code on the screen or some other folders. Then you can choose this option, save QR code at. So if I click on this, you will get the option where you want to save. By default, this dummy21@example.com PNG, this name will be given. You can store at any given point. any given location. So if I go over here, if I select whatever you want to select, you can select this particular stuff. Click on save. It will So it will not be able to do that because in the C folder we don't have access. Okay. So next thing, let me quickly change this one to desktop itself. Desktop is fine. Save it, and here you can see this QR code saved successfully. If I want to save that particular QR code in my project itself, so we can click on this save QR. So QR code saved successfully. If you want to click on the another one, so here you can see this. Now the QR code is changing as the details of that particular related to that particular thing is also being changed. Next thing, let me quickly close this one. Another thing which we have is view QRs. So it means that all the QRs we have generated and saved in the project itself will be shown. So dummy21@example.com we have generated right now. So it's being shown over here. Let me quickly move back to generate QR, and for the 6th number I'm going to save once again. And for the 11th also I'm going to generate the QR and save it. So click on OK. Let me quickly close this one and go to view QRs, and here you can see this. For 11 we have, for 1 we have generated for 6 also. So over here also, let me quickly take a photo of this particular QR in my phone so that while I'm marking the attendance, I can show this particular QR. Okay. Let me quickly close this one. In this way over here, you can see the different QRs and you can share with the registered user so that they can mark the attendance. So let me quickly close this one and let me open the mark attendance folder. So when I click on this mark attendance, what will happen is it will open a pop-up which will basically open the camera. And here you can see the time is running with all the seconds. Another thing is, right now you have observed that we have already generated a QR code. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show that QR code to the camera. So here you can see this, it will show the name and either the user is checked in or checked out. And after 5 seconds, all the things, whatever is loaded, that user profile will be gone. Again, I'm trying to check in. So here you can see this, your work duration is less than 5 minutes. You can check out after 4 minutes, 45 seconds. It will show an error. It means that user should at least work for 5 minutes. You can change the time as per your choice. But here you can see this, it works in this way. So if it is the user like work for 5 minutes and then only they can check out. Let me try with an invalid QR code, which is earlier I have generated. If I try with that particular QR code, here you can see this, user is not registered or deleted. Suppose I have generated a QR code and the user is deleted in later period of time. In that case, what will happen is it will show the message that user is not registered with our system. So let me try to check out for another way. Here you can see this, already check out for the day. Suppose dummy one has already registered previously and checked in previously and checked out again for the day. So in that case, that user won't be able to check in again. If that particular user is trying to check out again, in that case, what will happen is, here you can see that it shows 3 minutes 33 seconds. So we will try this after 3 minutes 33 seconds. So let me quickly close this one and then we will see what are the things which is done whenever we are trying to check out. So let's quickly, in the meanwhile, we will explore the view attendance. If we go to the view attendance, here you can see this, we have marked a multiple user stuff. That is dummy 1, dummy 2, dummy 3. These users have earlier logged in, logged out as well. Here we have on date. So if you select on/from, what is the difference between these two? I will explain. So if I select 1, so it means that on this particular date, on the day 1/4/2024, no user has checked in or checked out. Whenever this second calendar is not selected, it means that on this particular day, it is trying to fetch. If I go over here and if I select a date 12, in that case, it is trying to fetch the user from 1 to 12. Let me just increase the dates. If I try to 19, if I try till 24, let me try for 25. So 1 to 25, this much user has been logged in or logged out. If I select 26 over here and let me reset all filters, and let me check for 26 only. So today, dummy 1, dummy 9, dummy 5, dummy 21 has been checked in. And here you can see this, we have the check-in time as well, 17:48, 17:49. Here you can see this. We have different users. These are the check boxes. When you select, suppose in this one here, you can see there's a contact is not visible. So if I check this, then the contact will be visible over here. That particular column you can add into this table. If I select the address, then address will be visible over here. If I select the state, state will be visible over here. Country will be visible over here. Unique registration ID, if I select it, then that particular will be visible over here. You can remove it as well. In any order you can remove. It will work as fine as it is. Another thing, we have one button, whatever filters you have applied, you can simply click on this. It will reset all the filters, whatever you have applied. So here you can see this, everything is reset. Again, over here, you can search by the name as well as the email. So let me search for dummy 12, dummy 21 @email.com. Sorry, example.com. Here you can see this, we got another thing that is present and absent. It means that whenever you try to search for a specific user, so a specific user detail will be shown over here. So if there is only one user listed in the table, in that case, you will get this absent and present. This will be shown only for today because it's trying to search for today. If you select a date, from date 1st to date 30th, I want to check when this user is working. So if I select this one, here you can see this user is absent 22 days but present 0 days. Why? Because this user has not checked out, checked in. So this is being marked as absent as well. So how this absent is 22? Because we have selected 1 to 30. So total days are 30, but it's showing only 22. Because we have removed all the holidays like Saturday and Sunday. So if you observe, here we have 4 and this side 4. So if you minus 8 from 30, it will be 22. So let's quickly reset the filter and check for another user who has logged out. So this dummy1 @example.com has logged out. So let me search for him. So here you can see this. This is present 2 times over here. So the filter is only for this user. If I try to select the dates between these two, here you can see this 2 days present and 20 days absent. So this was present in 25 and 26. So if I select between 25 and 26, in that case, you can see only 2 days is there. So the 2 days, this particular user is present. None of the time, this one is absent. So this is how exactly this works. So let's quickly go and check for the logout. So if I go over here, go to mark attendance, and I'm trying to check out for that particular user. So here you can see this. It's showing the dummy user. The work duration is 6 minutes. At what time it has checked out. And also it will have a text will be mentioned that check out. If I again try with the same QR code for the same day, here you can see this already checked out for the day, and here only the image and the name will be visible over. So this is how exactly it works. I'm going to show you how exactly to develop each and every piece of code, and I'm going to provide all the required jars to turn on the camera, to generate the QR code, to set all the images and all the background. It's everything I'm going to show you in detail. So just stay tuned and subscribe, and thanks for watching. See you in the next video. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I've already shown you the quick overview of attendance management system. From this video onwards, we are going to start the development of attendance management system. So in the current video, we are going to see how to design the login page, and we are going to develop all the utility methods which we are going to require throughout the project development. So let's quickly start with that. So first thing what we have to do is we have to create a new project. For that, we have to go to the file and select new project. Over here, you have to search for Java with and inside that you have to select the Java application. Click on next. And over here, you have to select use dedicated folder for the storing libraries. So click on this one and give it a name, whatever name you want to give. So I'm going to give it attendance management system bd. Click on finish. It will create a new project for you. So here our new project is created. So in this particular file, we don't have to do any modification. So let's close this one. Inside this, I'm going to create certain packages which are required by us. So right click on this, select one Java package. I'm going to create one package that is named DAO. Click on finish. After this, I need another package that will be forms. So whatever the forms we create, that will reside under this particular folder so that we can uniquely identify it. After this, we need another folder that is to store images. After this, I need another package that is to store utility files. Utility basically means all the common logics, whatever we are going to write, that will be needed in the multiple JFrame forms that we will be kept inside this particular folder. So let's create this one. After this, another one is QR code. So whatever QR codes we will be generating, that we are going to put inside this one. So QR codes. After this, we need another, inside this utility, I'm going to keep another images folder. That images we are going to use for the different form backgrounds. So right click on this one, Java package, and let me give it a name, images. Hit enter, and here you can see this, there is a utility.images folder is there. I also need one utility. Okay. Inside this one, right click on this, create a Java class, and we will create this one inside utility. Let me remove this one, and the class name will be bd utility. Hit enter. This will create a utility file for us. So after some time, we are going to start the development of this one. First thing what we will do is we will create a new form. So select this one, click on new, select JFrame form. Inside this one, give it a name that is log. Hit enter, and it will create a form like this. After this, what we have to do is we have to right click on this, go to properties, go to code, and you have to select this one, generated center. It means that whenever you open this particular form, it will open in the center. After this, we have to set the size. So size for this one is 635, 506. You can set the size as per your choice. After this, copy this one, go to properties, and I'm going to set the maximum and minimum size as the same, and close it. Here you can see this. Now it's automatically this form has been resized. Right click on this, go to properties. Another thing what we have to do is we have to remove the form border. So if I go over here, right click on this and run the file, in that case, you will see it is running. Now here you can see this, we have a maximum and minimum option, but I don't want these options. So I want to remove this particular stuff. So how to do that? Go to design, right click on this, go to properties, and you have to check this one, undecorated. Click on this and close this one. Now go to source, right click on this and run file. And here you can see this, we don't have any form border name, and even the controls also has been removed. So let me just stop this one for now. What we will do is we will manually put the cross button over there. So let me move back over here, right click on this, go to palettes, search for button, drag and drop it over here, change the variable name to bdn exit, hit enter, right click on this, edit text, change this one to text simply, and minimize this and little bit maximize like this one as per your choice. After this, we can increase the font for this one. So click on this, select bold, 12. Let's try this one. And here you can see this. Now this one is looking better. Next thing what we have to do is we have to double click on this, and this will generate a btn exit action perform. Inside this one, what we will do is we will simply type system.exit 0. It means that it will close whole application, whatever it's running, because it's the root application. Because whenever we open our application, the login page will be first opened, and if we try to close it, then whole application should be closed. So let me try this one. Right click on this, and here we can see this. We have this one. Let me click on this, and here you can see this. This one is closed. Next thing what we have to do is we have to add the design over here. So for that, I need few labels. Right, drag and drop another. Okay, let me remove one. Edit text, and this one will be attendance. Hit enter. Change the properties for this one. Right click on go to properties. Change this one to bold 24. Click on OK. We need larger than this one. 48. Okay, close. Yeah. This one is good. Copy and paste it once again. Drag it below this one. Management system. You can change the font as per your choice. For now, I'm going to keep it as it is. Next thing what we have to do is we have to drag another few labels. Drag and drop it over here. Change the text to email. And set the properties for this one. So select this one. Plain 14. Click on OK. Close it. Copy and paste it once again. Right click on this one. Change edit text to password. Hit enter. After this, we need one text field and one password field. So let me drag and drop it over here. The other one is password field is required. So let me quickly drag and drop it over here. Let me make this one larger. 191. This one also 191. Let's quickly increase the font size for these two. So click on properties, go over here, change this one and select 18 or 14, whatever choice is, and click on bold and click on OK. It will look something like this. Next thing what we need is we need one button. So let me quickly drag and drop one button over here. And let me quickly change the text for this one to login. And let's quickly change the variable name. So that is btn login. Right click, go to properties, increase the font size, bold to 14, click on OK, close it, and increase the button size as per your choice. Now save it. Next thing, we have to remove the text, whatever written inside this one. So let me clear this. Right click and click on edit text and clear this one and hit enter. Next thing, we have to make these all fonts, this one, and this one as white. Why? Because we are going to set a background which is in dark shade, that is black. So if we put this particular stuff in white, then we won't be able to, if we put this one in the black, then we won't be able to read anything. So let me click on this one and select white and click on OK and close. Here you can see this. Now it is not visible over here, but we are going to write the generic code which is going to set the background image directly through the code, not from here. Earlier we have seen that whenever we drag and drop the images, we face difficulties in adjusting those images. We have to resize as per the form. But we are going to write a generic code which will automatically resize the image as per your font size. So let's quickly dive into it. So go to BD utility over here. And first thing what I'm going to do is put all the images, whatever I'm required into this utility images. So I have already opened the folder. So I will copy these two, move back over here and paste it. I will provide all the images whatever the jars I'm going to use throughout the project so that you can develop with me. Okay, so another thing, let me quickly add the jars also. Right click on this, add jars / folders. Let me quickly cancel this one, add libraries, no. Add jar and folders. What we have to do is we have to go to that specific path, this PCF, and I will select all the jars which are required. You can download the jar from the description of this particular video. Click on OK. And here you can see this, all the jars has been added to this particular project. So these all jars basically required to develop this project. So let me quickly minimize this one. And in the BD utility, first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to create one method to set the image into the background of the form. So let's quickly do that. Public static void, and I'm going to give it a name, set image. And this one is going to accept JFrame form. Frame, and another thing, it's going to accept the image path. Another thing, it's going to accept the new height. Suppose I have added an image that is of 600 by 600 image size, but I want to stretch this to 1280 multiplied by 760. So in that case, we have to use this particular stuff. So new width and int new height you want to give to the image. The quality will not be compromised, so just stay tuned. So add import for this one. After this, what we have to do is okay. Inside this method, what we have to do is first we will handle it into the try catch block, so that if anything goes wrong, we can easily rectify it. Exception EX, format it. Inside this one, if anything goes wrong, simply I will print into the console. So ex.print start please. Inside this one, first thing what I will do is I will create a buffer image object. Buffered image, and this is the original image which we are going to fetch, is equal to image IO. We are going to read that particular image dot read, and where this particular file is present, where this inside this BD, if we get the path for this BD utility, so the path of this BD utility is what? Utility. And inside this utility we have the images folder. So whenever we are going to call this particular image, if you want to get that image, if we get the path till utility, and after that we have to simply pass /images/ the file name. So we will have to get the utility path as well. So that we can get directly by typing bd utility dot class dot get resource as stream. Inside this one, I need to simply pass the path. So this path will be nothing but images path will be nothing but is equal to /images/abc1.jpg. So we have to pass, while calling this method, we have to simply pass this much. Why? Because the path till utility will be fetched with the help of this one only. And when we call this get resource as stream, so it will detect into the current package. Okay, let me quickly remove this one. After this, we will resize the image. So buffered image, resized image is equal to new buffered image. Into this one, I have to pass the new width, height, and the RGB type. So here you can see this. The first one we have to select. Into this one we have already passed new width, new height, and inside this one we have to pass buffered image dot type underscore int underscore RGB. Next thing what we have to do is we have to resize this image. So resized image dot create graphics dot draw image. We have to use this particular one. Into this one we will pass the original image. And next thing what we will call is original image dot get scaled instance, and to this one we will pass new width, new height, and the scale type. For that one I will pass simply image dot, and we will pass scale, not image IO, image dot scale smooth. And after this we will pass xform, and this one is 0, 0, 7. Now close this. Control Alt F to format. Sorry, Alt Shift F to format. Let me quickly minimize this one so that you can see the complete code. Okay. Next thing, what we have to do is we have to create an image icon object. So image icon, background image is equal to new image icon. Into this one we will pass a resized image. Now what we will do is we'll move back here, click on this one and add import for Java X Swing image icon. Double click on this and here you can see this. Now the error is gone. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create a JLabel object. So JLabel Java Swing, and into this one I'm going to set the name background label is equal to new JLabel, and into this one we have to pass the background image. Here you can see this, the error is gone. Next thing what we have to do is we have to set the background label dot set bounds, and this is a rectangular shape, so 0 start from 0, x is 0 and y is also 0, and till new width comma new height. Now format this one. After this, now our image is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to simply get the frame dot get content pane dot add, and to this one we have to add the background label comma border layout to center. Border layout dot center, and next thing what we have to do is we have to simply call frame dot validate. So this frame, whatever frame, in which frame or JFrame form you want to set the image, that we are passing. So after creating and resizing the image, we are setting that particular into this frame background. Next thing, I'm going to write another few methods that are required to open the forms and to write a generic code so that forms can be opened only once. If that form is previously open state, in that case what we will do is we will bring that particular form to the front. So for that what I'm going to do is I'm going to create one private static hash map, and it's of type string comma JFrame. Forms map is equal to new hash map. Okay. After this, what we will do is we will simply type public static void. I'm going to give it a name open form, and to this one we have to pass the form name, which form you are trying to open, and JFrame form instance. Inside this one, what we will check is if that particular form is opened or not. So JFrame dot in this one I'm going to give it an existing form is equal to form map. From form map we are going to get dot get, I'm going to get it by form name. Okay, what I did is first by the form name from this particular form, I got the frame, JFrame. If it exists, if existing form is equal to null, or existing forms is not equal to is visible, in that case what we will do is we will bring it to front form map form instance, this one form instance. Okay, we made a mistake over here. Form instance. Okay, form instance dot set visible is equal to true. This will bring it to the front. And another thing what we are going to do is we are going to put that forms map dot put form name comma form instance. Next thing is what we will do is we will bring that one to front. So what we are doing over here is first we are going to fetch that particular form from the map. If that existing form, it means that it is not available in that form if its one is null or it is not visible. So if this one is null, then what we will do is we will put this form instance into this particular hash map with the name of it. Another thing is we will make it visible. Next thing, if this one is available and it's not in the front, then what we will do is we will simply call else existing form dot to front. Existing one we are going to bring to the front. Next thing what we are going to do is we are going to write another method which will help us to get the path from the system, like QR codes. For if we move back over here, you can see this, we have QR codes and images. So we need to get that specific path in order to put the image as well as to fetch the image. So for that, I'm going to write another method. So public static, and it is going to return string. So get path. Instead of this one, we will pass the path which we need. Like that will be the final path. So if I move back over here, and here you can see this, still this source package, it's the common path. So we will concatenate common path, and whatever the path passed by user, that we will add into that one. So that we are going to do it right. Okay. So final path. Into this one, what we will do is we will simply create string project path is equal to, we can get the project path by system dot get property, and into this one we will pass the directory. So user.dir. After this, what we will do is we will simply call return project path plus double quotes //src / and whatever path we will pass, final path. Next thing what we have to do is we have to write another method to scale the image and also to get the extension of the particular file with whatever we have uploaded. So public static and string. Why we are writing every method as a static? So that we can create directly, we can call that method directly with the class name. So bdutility.getPath we can call it. Next thing we have is get file extension. Into this one we will pass string file name int last dot index we will get is equal to file name dot last index of, and we'll put dot into this one. Next thing what we will do is if last dot index is not equal to -1, in that case what we will do is we will simply return file name dot substring last dot index plus 1. And if this is not the case, when it will return a -1, when there is a no dot in that particular name or whatever the string we have passed, in that case it will return -1. So if this is -1, then it will return empty string, or you can return null also. Next thing, another method, that is to scale the image. So public static, this will return buffered image, and we will name it scale image, and this will accept buffered image, that is the original one, and buffered image, that is selected image. Into this one we will get the width is equal to selected image dot get width, int height is equal to selected image dot get height. After this, what we will do is we will create a buffer image object. So buffer image scaled image is equal to new buffered image. Into this one we will pass the width, height, and the original image type. So original image dot get type. Close this one. Next thing what we have to do is we have to simply call scaled image dot create graphics dot draw image. Into this one we have to pass original image dot get scaled image instance, and into this one we will pass width, height, and third thing we will pass image dot scale smooth. After this we will have to pass 0, 0, no. Alt Shift F to format. After this we will simply return this scaled image. Now the task for this one is done. So now we have developed all the methods whichever is required, that is a common method. So let me quickly open this one. And let's quickly set the background image for this particular login form. So let me quickly move back over here. Go to source, go on the top, go to this login instance over here. First thing what we will do is we will simply call BD utility. BD utility, alt and space bar and hit enter. If you won't able to do it, in that case, you can directly manually, you can type it over here. BD utility dot set image, and into this one I have to pass a form. So this current form I want to pass, and the image path which I want to set is, the folder is images slash, and the image name is login dash background dot jpg. And let me quickly zoom it a bit for you guys. And second thing is we have to pass the width. So I'm going to pass the same width of the form which we have set. So 635 and 506. Set it. Now let's run the application, this form. So here you can see this. Now the image is set into this. Next thing what we have to do is, here you can see this. It's working as expected now. Next thing what we have to do is we have to set the form border. We have seen that in the quick overview that there is an orange color form border also. So let me quickly set that. So this dot get root pane dot set border, and into this one I have to pass border factory dot create matty border. Into this one we have to pass how much width you need. So 6, 6, 6, 6. And let me remove these all. And the color you want to set. So I'm going to set the orange color. Hit enter. Now quickly start the application. And here you can see this, we got the orange color border also. Next thing, I also want to set the border color with these two text fields. So let me quickly move back over here, right click on this. This is txt, change the name for this one to txt email. Hit enter and change the name for this one to txt password. so that we can uniquely identify while coding that which name belongs to which particular text field. Right click on this, change the value for this one, BT and login. It is automatically set. Next thing, we have to set the border for these two text fields also. Move back to source, and what we will do is we will simply type txt email dot set border, and to this one we have to pass border factory dot create Matty border, and again it will be of 1 comma 1 comma 1 comma 1 from every side. Save it. Let me copy this one once again, and let me paste it once again. Alt Shift F to format it, and this time this will be txt password. Now let's start the application. And here you can see this. Now the border for this one, these two text fields are also set. Okay, and this orange line is actually in the image itself, so you don't have to worry about these all stuff. So we have set the form border, then again the text field border we have set. Now this one is working. Next thing what we have to do is we have to, whenever we click on this, it should open a new form. So let me quickly close this one. I'm going to create another JFrame form. So new JFrame form, and this will be a dashboard. Hit enter and it will create a form. So in this video, we are not going to design this dashboard. We are going to simply open that dashboard whenever we click on login. So let me move back over here and double click on this button so that it will generate a btn login action perform. Into this one, we have to simply code it. First thing what I am going to do is I have to extract the email ID and password. So email is equal to txt email dot get text dot to string. After this, I have to extract the password is equal to, and this is a password key, so you can't directly extract the password. For that, you have to create a new string object, and into this one you have to pass txt password dot get password. This password is a character array, so that's the reason I'm passing into this. So if I go over here, if I click on this one, and here you can see this, it returns a character array. So whatever you type, each character will be a character array in character array. So we have to convert that into a string in order to compare it. So for now, I'm putting this one over here. So username is btechdays dot equals ignore case. This is the email, and btechdays dot equals ignore case. To this one we will pass the password, and if this one is validated, in that case what we will do is this form will be disposed. It means that this one will be hidden or closed, whatever you can say it. Another thing is we will call utility dot open form, and we will pass which form we want to open. Dashboard dot class dot get simple name. We have to pass the name, and first thing we have to pass the new dashboard object. Save it. If this is not the case, it means that form is already open, or invalid password is there. Invalid password is there. In that case, what we will do is we will simply open J option pane. Select this one dot show message dialog. Into this one we will pass null as a first parameter. Second parameter, whatever message you want to show, that is invalid credentials. Third one is header for that particular message, that is invalid. And fourth one is which image or icon you want to show. So J option pane dot error message. Now save it. Now let's quickly test this. Right click on this, run, and I'm going to type btechdays, copy this one and paste this one in this. Click on login, and here you can see this form is opened and that previous one is disposed. Another thing which we have to test it, let me quickly comment this one. This will not be disposed, and we will try to create more dashboard, open multiple dashboard in the login click. So right click on this, click on open, And when we click on empty one, here you can see this, we got invalid credentials. So this one is also working as expected. So btech days, and click on login. Here you can see this one form is open. If I click on this once again, it's bringing that one to front, but not opening any another form. Here you can see this. We have only one form. If I go over here and hover this, you can see only one form is there. Here you can see this. It's in the background now. Let me move it to the front. It's in the background now. If I click on this, that will be bring to front. So it means this code is also working as expected. Let me uncomment this one. So now the task for this one is done. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create database related stuff. That is, first to create the connection with the database, create the database itself. The thing is we have to create all the tables. So for that, go over here to the DAO, and first thing, right click on this, click on new and create a Java class. And into this one, I'm going to create connection provider class. And hit enter. This will create a connection provider class. Into this one, I'm going to declare the variables which are required and which we don't need to change frequently. So that will be private, static, final, string, and it will be db underscore name. Okay. Next thing we have is private, static, final, string, and this is db underscore URL. Let me quickly copy this one 2 more times. This will be db username. This will be db password. You can give any name as per your choice. For my database, the username is root and the password is 123456. This is for my local database. And the database name, I'm going to give it attendance JFrame DB. Save it. Next thing, for the URL, what we have to do is we have to pass jdbc colon MySQL colon / localhost 3306. So my MySQL is running 3306. So I've defined the property and we will reuse in the current project. Okay. Let me write down the methods. So the first method into this one will be to check that if our database actually exists or not. Okay, so let me type it. So private static boolean data base exists. Into this one, we will create a connection object. We will accept one connection object. Connection con. Another thing is string db name. And this will throws exception. So hover over this and import this one. Sun JDI connection, SPI connection. Okay. Next thing what we have to do is inside this one, we have to create the statement. Statement stmt is equal to con dot create con dot this one is, I guess, wrongly imported. So this one is being imported from wrong place. So com.mysql.statement. this one is java.sql.statement. In the same way, we have to import java.sql.connection. Now con.create statement. Now statement is created. Simply return stmt.execute query. And what query we have to execute? To this one we have to simply call. This is basically to check for the database, if database exists or not. So we will simply call this show databases like single double plus db name plus double quotes single quotes dot next. This is going to return a rs object, result set object, and I'm calling next on that, so it will return the first value. Okay, next thing what we are going to do is we are going to write another method to create the database. So private static boolean, so this one will be void, it will not return anything. Create database connection con comma string db name, and this will also throws exception. And into this one we will again create a statement object, statement stmt is equal to con.create statement stmt dot execute update, and into this one we will simply write create database plus data db name. After executing this we will simply type print in the console that database single quotes double quotes plus db name plus created successfully. Why we are doing this? So that we don't have to go and manually execute any query into the database. It will automatically create a database and all the tables from here on. Okay, so now the database creation is done. Next thing what we have to do is we have to write one method to get the connection. So public static, and it will return a connection object. So connection get con. In this one we will put all the code into the try catch block. Exception ex, and simply print everything. So ex.print start trace, and simply return null if anything goes wrong. Next thing, inside this one, before we create a connection, we have to call class.forName, and into this one we have to pass com.mysql.cj.jdbc.driver. Next thing we have to create a connection object. So connection con is equal to driver manager dot get connection. We are not going to, it's not automatically importing, so java.sql.driver manager. Okay. So move back over, get connection. Into this one we have to pass the URL, prepare the URL. So db URL plus question mark use SSL is equal to false, and after this we have to pass the username. So db username comma db password. Alt Shift F to format it, minimize this one. Next thing what we have to do is we have to check if not database exists, we have to pass the connection for the database. We have to check for the DB name. If this doesn't exist, then we will call create database and we will pass the connection and pass the DB name. After this, what we will do is we will pass create a connection object. So connection driver manager con is equal to driver manager dot get connection. Now over here we had made connection directly with the database URL, that is this one, so that we can check for the database. Now we are creating another connection object with the particular database. So DB URL plus DB name. Okay, we have to put one slash over here, else we will get the exception. So DB URL plus after this URL we have a slash, then this name will be concatenated over here. Okay, after this plus double quotes question mark use SSL is equal to false. After this we have to pass the DB username comma DB password. Save it and simply return the connection object. Control Alt F. Now right click on this, the file, and let's check. Okay, this one doesn't have any main method. This will automatically be executed whenever we call this getCon. So we're going to create one another class for this particular stuff. Let me quickly open and move back over here. Right click on this, click on this one, Java class. I'm going to give it a name, tables. So all the tables related to stuff will be created over here. So let me show you how exactly this one is created. Here you can see this. In the parallel of connection provider, we have created the tables. Okay, so whenever we call the collection get connection object, it will automatically create the database for the first time. So okay, so first thing, I'm going to write one other method over here. So to check if that particular table exists or not. So private static boolean table exists. Into this one we will pass the statement st comma string table name, and this will throws exception like this. Hover over this one, Alt and enter, and we have to again import from java.sql.statement, save it, and over here we will check result set is equal to st.execute query, and to this one we will pass the query. So show tables like first plus plus double quotes single quotes, close it, and inside this one we will pass table name. Format this one and simply return result set dot next. Click on this one. Okay, this one is not being imported, so we will import it manually. So import java.sql.result set, save it. Next thing what we have to do is we have to write one main method inside this one. So public static void main, and this will accept a string args, and save it. Inside this one what we will do is we will create one connection con is equal to null, statement st is equal to null, import java.sql.connection, save it. Now error is gone. Try and make some space in the catch block. we'll print exception ex, and also we will have finally block. Finally block is basically to close the connection. Okay, so if anything goes wrong, then what we will do is we will simply open JFrame pane dot show messages dialog. To this one we will pass null comma exception object. Okay, inside this one, first thing what we will do is we will get the connection object. So con is equal to connection provider okay, so I have named this one wrong, so right click on this, refactor this one, rename, refactor it. Okay, connection provider dot get con, and whenever we call it, as you know that whenever we call it, it will internally check for the database name. If that doesn't exist, it will create a database. So right click on this, run the file, and now we will see here you can see this database attendance JFrame VD created successfully. Let me open my database. Use, here you can see this database change, show tables. There is no table in this one for now. If I run it once again, there is no output. It means that database already exists. In that case, it will not be executed. It will return the connection object directly. Okay. Now, this one is working fine. Database is created. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create the statement. So, con.create statement. And we have to create different tables. So, if not table exist, and to this one we will pass the statement and the table name. So we have to create two tables, that is, one is user details, like this one. Another one is, let me quickly copy this one. Another one is user attendance. Save it. And after everything is done, what we will do is we will simply call JFrame dot show messages dialog, and to this one we will pass null and tables checked / created successfully. Now save it. And in the finally block, what we have to do is we have to close that. So try con, we have to check if con is not equal to null, then what we will do is con.close. If st is not equal to null, then what we will do is st.close. And if anything goes on in this one, then we will simply consume it. Okay, or you can print it also, ex.print start price. Next thing what we have to do is we have to write the query inside this one to create the table. So let me quickly write it. So st.execute update, and to this one we will write the query to create the table. So create table, table name, user details. So this name needs to be same over here, user details, and into this one we will put this ID of type int, and this is auto increment, auto underscore increment, and this is primary key, comma, another column is name, this is varchar of type 255, and this is not null. Another one is after name we have gender, that is varchar of 50, not null. After this we have email, varchar 255, not null. Contact, varchar 20, not null. After this we have address, varchar, it could be larger, so we will have it 500, not null, or we can keep it null also, as per your choice. After this address we have state, varchar 100. After this we have country, $100. After this we have unique, registration ID, that is also varchar type, 100, not null. And after this we have image name, varchar of type 100. Control Alt format this one. You have to type exactly same as this one. Now this one is executed. Right now we know that this table doesn't exist. So let me quickly run this application and let's test what will happen. So here you can see this table is checked and created successfully. Let's quickly check in the database if this table is actually created or not. Show tables, and here you can see this, we have user details. So DESC, user details, and here you can see this, we have ID, name, gender, email, contact, address, state, country, unique, registration ID, image, name. Column name needs to be same in this format. Okay. If you make changes in this, then later while coding you will face issues. Next thing what we have is we have to create another table. So st.execute update. Into this one we will pass create table, and the table name is user attendance. So let me copy this one and paste it over here. And this one we have to create user ID of type int, not null. After this we have date, and format is date, not null. After this we have check-in, and this is of date, time, comma checkout, date, time. After this we have workout duration, work duration, and this is of varchar of type 100. Close this one, Control Alt Shift F to format. Right click on this and click on run file. And here you can see this table checked and created successfully. So move back over here, show tables, and here we have two tables, user attendance. So DESC, user attendance, and hit enter. And here you can see this one is also created. Okay. If I move back, open this one, go to login, right click on this, and here you can see this. The login page is here, and the database created, all the database related configuration has been done. We have created all the utility methods, whatever are required. So that's it for this video, guys. Just like, subscribe and share with your friends. In the next video, we're going to design the dashboard and we'll start with the user registration. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, we have seen how to create this login page, and also we have created utility classes where we have written utility method to set the image in the background of the particular form. After that, we have created classes to get the database connection to create the tables. So if you haven't watched that video, then just go to description and check out the link. In this video, we are going to complete the dashboard page, and after that, we are going to create the user registration where we will select the photo. We will show that in the form. After that, whenever we click on the register button, then we are going to save that particular image. So let's quickly start with that. So let me quickly close this one. Let me quickly minimize this. After this, we will go to the dashboard. In the previous lecture, we have created this dashboard, but in this one, we haven't did any designing. So let's quickly start with that. So first thing what we have to do is we have to set the size for this one. So right click on this, click on properties, go to codes, and over here, we will set the size. So size will be what? 1366, 768. Hit enter. After this, select this one to generate center. It means that whenever we run this particular form, it will populate it in the center of your screen. After this, go to properties, scroll down and select this undecorated in order to remove the default cross minimize and maximize button. Let's go to code, select this one, designer size, go to properties, and over here we will set the maximum size as the same and the minimum size also as the same. Click on close. After this, we will go to the login page, go to design, and we will quickly copy this particular button. Paste it over here. Let me quickly move this one on the right corner like this and save it. First thing what we have to do is we have to set the background image as well as the font of this particular border. So right click on this, click on run file, and we will see it how exactly it looks for now. Here you can see this, nothing is visible in the corners as well. So let's quickly close this. And first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the image. So I hope you have downloaded all the images in jar which I have provided in the description of the previous video. So you must check that out and over here. If you want to go with any other image, then you can add that over here and in this utility.images, and you can use that particular image. Let me quickly start with it. So pd utility dot set image, and into this one we have to pass the frame, a JFrame. So this particular form we have to pass this, and the image path will be images slash abc1.jpg, and the width will be, if I click on this one over here, but this is the by default one, but we don't have to set that one. What we have to set is 1366, which we have set for that form, and after that 768. After this, what we have to do is we have to set the black color border. So this dot get root pane dot set border, and into this one we have to set the border by using border factory dot create border factory, sorry, create matte border. Into this one we will pass 4, 4, 4, 4. This is the width of from each side. After this, we will set the color for this one. Color is black. I'm going to set black here. Alt Shift F to format it. Now save it. Let me quickly minimize this one. And here you can see this one is done. Next thing, let's run the application. And here we can see this. Now the background image is set and we have the cross button with the 4 pixel border also. If you want to increase this one, let me change this one to 12 so that you can see the differences. Now here you can see this black border has been increased. So let me revert it back to 4. Now this one is good. Next thing what we have to do is we have to add the buttons. Move back over here, go to palettes, drag and drop one button over here, right click on this, edit text, register, user. Let me make it a little bit large. Right click on this, change variable name. The variable name will be btn register user. Hit enter. Right click on this, go to properties, increase the size for this one. I'm going to increase this one to 40 bold. Click on OK and close. And let me maximize this one like this. You can maximize or minimize as per your choice. After this, we have total of 8 buttons. So I'm going to copy this one 8 times. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and finally we have 8. After this, we are going to change the name for these all. So right click on this, click on edit text. This one is view user. Hit enter. Double click on this one. Okay, right click on this, change variable name. So btn view user. Why we give the name like btn view user? So that whenever we double click on this, it will generate a click event. By the name of that event, we should recognize that this code is for which particular button. That's why we are giving a name in that way. So this one is update user. Right click on this, btn update user. Right click on this, change variable name. Okay, for this one, right, change variable name, btn update user is done. Next thing we have is move to dashboard, design. Right click on this, in text, and this one is delete user. Hit enter. Right click on this, change variable name, btn delete user. Double click on this. If I double click on this particular, here you can see this btn delete user. So with the name of this, you can identify this is whatever the code written inside this one will belongs to that particular button, that is delete user. So that way you have to keep the name in this format. After this, we have generate code, generate QR, btn generate QR. After this, we have view QRs. btn generate QR. For this one, change variable name to btn view QRs. This one, change this one to mark attendance. Hit enter. btn mark attendance. Right click on this, btn view attendance. Click on this one, view attendance. Now what we will do is we will move this one to rightmost, make some space. And here we go. Now you can see this one is looking better than before. Now what we will do is we will go over here, right click on this, run the file, and here you can see this. Now this one is looking better. You can change the size as per your requirement. Okay, let me quickly close this. Next thing what we have to do is we have to start the development with the registration page. So let me quickly go over here to the projects, maximize it, this one, go to forms, And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a user registration form. So right click on this, click on new, JFrame form. Here we will select user registration. Hit enter. This will create a new form. Next thing, we have to set the size for this one. So right click on this, go to properties, go to code. Over here, I'm going to set this one to 850. That is the width of this one. And 600 is the height. So click on OK, click on close. Again, we have to make some of the more changes. So go to properties, copy this particular one. Go to properties over here. Change the maximum size and minimum size to the same. After this, select this undecorated to check marks. Close this one, save it. Next thing, I want to add one button. So go to palettes, drag and drop one button over here. Right click on this, change variable name to btn exit. Change the text to X. Little bit larger for this one. Right click on this, go to properties, increase the font size, select this one, bold, 18, click on OK and close. After this, double click on this, this will generate a btn exit action perform. So I'm going to over here, this dot dispose. Hit Control and S. Now what we will do is, whenever particular user click on this user registration page, register user page, we have to open this form. Double click on this. This will generate a btn register user perform. So for that, what we will do is, we have already created a utility method for the same. Let me clear this particular one. So bt utility dot open form. In the previous video, we have already created this open form method. So if you haven't watched that, then just go to description and check out the link. And make sure to like the video. And after this, we will pass the form which we want to open. So we want to open the user registration. So user registration dot class, and I'm going to get the name for this one. So get simple name, and after this we have to pass the instance which we want to open. So new user registration. Now save it. Next thing what we have to do is we have to go over here, right click on this, run file. It will directly open the dashboard. When we click on this register user, here you can see this is being opened. If I want to close it, simply click on this, it will close it. Okay, so that form is not opening in the center of the screen. So move back to that particular form. Right click on this, go to properties, go to code, and here you can see generate centered. Check this one, close it, and move back to dashboard, and let's try once again. Run the file. Register user, and here you can see this one is opening in the center of your screen. So let me quickly close this and let's complete the design of that particular, that is user registration. Let me quickly close all. Go over here to user registration. Now we will start the designing. So first thing what I need is, I need one label. So drag and drop one label over here. I'm going to change the name for this one to user registration. Hit enter. Right click on this, go to properties, increase the font size to 18, bold, and click on OK and close. Here you can see this we have the user registration. Next thing, I need another level. Double click on this, not double click, edit text. This is name, hit enter. After this, I'm going to right click and click on properties. Click on this one to 14. OK, and close it. Next thing, I need one text field. So click on this, search for text field. Click on this one, make it larger. Right click on this, go to properties, increase the font of this one to 14. Click on OK. Click on OK. After this, clear the whatever text written inside this one. So right click on this, edit text and clear it and hit enter. After this, what we have to do is for the gender, let me quickly copy this one, level once again, and drag and drop over here. Edit text. This is gender. And I need two radio buttons for the same. One is for male and one is for female. Right click on this, edit text, male. Right click on this one, go to properties, change this one to 14. Close, copy and paste once again, that is for female. Hit enter. After this, change the name for this one, change variable name to radio male. This one to radio female. Okay. Next thing what we have to do is we have to add couple of more labels and text fields. So let me quickly copy these two, paste it. This is for email. After this, paste once again. This is for contact. This is for address. This is for state. And this is for country. Save it now. Next thing, we need another label, that is to set the image. So let me quickly drag and drop it over here. And right click on this, go to properties, and we have to set the size for this one. So scroll down, and here we have this horizontal size to 322 and the vertical size to 286. Hit enter. Click on close, and it actually deform our page. So let me quickly move these all upwards. Yeah, now everything is in place. Okay, let me quickly move these all on the left, little bit of left side. Right click on this, click on anchor. Sorry, enclosed in, and we have to select internal frame. Now this is done. Next thing what you have to do is click on this, edit text, clear this one, and hit enter. Right click on this, change the variable name to LBL image. Click on enter. Now we will quickly adjust these all stuff. We will adjust all of these. After this, what we are going to do is we are going to change the name for this one. So change the variable name to txt name. Hit enter. This one is email. So click on this. Single click on this will allow you to edit email. Hit enter. This one is txt email. Hit OK. This one is txt contact. Change the label name to contact. Hit enter. This one to address. This one to state. This one to country. The name for this one is txt contact. Change this one name to txt address. Txt means text box address. Change this one to txt state. This one to txt country. Hit enter. Now we will adjust this properly. like this. Like this one, we will adjust it. Now everything is in place. Next thing what we have to do is we have to add two different buttons, and also we can observe the size for this particular form has been increased. So let me quickly fix that. And user registration page, we have to fix the size. So that is 850 by 600. So right click on this, go to properties. Here we have 850 by 600. Go to properties and close it. And here we go. Now everything is in place. Next thing, I need two different buttons. One is for register and one is for clear. So let me quickly drag and drop it over here. So change the name for this one. Edit text. This is register. Right click on this. Change the variable name to bt and register. Hit on OK. Move it over here. Copy this one. Before we copy, go to properties and change the font for this one to bold and 14. Click on OK. Close it. Or not 14. Bold is too. It's looking bad. So let's quickly change it to plain. Copy this one and paste it once again. And this is for clear. So right click on this, go to edit text, clear. Right click on this, change the variable name to btn clear. Hit on enter and change the size for this one. This one to 36. Here we go. Right click on this, go to properties, check for this one 850 to 600. Okay. Now what we are going to do is, first we go to source and we'll try to run this particular page. So here you can see this one is looking like this, but here you can see this one is scattered but not aligned properly. So we will fix that first. We'll move everything on the little right. After this, we will move these all main on the left. $850. Go to properties, change this one to 850. change this one to 850, 600, code. Okay. We will align things in a line. Now we'll test the design. This one is somewhat better. Let me quickly move this one on the left side. Here we go. Now what we will do is, we will start with the coding. So first thing, we have to set the background image. So move back to this source file, and here what we will do is, we will do bd utility dot set image, and into this one I will set the image this. We'll save the path images / abc1.jpg, and here we will set the size. So 850, 600. That is the font size. Now we will test. Right click on run the file, and here you can see this one is set completely. Let me quickly close this one. Next thing what you have to do is, we have to set the border. So for that, this dot get root pane dot set border, and to this one we have to pass border factory dot create mat border, and to this one we have to pass the width from all sides 4,4,4. We'll remove everything, and at the end we will pass the color. That will be black. Save it. Now run the application, and here you can see this. Now this one is looking better. Next thing what we have to do is, let me quickly close this one. Whenever we click on this particular icon or label, what we have to do is, we have to open a file chooser where we will select the image. Right click on this, click on event, go to mouse, and we will select this mouse clicked. So whenever this one is clicked, I want to perform certain operation. So let me quickly minimize this one so that you can see things clear. Over here, first I will do is, I will create a buffer image object, buffered image, and I'm going to give it a name, original image is equal to null. After this, I will use file selected, file is equal to null. So why I have used original image for the buffer image name? Why? Because this size for this particular image is a fixed size, but whatever image you will select, that may be a larger size or a smaller size, or it may be of same size. What we want to do is, we want to resize that particular one and fit into this particular size only. For that purpose, what we are going to do is, we are going to resize the original image and set this into this particular level. So let me quickly move back over here, and now we have created it. So whenever we select the image, it is going to visible into this one only, but not saved to the actual path. Whenever you click on the register user, after validating all the fields, then only it will be saved. So this is how we are going to proceed. Whenever we select the image, only visible over here, but it's not going to save into the particular folder. It will be only saved after the validation of these all fields and after the insertion of the data. So move back over here. We will quickly write the code to fetch the image and show into that level. So we will take the help of JFile chooser. File chooser is equal to new J file chooser. After this, we will get int result is equal to file chooser dot show open dialog, and into this one we will show this. If result is equal to jfilechooser dot approve option, means that some image has been selected. In that case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to selected file is equal to file chooser dot get selected files. After this, I was going to use the try and catch block. Exception ex, and if anything goes wrong, ex dot print start trace. And inside this one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the original image is equal to image io dot read, and into this one we will pass the selected file. Now close this. Now we have the original image. After this, what we will do is we will get the original image width and height. So int original width is equal to original image dot get width. After this, I will get the height for this one. So original height is equal to original image dot get height. After this, I'm going to get the label height and width. So int label width is equal to LBL image, we have set the name, dot get width. Int label height is equal to LBL image dot get height. After this, what we will do is we will check the scale x and scale y. For that, we will calculate that one. Double scale x is equal to, we will convert this one to double, and level width divided by original height, original width actually, sorry. After this, double scale y is equal to double level height divided by original height. Save it. After this, what we will do is we will calculate the scale. So double is equal to scale is equal to math dot min, and into this one we will pass the scale x, then scale. Save it. After we get this one, what we will do is we will calculate scaled width. So scaled width is equal to, we will typecast into int, and over here we will calculate that particular stuff, that is original width into scale, int scaled height, we will typecast it to int, and it is original height into scale. Finally, what we will do is we will rescale or resize the image. So image scaled image is equal to original image dot get scaled instance, and in this one we will pass scaled width, and we will pass the scaled height, and we will pass the type in which way we have to do the scaling. So image dot scale smooth. After this, what we will do is we will create the image icon. So image icon is equal to new image icon. Into this one we have to pass the image scaled image. And finally, what we will do is we will simply set this LB to LBL image dot set icon, and into this one we will set the icon. Now save it. You have observed that we have declared this original image and selected file outside this label, so that we can access this image when we are going to register and save this particular image to the dedicated folder. So now the task for this one is done. Let me quickly go over here to the projects, go to dashboard, go to source, right click on this, run file, and click on register user. It will open like this. When we click on this one, here you can see this, now the pop-up is open. Move back over here, select dummy image 2, click on open, and here you can see this, now the image is scaled, but it is not saved anywhere. It's just being shown over here, and if you want to change it, you can change it also. Dummy 1, click on open, here you can see this, now the image is being changed. So this image was vertically long, so that's why it's showing like this only. Okay, so let me quickly close this. Next thing what we have to do is, if you observe over here, at the same time, I can select both of the radio button. What I want is whenever I select the male, this female should be unchecked, and whenever I check the female, male should be unchecked. For that, let me quickly code it. So go over here to the user registration, go to this one, right click on this, go to events, and here we will select item select change. So item state changed, click on this one, and what we will do is, we will code over here. So if radio male dot it's selected, then what we will do is radio female dot set selected is equal to false, and same goes with the female one. Right click on this, go to events, select the item state change. Let me quickly copy this one and paste inside this particular one, and we will change this one with the radio female. If radio female is selected, then radio male needs to be selected as false. So let me quickly start this one, right click on this, run file, and when I click on this male and if I select this female, here you can see that this one is unchecked, and it's vice versa. So it's working as expected. Next thing what I want is, whenever I click on this clear form, I want to clear all the fields. So if I enter something inside this one, I want to clear everything whenever I clear on this one, even the image set into this one. So how to do that? For that, I'm going to write one separate method for it. So private void clear form into this one, txt name dot set text, and I'm going to set a empty string into this one. The same fits for email also, set text, and I'm going to set the empty. After this, txt contact dot set text empty, txt address dot set text as empty, txt state dot set text as empty, txt country dot set text as empty. Now we are done with all text field. We have radio button. So radio male dot set selected is equal to false, and for the radio female also set selected is equal to false. And after this, for the if image is selected, in that case lbl image dot set icon is equal to null. And what we have to do is, we have to move back over here, double click on this. This will generate a pt and clear action button perform. So I will simply copy this method name, paste it over here, and call it in this way. Now test this application. Run that file. I'm going to select the image over here. So where is dummy 2 I have selected. I'm entering something random and click on clear, and here you can see this, everything is gone. So it's working fine. Next thing what we have to do is, we have to create one method that we are going to use to save the image. Whenever we click on that particular one after validation, it will save the image to that particular path. So before we do that, we have to double click on this, and this will generate a BTN registration action perform. Let me quickly, this is okay. And below this one, I'm going to add on method that is to save the image and to return the path. So private and this will return a string, save image, and this will get one email ID with the name which I'm going to save this one. So if we will check that original image is not equal to null and selected file is also not equal to null. After this, we will put everything in the try and catch block. Print start trace, and if anything goes wrong, we will simply return null. And if everything is fine, in that case, what we will do is we will return the name of that particular file, the image name. So the string save path is equal to btutility dot get path, and into this one we have to get the path for images. So images /. When I talk about this image is actually this particular folder, not inside the utility.images. Those images are only to set the background. Now whatever the profile you will upload, that will be saved into this one with the name, that is email, whatever the email you will upload .jpg. So it will be saved inside this particular folder. So I have given the name over here. Next thing what we have to do is we have to get the extension of that file which you have selected. So string extension is equal to btutility dot get file extension, and into this one we will get the extension from selected file dot get name. Next thing, we have to prepare the name. So string image name is equal to email plus we have to add the dot symbol plus extension. Our application, this one is only supported for the JPG format. So make sure to select that only. So file, save file is equal to new file, and into this one we will pass the path, save path plus the file name. So image name we have to concatenate with it, this one. So Alt Shift F to format. Now save it. Over here we made the mistake, so change this one to file. After this, we have to create the buffer image, and into this one we will create a scaled image. Scaled image is equal to btutility dot scale image, and to this one we will pass the original image, comma image io dot read selected file, and finally we will write this one. So image io dot write, and we will write the scaled image, comma we will pass the extension, comma save file object, and finally we will return the image name and save it. So now the task for this one is done. Next thing what we have to do is we have to move back to this btn register action perform, and inside this one we will start extracting the values one. So we will put everything under the try and catch block. Exception ex dot print start trace. Inside this one, Alt Shift F to format. First thing we will extract the name. String name is equal to txt name dot get text dot to string. Save it. After this we have gender. So gender we cannot directly fetch because there are two different radio buttons, so double quotes and close it. If radio male dot is selected, in that case what we will do is gender is equal to male. If radio female is selected, in that case gender is equal to female. Female. Save it. Alt Shift F. Now scroll down. After this we will get the email. So string email is equal to txt email dot get text dot to string. Into this one, we have to validate the email either using regex, so that first it should contain only A to Z, either in the small and caps, then 0 to 9 is allowed, dot and hyphen, underscore, these values are allowed, and after that it should contain at the rate, and after at the rate it should contain again the string including the numbers as well as dot and dash. After at the end it should contain the com. So we will write the regex for the same. So string email regular expression, we call it regex, is equal to the double quotes. We will start with the caps, and in the brackets we will mention A to Z, and small a to small z from 0 to 9 is allowed. After this, underscore, dot as well as dash is also allowed. After this we have to check for at the rate, and after at the rate it should again from A caps A to Z, small a to Z, then 0 to 9, then dot, then hyphen, plus, and we should be followed by dollar symbol. So this is the regular expression which we have to use. Next thing, we will check if not email dot matches into this one email regex, then we will show the pop-up, that is J option pane, and into this one dot show message dialog, and into this one we will pass null, comma, we will pass the message invalid email. After this we will pass the J option pane header, so that is invalid. After this we will pass J option pane dot error message. This is the icon. So let's quickly test this one. Right click on this, run the file, and click on this one, and here you can see this, we got the invalid email. If we add ABC, still we will get the invalid email. If we add ABC @test, and if we try to register, here you can see that this one is valid, and this one is valid. If you try to add hash percent anything, then here you can see this one is invalid because percent is not allowed. So let me quickly clear this and move back. Next thing what we are going to do is, if this one is like error is shown, in that case we won't want to proceed further. So from here only we will simply return. After this, what we will do is we will extract the contact. So string contact is equal to txt contact dot get text dot to string. Again, for this one also we have the regex. So string contact regex is equal to double quotes, caps, and //d, and the size for this one. So for the testing purpose only, I'm going to give it a limit of 5, because if I give it a range of 10, in that case we will get the exception. Not the exception exactly, YouTube doesn't allow us to give the actual number of the people. So that's why I'm going to give it a dummy number of size 5. After this, we will put the dollars. We save it, and we will again check if not contact dot matches, and into this one we have to pass contact regex. So J option pane dot show message dialog, select the last one. Into this one we will pass null, and this one will be invalid contact number. Again this one is invalid, and the icon will be J option pane dot error message. Now save it, and again if we enter into this one we will simply return without proceeding right click on this, run file, and I'm going to give it a, and if I click on this, here you can see this invalid contact number. So I'm going to enter a contact number of size 5. If I register, here you can see this no error message is shown. If I try to enter the 6th, here you can see this invalid contact number. So this validation is working as expected. Let me clear this one. Once this one is done, we will extract the remaining text. So a string, we will get address is equal to txt address dot get text dot toString string. After this, we will get the state is equal to txt state dot get text dot toString. After this, we get the country txt country dot get text dot toString. Save it. After this, we will generate a unique ID. This unique ID we are going to use in the case of QR code generation. So on the basis of this unique ID, we are going to mark the attendance. Unique registration ID is equal to, and we are going to put the double quotes, that is the string. After this, we will concatenate system.nanotime, and we are going to copy this 4 times. 2, 3, and 4 times. Close this one. Alt Shift F to format. So this will generate a really large number. Okay. Next thing what we are going to do is, so we are going to check for if anything should not be null. So name dot is empty or email dot is empty or contact dot is empty or address dot is empty or state dot is empty or country dot is empty, or we will test for unique registration ID dot is empty or gender dot is empty. If any of these are empty, Alt Shift F formatted. If any of these are empty, in that case, we will return show the message one or more fields are empty. So J option pane dot show messages message dialog, and into this one we will show this is null and the message will be one or more fields are empty. After this, we will set the message name, that J option form name, so that is field empty, and we will set the warning message. J option pane dot warning message. Save it. Alt Shift F to format it. After this, if this we enter into this one, then again we will simply return. We don't need to proceed with the code written down. After this one, after validating, it means that everything is validated successfully. All the validations are done. Next thing what we can do is, now we can save the image. So string, and it will return an image name is equal to save image, we will call, and we will pass the email ID into this one. All the validation related to all the fields are done. If anyone's fails, then it will basically print or show the message that one or more fields are empty, and it will return from here only. If this passes, it means that all the required values are present, and we will save the image, and after this we will create the connection object. Now we have to check if that particular image exists. Okay. Before we do this, what we have to do is we have to check for that particular email actually exists in the database or not. So connection, not this one. Let me move back over here. connection, that is from import java.sql.connection. Now move back over here. So connection is equal to connection provider, which we have created. Connection provider dot get con, and now we have the connection. After this, we will check for that if that particular connection exists in our database or not. So connection will create the statement. Statement and space. No. Okay. So what we will do is we will let me close this. Move back to top and import java.sql.star. Save it. Now go down, try and catch exception ex.print star trace statement st is equal to connection dot create statement, and it will return a result set rs is equal to st dot execute query, and in this one we will pass select star from user details where email is equal to single quotes, double quotes, plus double quotes and single quotes. Into this one we will pass the email and simply close this. If rs.next, it means that it returns a value. In that case, what we will do is we will show this j option pane dot show message dialog null comma, we will show the message duplicate email dot, and the header will be duplicate comma j option pane dot warning message, and save it, and we will simply return. And if anything goes wrong, we will print the star trace and we will show the message j option pane dot show messages null comma, we will show directly the exception. Save it. After this validation is done, it means that email doesn't exist in our database. Alt Shift F to format. In that case, then we save the image, and after this we are going to create the query to insert the record. So string insert query is equal to insert into user details, and we will pass the columns name. So name comma gender comma email comma contact comma address comma state comma country comma unique registration ID comma image name. These all values we want to insert, and we have to pass the values, and we have to put 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 question marks over here. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Close this one. Alt Shift F to format. After this, we will prepare the statement. Prepared statement is equal to connection dot prepare statement, and into this one we will pass the insert query. Now save it. After this, let me scroll down a little bit. Prepare statement dot set string 1, and in this one we are going to set the name. Save it, and we have to copy this one and paste 9 times. sorry, 8 times. One time we have already written. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, this is 5, this is 6, this is 7, this is 8, this is 9. So this is the order for which question mark you want to replace with this value. So first the order is name, second one is gender, third one is email, fourth one is contact, fifth one is address. So my variable name is also same. That's why I'm able to copy and paste it over here. If I write something wrong, then it will show the error. Okay. Next thing we have is state. After this, we have country. After this, we have unique registration ID. Okay, I guess missed something. Name, gender, email, contact, address, state we missed. State, country, unique registration ID, and finally we have the image name. So here you can see this one is showing an error. So let me quickly check with unique reg like this one, and for this one also we have the error. So image name like this one. Once everything is set, what we have to do is we have to simply call prepared statement dot execute query and after this we will show j option pane dot show message dialog, and into this one we will show null, and this will be user registration or registered successfully. And after this what we will do is we will clear all the forms. So we have already written one method, clear forms. Now simply format it and save it. Now let's quickly test this application. So right click on go to dashboard, right click on this, run file, go to register user, enter the name. So this is test, gender male, test@melinator.com. Let me copy this one. Contact will be 5 times 0. This is a dummy number, dummy email. Address is India. We can type ABC India. State is ABC. Country is India. Now I'm going to select one image. Dummy 2, click on OK, and here you can see this. Now if I register, okay, we got some exception. So cannot issue data manipulation statement with execute query. So there is something wrong with our query. So let's quickly test this one. Okay, let me quickly move it over here. We will go and go to the properties first, go to images, and here you can see this image is saved over here. So till there it worked. After that it throws the exception. So let's quickly move back over here and we will test, re-verify the query. So insert into user details, name, gender, email, contact, address, state, country, unique registration ID, image name, and values. We will check the query which is being generated at the end. This one will be execute query 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Set a string for each of these all stuff. Connection dot prepare statement. Okay, so what I will do is let me create one new connection over here to reuse it. I'll shift F and I'm going to change this one to con, and let me try with this new connection. Run the file. Let me close this one. test@melinator.com. Copy this one. And register. Let me quickly test this. Okay, so over here, what mistake we did is, over here we have mentioned execute query. So actually this is an update. While inserting and updating, we have to call execute update. So here you can see this execute query actually return a result set. It simply fetch the data and return in the format of result set. But execute query, it will return how many rows has been affected. So now save it and now move to projects, go to dashboard, right click on this, run file, register user, and I will set test mail test@melinator.com. Over here, dummy number, dummy address, select the image, click on open, register, and here you can see this user registered successfully. If I go to the database, select star from user details /G, the record has been created and we have only one record. So now we have to test again for the email ID. Sorry, with the same email ID but another data. So click on OK and everything is cleared now. So let me quickly close this one and open it once again. I'm going to type test1, select mail, and I'm going to put the same email ID. And this time, dummy number, dummy address, dummy country, select the image. This time I'm going to select the image. Dummy 1, select OK, and here you can see this is the same email. So if I click on register, it shows registered user successfully. Okay, if I go over here, let's quickly check for this. It means that we have made some mistake. So where email is equal to this one. Okay, we got only one. Let me quickly check this one. So go to user registration. Over here, this email we have, where email is equal to this one. Okay. Okay, what we will do is, we will trim it. Trim means that it will remove the space from starting as well as the end of the string. So now we will retry it. Dummy 1, open it, same email ID, dummy number, dummy address, and try to register now. Here you can see this. Now we got the duplicate email. It means that with the same email you won't be able to register. If I try with another one and if I register it, here you can see this user registered successfully and clear button is also working. So now let's quickly test with from here. Go to dashboard, right click on this, run file, and from here also we can see with the same email ID, and I'm going to type something wrong over here. Here you can see this invalid contact number, so we have to enter dummy contact number over here. Duplicate email ID, I can see it. Let me select one dummy image. Click on OK, and here you can see this, everything is in place. And now when we clear on this, it will clear the whole stuff and we can close it. So the registration user task is completed. That's it for this video, guys. In the next video, we are going to design and backend code for this view user. So just stay tuned, subscribe, and share with your friends. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, we have seen how to design this user registration page and also how to backend code for this. So if you haven't watched that video, then just go to description and check out the link. In this video, we are going to see how to design for this view user and how to backend code for it. So let me quickly close this one and quickly dive into the coding part. So move back over here. First thing what we have to do is we have to create a new form. So right click on this, click on this one and select a JFrame form. In this one, I'm going to give it a name, that is view user. You can give any name as per your choice. Hit enter. This will create a new form. After this, what we have to do is we have to set a size for this one. So right click on this, go to properties, go to code over here. I'm going to give it a size of 1223476. Let me quickly copy this one, close it, go to properties, and over here we will set the maximum size as well as the minimum size as the same one. After this, go to code and then select this one, generate center. Check this one so that whenever form appears, it needs to be in the center of the screen. After this, go to properties and select this undecorated and put this a check mark. Close this one. Now save it. Next thing what we have to do is we have to connect this particular form with the dashboard. So move to the dashboard, go to design, and this is the view user button. Right click on this, change variable name, and we will see the name for this button, that is btn view user. Double click on this and this will generate a btn view user action perform. Into this one, what we have to do is we have already written a utility method in the first video. Make sure you have watched it. So that utility method, I'm going to call it. So bd utility dot open form, and into this one we have to pass the name of that particular form. So that is view user dot class dot get simply name. After this, we have to pass a new object of view user. So new view user, we will pass it. Now let's run this form, that is the dashboard, and let's quickly check if this one is working or not. So when we click on view user, here you can see this one is appearing in the center, but in the background image is not set for now, and also the close button is not there. So we will put everything in place. Let's go to view user. And before that, we will quickly go to this user registration and we will copy these two stuff as well as these all. Copy. I have copied this, selected this one, user registration, by pressing the control key, this close button, and this form, the image form. Let me quickly move back to view user, paste it over here, and we'll move these all on the right side. Like this. After this, I will move this one to the center and I will change the name for this one to edit text to view user. Why I'm copying this one particularly? Because I want to set the same font of the particular label in every JFrame form and the same button size as well. So let me quickly move back over here. Next thing what we have to do is we have to bring one table into this one. So select table, drag and drop it over here. Let me resize this one like this one and stretch till here, and on the left side also we will stretch till the border. Right click on this, click on properties, go to code. So right click on this. Okay, we have to go to table content. go to columns and delete all columns, because we are going to put our own column. So in this one, I'm going to insert first one as ID. Let me quickly add multiples. ID, this one as name, this one as gender, this one as email, this one as contact, this one as address, this one as state, this one as country, this one as registration ID, and one more, that is image name. Hit enter and close it. And here you can see this. Now we have this particular field. Also, we have to remove the empty rows. So right click on this, click on this one, go to rows. We'll select all and we'll delete these. From the code, we are going to manually add these all fields. Next thing what we have to do is we have to go to this one, user registration, and I'm going to copy one text field. Copy these two, move to view users and paste it over here. Let me quickly move it over here. This is a for search field. Let me quickly change the name for this one. Change variable name, not variable name. Edit text to search. After this, right click on this, change variable name, txt search. Hit enter. And now what we will do is, now our form is ready. Let me quickly move on a little bit on the right side. Okay. Now we will set the background for this one. So go to source, and over here it's showing some of the issues. So whenever we click on the image, whenever we copy that particular form, any component from there to this one, all the code is also being copied. So I don't want this code because I don't want to perform any operation whenever we click on the image or that label. Because in this one, we have to only show the image with whatever row we select. So let me quickly delete these all. So this one will be empty. Nothing will be here. Save it. After this, what we will do is we have to set the background for this particular component. So go to this view user. Over here, what we will do is we will call btUtility. btUtility.setImage, and we have to pass the current form, that is this, and into this one we have to pass the path. As I have mentioned, we have to pass images/abc1.jpg. After this, we have to pass the width. The width is 1212 and the height is 544. Save it. Now let's run and test this one. And here you can see this is working as expected. But on the right side here you can see this, we have a space. It means that the form has been enlarged after adding the component. Let me quickly move back over here. Let me move this one a little bit on the left. And what we will do is we will resize this one. Right click on this, go to properties, go to code. This one is 1223 and 479. Let me quickly copy this size, close it and move back over here. We will put the same size over here. Now save it. Now test this one. Now you can see this. Now it's entirely covered. So we can do this in this way also. Next thing what we have to do is we have to set the border for this one. So how to do that? This dot get root pane dot set border, and to this one we have to pass a border. So that we can get from border factory dot create matty border. To this one we will pass the dimension from all side 4, 4, 4, 4, and we'll remove all of these and we will put the color. So color is, let me quickly minimize this one a little bit. color is orange. For this one we will have black actually. Save it. Now to quickly test this. So here you can see this. Now we have a color of 4 rupee as well, not from all these sites. Next thing what we have to do is we have to code for this one. Whenever we search for whenever this form loads, in that case data needs to be pre-filled in this particular table. Right click on close this one and move back over here. So that we can do, if I come over here, right click on this, go to events, components and component show. Whenever this component is visible, in that case we have to call a certain method. So move back over here. This is form component show. Clear this one, and below this I'm going to write one method. Why? Because the same method I'm going to use it whenever user try to search for something. So I'm going to give it a name. That is a modifier I'm going to use. It's a private void fetch user, and this will also accept a string search text, and this is throws exception, like this. Make some space. After this what we will do is we will take the table model. So default table model is equal to default table model user table dot get model like this one. Next thing what we have to do is, so our table name I guess we haven't modified, so move back over here, right click on this, change variable name. This is user table, hit enter, go to source, and here you can see this. Now everything is fine. After this, now we got the model. Next thing what we have to do is we have to select the model dot set row count, and we will set it to 0. It means that whenever that particular, suppose I have already faced the user for the first time, if we don't set this model to 0, in that case whenever we try to search anything in the text field, then it will keep on adding to the existing one. I will show you that by commenting this particular code also. After this we will put the try block. We will get the connection. This is connection from com.java.connection. We won't able to find it. So what I will do is move back over here, import com.java. Connection one is equal to connection provider which we have created. Connection provider dot get con. Save it. Let me quickly add the catch block. Catch exception ex j option pane dot show messages dialog. Enter this one. I will simply null and print ex dot print start trace, and what I will do is over here I will type something went wrong. Save it. If I go over here, java.sql.connection. So move back over here. Let's quickly check it. java.sql.star. Okay, so here you can see this. Now the issue is resolved. Next thing what we have to do is we have to prepare the statement. So statement st is equal to con dot create statement. After this we will type the query is equal to null. Why this one is null? Why? Because suppose this string is passed, in that case we have to apply that on the name as well as the email. If not, then we will fetch all the records and we will show it. So we will check for that particular over here. So if objects dot is null, and in this case we will pass search text, Alt Shift F to format it, and over here we will pass query is equal to select star from user details. Now save it. Else, if this query, something has been passed, like in the text field someone has entered something, in that case we also need to concatenate with the query as well. So we will type select star from user details, where name like, and we have to use single quotes, percent, double quotes, plus search text. Okay, so I have made a mistake over here. This is search text. It's not test. Okay, let me rename it search text and refactor. At the same time, everywhere the text will be changed. After this, plus double quotes, single quotes, and before the single quotes we will have to put 1% also, or email like, single quotes, percent, double quotes, plus search text, plus double quotes, percent, and single quotes. Now close this one. Alt Shift F to format it. This query is equal to, we missed. Okay, so this one is done. Next thing what we have to do is we have to simply fetch this one, execute the query. So result set s is equal to st. St is statement dot execute query, and in this one we will pass the query. And now we got the result set. From this result set we have to set the values into this particular model. So how we will go do it? So we will simply run a while loop, while rs.next, and we will open this one, and in this one we will simply type model dot add row, and into this one we will pass new object, bracket open and bracket close, rs.get string, and in this one we will pass the ID. After this we will take the comma, and we have to copy this one multiple times for each of the field. Okay, next thing we have is name. So this key needs to be same as the database column name. After this we have gender, we have email, we have contact. After this we have address. After this we have state. After this we have country. After this we have unique registration ID. After this we have image name. Now save it, and let's remove the last comma. Now clear this one. Now our method is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to simply call when this form is shown or visible. So in that case what we will do is simply paste it, and into this one initially we don't have to pass anything to search for. So we will load everything. So now save it. Okay, so it's showing for the exception handling. So we will put this code in the try catch block. ex.print start trace. Now we will go to the dashboard, right click on this, run the file, and we will check it. So now if I go over here you can see this, all the three details whichever we have added is visible over here. But when we click on this particular one, the image is not visible into this particular box as well. And the secondary thing is whenever I search for something, it's not visible. Like if I type test1, so nothing is happening. So what we have to do is we have to fix this also. So we can close this one and move back over here. So we will move back to the design, of, not design of this one, we have to go to this view user. In the design, we will right click on this, select the event for this one, and we will select search. This one is txt search. We have to search for key released. Select this one, txt search key released event has been generated. Whenever this one is done, what we have to do is we have to simply call fetch user, and in this one we have to pass the txt search dot get text. Now save it, and we have to convert this one to string as well. So now save it, and we have to handle the exception again. So let me quickly copy this one, make some space, paste it from the below one. Also we will paste it. Now you can see this, now the issue is resolved. So let's quickly run and test it. Run file, and if I move back over here to test space 1, here you can see this, it's filtered out. If I delete it, test 1, this one is third ID is visible. So it's working as expected. Let me quickly close this one. Next thing what we have to do is, whenever we select a specific row, image from that particular one needs to be visible into that image box, LBL image. For that, what we will do is, we will move back over here, click on this table, right click on this, go to events, and into this one we have to select mouse clicked event. Click on this one, this will generate a user table mouse clicked event. Into this one, first thing what we have to do is we have to get the index. So index is equal to user table dot get selected row. From that row we will get the ID first. Sorry, the image name at the end. So we will try to get that particular one. Before we do that, we have to get the table model. Model is equal to user table dot get model, and save it. After this, we will try to fetch the name. So name is equal to, and first thing we also need to check that while registering, it is also allowed that you don't pass any name at all. So for that, we will pass objects dot is null. We will check for, okay, move over here, alt enter, and import the first one. In null, we have to check model dot get value at, we have to pass the index. So index, that is a row index, comma, which column you want to fetch. So if I move back over, the image is the last one. So this one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Not, this one is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. 9th is the image index. You have decreased any column from this one, then you have to change the index number. So quickly change this one to 9. Once we got it, we will check for this one. If this one is null, then we will return null. Else, what we will do is we will simply return model.getValue at this particular one and close it. This is ternary operator, and we will convert this one to string. Now here you can see this, it doesn't show any error. So what we are going to do is, basically we are from this model for that particular column, for that particular row, we will fetch the value. We will check if this one is not null. In that case, we will return the specific value by converting into the string. If this one is null, then this null will be returned. So the name will be null in that case. So if we will check not objects dot is null, and we will pass the name inside this one. If it's not null, it means that we got some name over here. Then we will try to get that particular image. So string image path is equal to bd utility dot get path, and we'll pass the path images plus file dot separator plus name we have to pass. After this, what we will do is we will create a file object. So file image path image file is equal to new file. Into this one we will pass the image path. So image path, we pass it. Next thing what we have to do is, let me quickly fix this. This one is file. Next thing what we have to do is, suppose if I have uploaded any image and if I go to images and right click on this and if I delete this particular image, in that case we won't be able to fetch that image. We will get the error. So that also we have to handle. So over here what I will do is I will check for image file dot exist. If this exists, then only I want to fetch that image and show that. Okay. Else what I will do is I will simply set lbl image dot set icon to null, and after this what I will do is I will set j option pane dot show message dialog into this one. First thing is null. After this what I will do is I will enter the message which I want to show, that is either image has been deleted or not found. After this, for that option pane we have to set the header message, so that is image not found. After this I want to show a warning message, warning logo. So j option pane dot warning message. Alt Shift F to format it. And if that particular this one, the name itself is null, in that case what I want to do is, in that case I will simply remove the image from that one. If suppose for the previous user I have entered, for the second one there is no image present, in that case I want to clear that. So image lbl image dot set icon to null. Okay, now if image exists, in that case what we have to do is we have to simply create a image icon object. So image icon is equal to new image icon, and into this one we will pass the image path, close it. After this we will create a image object icon dot get image dot get scaled image, scaled instance, and this one we will pass 322, 286, image scaled smooth. Smooth. Save it. After this what we will do is we will create an image icon, and this one is resized icon is equal to new image icon, and into this one we will pass the image. And finally what we will do is we will set that into image label. So set icon, and we will set the resized image. Now save it. Now quickly test this one. So go to dashboard, right click on this, run the file, go to view user, and here you can see this, we click on the first one, second one and third one. So second and third having the same image. What I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the image for the third one. We'll quickly move back to database, and I will delete the third one. Okay, let me quickly copy the name of the database. Show tables. Select a star from user details. And what I will do is, for the third one, I will make this image name as null. So update user details, set image name is equal to null, where ID is equal to 3. And now execute it. Let me quickly minimize this one and go over here and click on view users. Here you can see this third one is empty. So if I click on this one, nothing is visible. If I selected this and if I click on this one, here you can see this, now the label is being cleared. Let me close this one. Another scenario is, suppose for this user, I have deleted the image from here. So let me quickly delete from here. But now in the database that exists. So how exactly it will react now? Let's quickly test this. Run file. Go to view users, and I have selected the first one. And the second one, let me quickly, I've deleted the wrong image, I guess. So first one is, let me quickly delete all the images. And move back to dashboard, go to view users, click on this one, and here you can see this, either images has been deleted or not found. In this case, image is not visible. Let me quickly register a new user. So test5, this is female, test5@melinator. Melinator.com, contact 5 times 0, that is the validation. India, state ABC, country India. Select one image. Dummy2, click on open and register. User registration successfully. Click on OK and close it. If I move back over here, if I select the last one and now trying to search for test and the space is 1. So here you can see this, when I searched, this image needs to be removed because whatever user which we have selected, that user detail is not visible in the current table. So we also need to fix that one. So let me quickly move back over here. What we will do is, whenever we are trying to search for something, go to this view user and over here, txt search. Whenever we search for something, first thing what I'm going to do is to set label image dot set icon to null. So let's quickly test it. Right click on this, run file, view user, click on this, image is not found as it's deleted. Click on this one, it's the same. In this one, no pop-up message because the image name itself is not there. So it will not even test for that particular file in the file system. Next thing we have this one, test5. When we have the image, and now I'm trying to search for test1. So you can see this, everything is cleared. And if I select this one, again we got the pop-up. When we click on this, nothing should happen because we haven't coded for it. And the use case for this one is to show the image of that particular user. So this one is working fine. So the task related to view user is completed. That's it for this video, guys. In the next video, we will see the design and coding for update user. So stay tuned, subscribe and share with your friends. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In this video, we have seen that how to create this view user form and how to backend code for this. So if you haven't watched that, then just go to description and check out the link. In this video, we are going to start the designing with the update user and we will code for it. So let me quickly close this one and move back to the forms. So first thing what we have to do is over here is we have to create a new form. So right click on this. Click on new, select JFrame form, and I'm going to give it a name, update user. You can give any name as per your choice. And click on finish. It will create a new form. Right click on this, go to properties, and we will make some changes. So select the code over here, and I'm going to set a size for this one, that is 860, and for this one 538, and hit enter. Let me quickly copy this one, and before we move to properties, what we have to do is we have to check this generated center. So what will happen whenever this form pops up, it will pop up in the center of the screen. Go to properties. After this, what we will do is we will change the maximum size to the same, and the minimum size also to the same. And also we will select this undecorated. This will, what it will does is it will remove the unnecessarily close, minimize and other options from the. Now we can close it. Now the task related to this one is done. Next thing, we have to connect this one with the dashboard. So go to dashboard, go to design and double click on this update user. So this will open a pop-up like this. This is btn update user action perform. So whenever we click on that particular button, what we have to do the operation. So in that case, I want to open that particular form. So I will use the existing code which we have implemented in the previous videos. So BD utility, open forms, and the first thing what we have to pass is we have to pass a form. So update user dot class dot get simply name And the second thing we have to pass a object of it, new update user. Now save it. Now quickly test this one. Run file. And if I click on this one, and here you can see this forms is opening in the center of the screen. After this, we will start the designing and also we will set the background image. Let me quickly close this one. So we will move back to this user registration, and from here to copy all of this stuff. The name, gender, everything we will copy. Buttons as well. Let me quickly copy this one. Move back to update user and we will paste it over here. Next thing what we have to do is we have to start making changes into these all. Okay, we can move this one to the little right. Like this one. We'll also move this one right. Next thing what we need to do is we have to make the email column above these all, and we also want one search button as we have seen in the quick overview video. Let me adjust these accordingly. Like this one. After this we need another button. So what I will do is let me quickly copy this one and paste it once again and move it over here and change the size for this one. Change the text to search. Change this one to btn search. Hit enter. After this bring it over here like this, and everything is in place. Next thing we have to change the name for this one. So right click on this, edit text. This is update user. Hit enter. Move it to the little bit of the left, and this is update. So change the text to update. This one is clear as well, and we need to also change the text field for this one. Change edit btn update. Hit enter. Let me quickly move this one a little bit on the left and also minimize this one. Okay, if that is not working, then we will move all of the things to the little bit right so that it looks nice. Okay, now save it. Next thing what we have to do is we have already changed the name for this one to btn update, and this one is by default btn clear. We will go to design and we will remove all the code whatever came up with it. So these all we need to remove. We will manually code it whatever is required over there. This is for btn update action. This clear form, also clear it. And save it now. And here you can see this. Now everything is working as expected. Before we dive into anything, first thing what we have to do is whenever we click on the search button, I want to fetch that email ID and search, and also set all the required things into all of these fields as well as to this image view. And before we do that, again we have to set the background image for this one. So we will set the background image first. Go to source and over here, go to top, move back over here And here what we will do is bd utility dot set image, and we have to pass the current form. After this we have to pass the path, so that is images slash abc1.jpg. Save it, and after this we have to move back over here, right click on this, go to properties, and we have to check for the size. So 835, 547. So back over here, change the size for this one. Remove these brackets, and after that we have also need to set the form border. So this dot get root pane dot set border, and in this one we have to pass the border. So we will get that from border factory dot create matty border, and into this one we have to pass the width from every side. That is 4, 4, 4, 4. You can increase or decrease as per your choice. And this is of color black. And save it. Now we'll go to the dashboard and we'll run it and test it. Go to update user, and here you can see this one is visible now. Next thing what you have to do is whenever we click on this by adding some email ID inside this one, it needs to fetch all the details and put into these all fields, and also set the image inside this one. Immediately close this. Go to update user, go to design, this one little bit left side, and there is a very less gap between these all, so we'll make it like this, and we'll select all, we'll move upside. Now it's better. Okay, so let's quickly dive into the search button. So double click on this, and this will generate a btn search action perform. Inside this one, first thing what we have to do is we have to extract the email ID. So string, let me minimize this one, the string email is equal to txt email dot get text dot toString. After this, what we will do is we will check for that particular email is valid or not by using the regex. So string email regex, that is regular expression, not, and the brackets a dash to z, small a to z, then 0 dash name, then we have to also use underscore, dot, and hyphen, dash is allowed, plus at the rate, and after at the rate, capital A to Z, small a to z, then 0 to 9, dot and hyphen is allowed, plus any number of times. Now save it. After this, what we will do is we will simply check if not email dot matches, and into this one we will pass the regular expression, then what we will do is we will show the pop-up J option pane dot show messages dialog. Into this one we will pass null, and secondary thing we will pass is the message which we want to show, that is invalid email. After this I will pass one message, that is to that pop-up headers, so that is invalid, and after this I'm going to pass one icon. We clear this J option pane dot error message. Save it. If this fails, in that case we will show this message and simply return it. After this, what we have to do is, if this is a valid case, it means that email is available or email is valid. In that case, what I will do is we will put the try and catch block, exception ex, and we will do ex.print start trace, and we will show those exception in the J option pane dot show messages dialog null, and we want to show the message, that is X, complete error object. After this, over here what we will do is we will get the connection object. connection con is equal to connection provider get con. Save it, move it over here, click on this one, and we have to check the another one, that is view registration. Go to source, and we have imported java.sql.star. So we'll move back over here, go to the top, we'll import it. Now error is gone. After getting the connection, what we have to do is we have to create the statement st is equal to con.create statement. After this, we will execute the query that will return a result set. So result set rs is equal to st dot execute query, and into this one we will write the query over here. So in this one we will type select star from user details where email is equal to single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes, single quotes, and to this one we will pass the email. If while rs.next, it means that we got some data. If we don't get it, this one is if rs.next, if we don't get any data, in that case we will show the message JFrame dot show message dialog. Into this one we will pass null. After this we will pass the message which we want to show, that is email not found. After this we will show the message header, that is not found. After this, warning message JFrame dot warning message. Now Alt Shift F to format and save it. After this, inside this, suppose we got the data. In that case, what we will do is we will simply set the txt name dot set text, and we will set the text from plus dot get string, and we will get the name. After this, what we have to do is we have to check if rs.get string, and from this I will get the gender. So gender dot equals ignore case is male. Then what we will do is we will select radio male dot set selected is equal to true, and radio woman radio female dot set selected is equal to false. Else, in else case we will do the reverse. So radio female dot set selected is equal to true, radio female dot set selected, not radio female, radio male dot set selected is equal to false. Now we have set the name as well as the gender. Alt Shift F to format it. After this, what we will do is we will set the contact. So txt contact dot set text. Into this one we will get rs dot get string dot into this one contact. Now save it. Txt address dot set text, and into this one we will pass rs dot get string, and we will pass the name. So address, this is a column name from the database. So txt state dot set text rs dot get string. Into this one we will pass state. After this we have txt country dot set text rs dot get string. Into this one we will get the country. After this we will get the unique registration. So unique registration, we have to declare that one variable outside of this one so that we can use it later. So string, and that is unique reg is equal to null, and we will move back over here. Unique reg is equal to rs.getString, and we will pass unique registration ID and save it. After this, we will get the image name. So string image name, and this is from db, is equal to rs.getString image name. Save it. Now we'll test it that all the fields are being set or not. After that, we will code over here to set the image by fetching it. So right click on this, run the file. Okay, not from here. We will go to the dashboard. Right click on this. We'll view users. Okay, there is no image. So I will copy this one, the email ID. Update user. Go over here, search for an invalid one and try to search it. Email not found. Let me delete this one and search it now. And here you can see this is now being set. So if I select this one is also working. Test 5, @millimeter.com, test 5. The thing is being set at this every place. Now the image is not being set. So we will code for that one. So go over here, move back. After this, what we will do is we will check the existing image name. Okay, we will create another variable over here, the string existing image name is equal to null. Why I am declaring it outside? So that I can use it in other methods as well. So let me copy this one, paste it over here, and is equal to objects dot is null. Into this one we will pass image name from db, and or if image name dot db is empty, in that case we will pass null, else we will set the image name from db. Format it. Next thing what we will check is if not objects dot is null. Into this one we will pass the existing image name. If this is null, it means that we don't have image set for this particular user. So in that case, what we will do is we will simply print or set this lbl image dot set icon to null. Suppose I have searched for any other user previously and now I'm trying to search for new one which doesn't have image, but still it will show the previous image if we don't set it to null. Alt Shift F to format. Let's go into the if block. In the if block, first thing what we will do is we will get the image path. So string image path is equal to bd utility dot get path, and into this one we will pass image plus file dot separator plus existing image name. Save it. After this, what we will do is we will create a file object. So file image file is equal to new file, and to this one we will pass the image path. Now save it. After this, we will check if image file dot exists, if that particular image exists or not. If not exists, again what we will do is we will set that image to null, else lbl image dot set icon to null. Format it. If we have that image, in that case we will create a image icon. Icon is equal to new image icon, and into this one we will pass the image path. Save it. Move back over here, import it, alt and enter. Import this Java Xstring image icon. Save it. After this, what we will do is we will create a image object. So image is equal to, and from this icon we will get the image dot get scaled instance, and into this one we will pass the size of that particular label. So 322 286, and after this image scaling way. So image dot scale smooth Now save it. Next thing we have image icon resized icon is equal to new image icon. Into this one we will pass the image. And finally what we will do is we will simply set into the lbl image dot set icon. And to this one we will set the resized icon. Now save it. Now quickly test this one. So run file. Click on this one. Paste the email ID. Let me quickly close this. Go to view users. Copy the email ID. Let me quickly close this one. Search for this and search it. Now here you can see this. Now the image is being set. Okay. So this one is working as expected. So let me quickly close this one and back over here and move back to the users. So into this one we have two. Let me quickly cut these two and move back to top, and we will declare these all over here. Alt Shift F to format, unique registration ID, existing image name. Another thing we have to set as buffered image original image is equal to null. After this, import this one. After this, we have file selected file is equal to null. Save it. Next thing what we have to do is whenever we click on that label, this particular label, what we have to do is we have to open a file chooser and where we have to select a specific image. So in this case, what I want is why I remove the older code, because this time I want to get the control of that only JPEG file should be shown, should be selected. And another thing is there is a manual close button. In the previous case, you have seen that manual close button and maximize minimize option is there. I don't want that also. So I'm going to remove all of those stuff. So how to do that? We are going to see it now. So go to source, move back over here, right click on this, events, and here we will go to mouse clicked event. We will enter over here. Into this one, we will start with creating a JDialog object. So JDialog, Alt enter. Okay, it's not showing us for now to import. So dialog is equal to new JDialog and save it. Next thing what we have to do is we have to set dialog dot set undecored to true. It means that without any form border, as I mentioned earlier. So dialog, and we will set the size for this one. So set size, I'm going to set the size for this one to 600, 400. You can increase or decrease as per your choice. Alt Shift F to format. After this, what we will do is we will create a JFile chooser object. So JFile chooser file chooser is equal to new JFile chooser. Move back over here, JFile chooser, and import it. Let me copy this one and paste over here, save it, and it's working fine. Next thing what we have is we have to create a file name extension filter. Create an object of file name extension filter. This is filter is equal to new file name extension filter, and into this one we will pass the filter, that is JPG images. We will pass the extension over here. So here you can see this is where arg arguments. So we have to use any number of arguments you want to pass, you can pass it over here. So we will be passing only JPG. After this, file chooser dot set file filter, and we'll pass the filter into this one. Save it. Next thing what we have to do is file chooser dot add action listener Into this one, we will create a new action listener. Make some space. Put the brackets and curly braces and save it. Okay. Into this one, if we hover over this, not an abstract. Okay. Into this one, we will create one method, that is public void action performed, and into this one we will accept action event e, and we will open and close this one. Alt and insert, alt and enter, and import this particular one. And here you can see this, now the error is gone. So whenever we implement this class, we have to implement this method as well. So inside this one, first thing what we will do is we will get the selected files. So selected files is equal to file chooser file okay, it will not work over here. So what we will do is we will first check for if e dot get action command. It means that if some user has selected that one, click on OK. In that case, we will check that if that one is done or not. So over here we will select jfile chooser dot approve selection. If this is the case, then what we will do is make some space over here. So selected file is equal to file chooser. Then we will copy this one and paste it over here. File chooser dot get selected file. After we will use a try and catch block to handle the exception. And this will be basically IO exception. And we will simply print the exception in the console. Save it. Alt Shift F to format it. Okay, so it's showing that exception IO is never thrown in the body of corresponding try block. So we will be writing code which will throw the IO exception, then this error will automatically be gone. So original image is equal to image IO dot read, and into this one we will pass the selected file. Now save it, and here you can see this, now the exception is gone. Next thing what we have to do is we have to calculate the width of the original image. So int original width is equal to original image dot get width int original height is equal to original image dot get height. Save it. Scroll a little bit. After this, we will calculate the label size. So label is equal to LBL image dot get width int label height is equal to LBL image dot get height. After this, what we will do is we will get the scale x and scale y. So double scale x is equal to double label width divided by original width. Save it. Double scale by is equal to double label height slash original height. Save it. Next thing we have to calculate the scale. So double scale is equal to math.min, and into this one we will pass the scale x comma scale y. So what we are basically trying to do is we are trying to get the original image. After that, we are resizing that particular image to the size of that level which we have declared over here. So we are going to change the size of that image to put this particular box as per this particular box. So those calculations we are performing over here. Next thing what we have to do is we have to get the int scaled width is equal to int, and we will multiply this original width into scale. Int scaled height is equal to int original height into scale, and save it. After this, what we will do is we will create an image from the original image. So image scaled image is equal to original image dot get scaled instance. Into this one we will pass the scaled width, and we will pass the scaled height, and we will pass the scale type. So image dot scale smooth. Now save it. After this we will create a image icon. Icon is equal to new image icon, and into this one we will pass the scaled image. Save it, and finally we will do lbl image dot set icon, and we will set the icon inside this one. Now save it, and after this what we will do is, after doing these all operation, we will dispose the dialog. So dialog this one, after this one dialog dot dispose, and after this call method what we have to do is we have to simply call dialog dot add, and into this one we will add the file chooser and save it. Dialog dot set location relative to this, and also make the dialog visible. So dialog dot set visible to true. Scroll down and save it. Now the task related to the label is done. First thing, we are opening a dialog of this particular size. After that we are applying the filter. So whenever that pop-up will open, it will show by default JPG will be selected. After this, whenever we click on OK button after selecting any file, then it will check that if you have pressed OK or not. If you have pressed OK, then in that case it will get the selected file, original image, and resize it. We have done the calculation for that. And finally create the scaled image object, and we have set to the label. After that we have disposed that particular form, and then we have closed the box itself. So let me quickly show you the demonstration for this one. So right click on this, run file, click on update, search for that particular user. Let me quickly close this, go to this one, close this one, go over here, search for it, view. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this. Here you can see this. Now we don't have the close and other minimize buttons over here. By default, here you can see this files of type JPEG selected. You can select all, but by default JPEG selected. If I move back away, only JPEG file will be visible over here. So I'm going to select the one, click on open. Here you can see this image is scaled and shown in this particular box. Next thing what we have to do is, whenever, here you can see this, now I can, okay, this one is being performed by one. Okay, so let's quickly check that if we have that code or not. So update over here, go to design, this one, right click on this, events, items state change. Okay, so we have to put this particular code. So if radio button male is selected, in that case radio female needs to be selected as false, and if radio female is selected, in that case radio male needs to be selected as false. Next thing what we have to do is we have to write the method again in order to save the image, also to clear the form. So first thing what we will do is we will move back over here, right click on this, okay, double click on this. This will generate a clear form event. Over here we will write one method to clear it. So private void clear form txt name dot set text, and this one to double quotes. Now what we will do is we will copy this one. Okay. 6 time. After this we have txt email. After this we have txt contact. After this we have txt address. After this we have txt state. After this state we have txt country. After this country we also have to check the radio button as well. So radio male dot set selected is equal to false. Radio female dot set selected is equal to false, and also the LBL image needs to be set icon as null. Now save it, and we will simply copy this one and paste it over here. Alt Shift F to format everything. Now we'll test this one. test5 @melinator.com. Search for it. Okay, email ID not found. Okay, we will randomly put the data into all of these, and we will test the clear button. So if I click on this, here you can see this, everything is cleared, and also the radio button is unchecked. So it means this one is working as expected. Next thing what we have to do is we have to go to this user registration. We have to go to the source code, and we will copy the method, that is save image. So simply copy this method. Go to user registration, go to design, double click on this one. We will move back to this update action perform. Below this I'm going to paste this, that is save image. We will select the original image is not null and selected file is null. In that case we will put that into that image folder, and then we will return the name of it. Now this method is in place. Next thing what we have to do is we have to start coding with the update functionality. So over here, first we will put everything in try and catch block. We will press Alt Shift F to format everything. And inside the catch block, what we will do is, if anything goes wrong, we will simply print in the console. So print a start trace. In the try, first we will extract the name. So name is equal to txt name dot get text. Save it dot to string. So if you hover over this, here you can see this redundant string dot to string. Explicitly type can be replaced with where. So we are not going to use Java 11 or up above features. So that's why I'm using the string variable itself. Okay. Next thing we have a string gender is equal to double quotes. We will check for if radio male dot is selected, then we will set gender is equal to male. Else if radio female dot is selected, gender is equal to female. Save it. Next thing, we need to extract the email ID, and also we have to write the regular expression. So I will move back. I guess I have written a couple of minutes ago. So I will copy this whole part and make some space over here. Alt Shift F to format. So txt email.getText, and this is the regular expression which you have to add. And after this, we have to check for that if that matches. If it doesn't match, then invalid email, and invalid, this will be thrown. After this, we will check for contact. So string contact is equal to txt contact dot get text dot to string. After this, we will write the contact regex is equal to caps D, and this will include of size 5, as we have decided to go with the 5. And after this, dollar symbol, and we'll close it. Again, we will check for if not contact dot matches, and we will pass the contact regex. Then we will show the message J option pane dot show message. Show message dialog, this will be null. After this, we will pass the message that is invalid contact number. After this, we will pass the header that is invalid, and after this, we will pass the icon. So J option pane dot error message. Now save it and simply return it. Format this one. After this, we will extract the address. The string address is equal to txt address is equal to txt address dot get text dot to string. Save it. After this, we will extract string state is equal to txt state dot get text dot to string, and save it. After this, we will get the country is equal to txt country dot get text dot to string. Save it. After this, we will check for all the fields for null or empty, because after fetching that specific details, user can also delete it. So in that case, we have to check for null before updating it. So if name dot is empty or email dot is empty or contact dot is empty or address is empty or state dot is empty or country dot is empty or gender dot is empty. If any of this is the case, in that case, what we have to do is we have to simply show the message J option pane dot show message dialog. Into this one, we will pass null, and then the message we have to show, that is one or more fields are empty, and the header for this one will be field empty, and the message which I want to show is J option pane warning message. Save it, and from here we will simply return it. I don't want to perform any operation after this. After this, what we have to do is we have to get the connection. So now suppose everything is validated and everything is successful, then we'll get the connection and we'll validate the email exists in the database or not. Suppose someone is trying to update their email ID. In that case, if they are trying to update with an existing email, then again we have to check it over here. Connection is equal to connection provider dot getCon. Save it. After this, we will put the try and catch block. If anything goes wrong, then what we will do is we will simply show J option pane dot show messages, and it is this one, null and exception object, ex. Save it. Inside this one, first thing I will get the another connection object. We already have a connection. So what we will do is we will create a statement. Statement st is equal to connection dot create statement and save it, and we will call statement dot execute query, and we have to pass the query. So select star from user details where email is equal to single quotes, double quotes, plus plus email, double quotes, single quotes, close it. If, and this will return a result set object. So result set rs is equal to format this one. Into this one we will pass not rs.next. If this is not the case, it means that that email, whatever we are trying to update, it already exists. In that case, we will show JFrame dot show message dialog. Show message dialog, and into this one we will pass null, and after this we will pass email not found. This one is in the case where actually we have to check for that particular email even exists or not. Suppose we have entered an email and we have searched the value, and after that we have changed the email. So in that case, we will check for that particular stuff, that is that email exists or not. So we will throw email not found. JFrame dot information message. I will simply return it. If this is not the case, then what we will do is we will first save the image if that one is selected. So string image name is equal to save image. We will call that method and close it. And here is the catch. If that image is new image selected, in that case only we are going to update this. It means that this should not be null. In that case only we will update the existing record. So if image name is not equal to null and update query, we will declare one variable string over here, string update query is equal to, or we can declare like this, update query is equal to, over here it's not null, it means that the image has been saved. So update user details set name is equal to question mark, comma, gender is equal to question mark. Actually, we should not update the email as well. So we are not going to update the email over here. So gender, contact is equal to question mark. And then we have address is equal to question mark, comma, state is equal to question mark. After this, country is equal to question mark. And after this, we have image name is equal to question mark, where unique registration ID is equal to question mark. So we are not allowing user to update the email. So we have name, gender, make some space, name, gender. After that, we have contact, we have address, we have state, we have country, we have image name, where unique registration ID is this one. We will copy this one and we will use in the else block and paste it, but we have to make a small change. Over here, we are not going to update the image name. Let me quickly delete this particular stuff and make some space and save it. Now after this, now our query is ready. Now we have to prepare the statement. So prepared statement is equal to connection dot prepared statement and to this one we will pass the update query. Save it. After this, prepare statement dot set string. This will be 1 and we will set the name over here, and we have to copy this one multiple times. Alt Shift F to format everything. This is the name. Second one is gender. Third one is contact. Fourth one is address. Fifth one is state. Sixth one is country. So this order, this is the one that is name, 2 is gender, third one is contact, fourth one is address, fifth one is state, and sixth one is country. So till here it's same in both of the queries, right? After 6 we have to check if image name is not equal to null. In that case what we have to do is, let me format it. Over here we will set this one as 7, we will set the image name, and 8th will be the unique registration ID. In else case, in prepared statement dot set string, 7th will be the unique registration. Okay, save it. Now we'll scroll it. After this, what we will do is we will simply call prepared statement dot execute update. We will save it and we will simply call JOption pane dot show messages dialog. Into this one we will pass null as first argument. After this we will pass user updated successfully, and we will pass confirmation as a message box header. Confirmation, this one will be, icon will be information. So JOption pane dot information message. Now format this one, and afterwards we will simply call clear form. Save it. Now let's go to dashboard and run the dashboard, and let's quickly test the feature. So if I go to over here, let me quickly close this one, view users, copy this one, move over here, go to this, search for this one, and if I click on this, pop-up will be open. If I cancel and try to update it, here you can see this user updated successfully. But if I close it and search once again, the image is saved. Even we can try to update like this. If we make the change into this one, email not found. Paste this one, search for it, and we got data. Name we can update test 5555 like this. Change gender test. We will make the modification like this and update it. And now again we'll search for the same. And you can see this. Now we got the test also. And I'm going to update the image over here so that we can see if image is being updated or not. Click on update, user updated successfully. Let me search for this one once again, and here you can see this, we got the new image. So it's working as expected. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video we will see how to code and design for delete user. So please like, subscribe and share with your friends. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video we have seen that how to create this update user form, how to backend code for this. So if you haven't watched that video, then just go to description and check out the link. We have done all of these stuff like search, update and clear also. So make sure to watch this. In this video, we are going to see how to create this delete user and how to backend code for it. So let me quickly close this and let's move back to the code. So over here, first thing what we are going to do is we are going to create a new form. So right click on this, click on new and select JFrame form. Over here, I'm going to give it a name that is delete user and hit enter. This will create a new form. For this one, I'm going to give it a size. So right click on this, go to properties, go to code, and over here, I'm going to give it a size of 1087 and this one will be 4. You can change the size as per your choice and hit enter. Let me quickly copy this one. Another thing, whenever this form opens, then we have to open that into the center. For that, we have to select generated center and check this one. Now go to properties and over here, we will set the maximum and minimum size. So same, it will be pasted and hit enter. After this, we will select undecorated. This one is by default false, so check it. So what will happen is whenever you check it, whenever this form opens, there will be default close, maximize and minimize button has been removed. Okay, let me quickly close it and save it. Next thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to update user, and from here I'm going to copy these two stuff. That is one button and another one is label. I'm going to come over here, paste it, put it in the center. After this, move this button to the right. I'm going to change the text for this one. So right click on this, edit text. This is delete user. Hit enter. After this, I'm going to need one table and also the search box. So let me quickly click on this and search for JTable. This one table we have. Drag and drop it over here. Make it a little bit smaller like this one. Stretch it to till the end as per your requirement. After this, I need another, that is one label and one text field. Drag and drop it. That is for search. So let me quickly move this one a little bit upside, this one on the right end, and I will make it larger. Edit this label to search. Hit enter. Move this one a little bit upside. Why? Because I'm going to increase the font size for this one. So right click on this, click on properties and go to properties. And over here, select this one to 14. Click on OK. And this one also, close this one. Right click on this, go to properties and go to properties. Change this one to 14. Click on OK. So that it should be clearly visible. After this, what I'm going to do is right click on this, change variable name to txt search and right click on this, edit text and clear this field. After this, we have to make the modification into this particular table. So right click on this, table content, go to columns, go to rows and delete all the 4 empty rows. After this, go to columns and here I'm going to add, by default we have 4, but we are going to add few more. So let me edit the first one. So first one is ID. Second one is name. Third one is gender. Fourth one is email. Insert once again. Fifth one is contact. We'll add more. After contact, we have address. After address, we have state. After state, we have country. After country, we have registration ID. After registration ID, we have image name. And close it. And here you can see this, now the table has been modified. After this, what we have to do is we have to connect this one with the dashboard. So move back to the dashboard and over here, go to design, double click on the delete user button. Here you can see this BT and delete user action perform has been created. Over here, we have to call the utility method which we have created in the previous video. So BT utility and this one is open form. In this we have to pass the name. So how it will get the name of that form? So delete user dot class dot get simply name, and in this one we have to create a new object of that one. So new delete user. Now save it. Now let's test this one. So run the file and click on this one, and here you can see this, we have this delete user. So if I click on this, this will work. Why? Because we have copied the form, so all the code also related to this one is copied. So here you can see this one is working, but we haven't fetched the or set the image in the background of this one. And another thing is border is also not set, so we will do that quickly. So let's quickly close this one, go to delete user, and if I double click on this, you can see this code has been written over here, this dot dispose. Okay, so next thing what we have to do is we have to go to this delete user constructor. Over here, we have to first set the background image. So for that, again, we have written one utility method, that is bd utility dot set image, and in this we have to pass current form. Current JFrame form is this. After this, we have to pass the image path. So images slash abc1.jpg. You can set any image of your choice. Next thing, I have to set the width and height. So 1087 is the width and 491 is the height. Now save it. Now try to run the file. And here you can see this. Now the image is set. Next thing what you have to do is we have to set the border for this one. So close it, move back over here, and we have to get the form. So this dot get root pane dot set border, and this one we have to pass the border object. So from where we will get the border object? From the border factory. So border factory dot create matty border, and into this one we will pass the width from each side. So I'm going to set 4, 4, 4. And after this we will set the color. So color is black. I'll shift F to format, save it. Now retest this one. Right click on this, run the file. And here you can see this, we have the border also. So the task for this one is done. Next thing what we have to do is, whenever this form components loads, then we have to fetch all the user and show into this particular table. For that, what we have to do is right click on this empty space, go to events and select the component, and this one you have to select component show. When you click on this, one form will open like this, form component show, one method will be generated. But inside this one, I'm not going to directly write anything. Why? Because I'm going to write a separate method to fetch the data from the database, and that method I'm going to call from here. So make some space. Again, here we will go with the private void fetch user, and this one we will also accept string search text, and this throws headless exception. This exception doesn't need to be handled whenever some user or particular method is calling this one. So that's why we use this headless exception. So over here, first thing what we will get is from this table, move back over here, right click on this, change variable name, and this is jtable1. So I'm going to change this name for this one to user table and hit OK. Go to source. Over here, for what we will do is into this fetch user, we will get the user table dot get model. This will return a model, but we have to typecast that particular model into the default table model format. So we will create a default table model. Model is equal to, in the bracket we will typecast it. Move over here, click on this, add import for javax.swing.table.default table model. Okay. Okay, so it's showing an error. Variable model is never. So we will write code further and we will see. Okay, next thing, whenever something is searched, in that case, we have to set the existing, like we have to remove the existing one whatever in the data. So we will set model.set row count to 0. So here you can see this. Now the error is gone. Why error is gone? Because we are now using this particular model object. If I comment this one again, we will get the error. Okay. It's behaving different. Okay. So that exception was being thrown earlier. After this, what we are going to do is we are going to use a try and catch block to write our risky code. Exception ex. If anything goes wrong, I will simply show to the user J option. J option pane dot show message dialog, and to this one null exception we are throwing. Now save it. Inside this one, first thing what we have to do is we have to get the connection object. So connection con is equal to connection provider dot get con, and save it. Hover over this one, so it always shows the wrong package. So import java.mysql.star. Okay, let me quickly copy it from here. java.sql.star. Save it, and now move back over here, and now you can see this. Now the error is gone. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create a statement object. So statement is equal to con.create statement. Save it. After this, we will get the string query is equal to null, and if objects is null dot is null, in this one we will pass the search text. So if this is the null, in that case the query will be different. What will be that? We have to fetch all the data. So select star from user details and save it. If this is not the case, then what we will do is we will select star from user details where name like single quotes, double quotes, 2+ symbol, and then search text. Or we are also going to compare with the emails. Email like single, double, plus, double, single. Into this one again we will type search text and will close this one. Alt Shift F to format it. After this, what we will do is we will simply call statement dot execute query. In this one we will pass the query. Save it, and this is going to return a result set. So we will accept that particular one in the result set is equal to like this one. After this, we will iterate from each one by one for the each row, and we will set that into the table. So while result set dot next, it means that it has next element. In that case, what we have to do is we will create a model dot add row. Let me scroll a little bit. Inside this one, we will clear this, and we will create a new object array, and we will add this one. And inside this one, result set dot get string. To this one, we will pass first ID, comma. So let me quickly copy this one and paste it multiple times. Alt Shift F to format. Move this one to the next line and this one also to the next line. So first one is ID, next one is name. After this we have gender. After this we have email. After this we have contact. After this we have address. After this we have state. After this we have country. After this we have unique registration ID. After this we have image name. So make sure these names are same from the database table name. So now we will right click this, run file, and we will see if data is being loaded into the table or not. So in this one, we can see that no data has been loaded. So let's quickly test it. What is the issue? Minimize this one. User details. Okay, this method we haven't called itself on the form component show. So let me quickly copy this one, paste it over here, and to this one we will pass the null, because initially we have to fetch and load all the data. So when we pass null over here, it will be called with a null, and here we will check objects is null, then this query will be executed and everything from the table will be fetched and will be shown over there. So right click on this and run the file. And now here you can see this, we got the data. All the 4 records has been loaded over here. Now this one is not working. So we will start working this one. So close this, move back over here, click on this one, right click on this, go to events, and to this one we have to go into key released. And over here what we will do is we will simply call fetch user, and into this one we will pass txt search dot get text. Save it. Now we will test for this one also. So I have run the application. Over here I am going to search for test. Test 1. Okay, this one is not working as expected. What I will do is move back over here, dot to string. Save it. Now run the application. Okay, basically whenever this one is empty, it should load the data. So what we will do is we will move back to this one, and what we will do over here is we will get string search text is equal to like this one, and we will check if objects dot is null. Into this one search text we will pass it. In that case, we will pass null over here. It's null, or search text dot is empty. Save it. If this is not the case, then we will load by the search text. Right, we will copy this one and paste it over here. Now we'll run and we'll test it. So test, delete this one, and here you can see this. Now everything is loaded. We will check with test at the rate. Okay, so this one is not searching on the basis of email ID. So we will check this one. Okay, so we have missed the % symbol on both the places. That's why it's behaving inappropriate. So we have to add the % symbol over here, and over here, as well as over here. So in like operator, whenever the string will match, then only it's searching the text, because we have missed the % symbol over here. Right click on this, run the file, and move back over here, and now search for test. If I see test space, then only 1 is coming. If I go for test 5, then you can see now the like operator is working as expected, right? So this one is working as expected now. Next thing what we have is, whenever, this is for the delete one, right? So whenever I run a file, and if I want to delete something, then when I click on one particular row, so then in that case we will get a pop-up that this user, all images and everything will be deleted. So how we'll get that? Before we dive into that, we have to write another method which will basically help us to delete the files from a specific path. So I'm going to write it, scroll below the fetch user, and over here I'm going to write the method. So private void delete file, and inside this one we will accept string file path, because there are two different paths. One is to delete the QR code related to that particular user and also the image. So file to delete is equal to new file to this one, we will accept file path. Save it. Move back over here and enter import java.io.file. After this, what we have to do is we have to check if file exists or not. So file to delete dot exist. If this is not the case, then we will simply print that in the console that file doesn't exist, so that we can get to know. After this, we have if file exists, then what we will do is file to delete dot, we will call simply delete. If this is success, it will return true or false. So if this one is success, then again I will print file deleted successfully. If again it returns false, then we will print else file failed to delete the file. Save it. Next thing, now our method is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to go into this user table and we have to generate an event. So go to events and go to mouse, and here we have mouse clicked event. So click on this one, and here we got the user table mouse clicked event. Let me delete this particular one, and we will put the try and catch block, exception ex. Okay, in the catch, we will write the logic for that one, that is J option pane dot show message. Show message dialog. First one is null. Second one is something went wrong dot, and we will also give the header of this form. So that is error, and we will show the error symbol. So J option pane dot error message. Alt Shift F to format and save it. Inside this one, first thing what we will do is we will create the dialog message. So int dialog result is equal to, we will create a J option pane dot show confirmation pop-up. So show confirm dialog. Into this first thing is null. Second thing is we have to show to the user the message you have seen in the quick overview is the star user details / n, that is for next line. Then again star images / n star QR codes / n star attendance / n / n associated with this user will be deleted dot / n. And after this, are you sure you want to proceed? Question mark at the end. After this one, we will give a confirmation header, comma, J option pane dot yes no option. Now Alt Shift F to format it and save it. Now quickly check this by running the application. So run file, and here if I click on this, here you can see this, we got this pop-up. So user detail, images, QR codes, attendance associated with this user will be deleted. Are you sure you want to proceed? If I click on no, it will return 0, and if it is yes and no option will be there. So let's quickly test this. What will be the output? So sys out, and we will try to print the dialog result. Now run this file and let's test it. Whenever I click on no, here you can see this 1 is returned. If I click on yes, 0 is returned. Okay. So let's quickly delete this one. So we have to compare it. So if dialog result is equal to, in J option pane, we have option to compare it with this one. J option pane dot yes option is selected. It means that 0 is returned in the dialog result. In that case, we have to perform the operation. Else, we want to show the message that deletion operation is cancelled. So J option pane dot show message dialog into this one. It is null. After this, we will show the message that is deletion cancelled. Save it. After this, we give the confirmation. And after this, we will show J option pane dot information message. That is the logo. Save it. Now we dive into this if block. If we will get the user selected row first. So int index is equal to user table dot get selected row. From that selected row, we will try to get the different things, whichever things are required. Okay, we will try to get the email. So table model is equal to user table dot get model. Save it. Move back over here, Alt and Enter, import JavaX swing table dot table model. After this, what we will do is we will try to extract the email. So string email is equal to from model dot get value at, and to this one we have to pass the index, that row index. After that, in that particular row, which column you want to fetch. So if I go to design, so 0, 1, 2, and third column is email. So we will set 3 over here and convert this one to string and save it. Now we got the email. Next thing what we have to do is we have to prepare the image path. So string image path is equal to bd utility dot get path. Again, bd utility get path method has been created in the previous video. So I hope you have followed that. Into this one, the first thing we will pass is images / images. After this, we will pass .file.separator. After this, we have to pass the email. And as every image is of type JPEG, so plus.jpg. And this one is of a string type, so .jpg, and close it. Alt Shift F to format. And after this, what we will do is we will simply call delete file method, which we have written right now. After this, we will pass this path. Now this one is deleting the profile image. Next thing what we have to delete is we have to also delete the QR codes. So image path is equal to bd utility dot get path, and into this one we have to pass the another thing, that is /QR codes plus file dot separator plus email plus dot JPG. Now save it. Again, we have to call delete files, and into this one again I'm going to pass the image path. So now the particular image related to that profile image will be deleted and the QR codes will be deleted. After this, what we will do is we will call string, and we are going to, after this we will get the connection object. Once image and QR code has been deleted, next thing I'm going to delete the user all attendance as well as user profile itself. So move back over here. First we will get the connection. Connection is equal to connection provider. Connection provider dot get connection and save it. Next thing what we have to do is we have to prepare the query. So string, this one is attendance delete query, and this query is basically to delete both stuff. That is, first one is attendance as well as user details. So we will use this by using the join. So there will be a left join. Why left join? Suppose one user is registered but he never made an attendance. So in that case, if you put an inner join, so it made compulsory that particular user needs to have some attendance in order to delete that particular user. So we don't want to give such type of restriction. So what we will do is we will use left join. So if user doesn't have any attendance, still we are be able to delete that user. Okay. So over here we will type delete user attendance comma user details from user details left join user attendance on user attendance dot user ID is equal to user details dot ID, where user details dot email is equal to question mark. Alt Shift F to format it, save it. Move back over here, we will create the prepared statement. So prepared statement is equal to connection dot prepare statement into this one. We will pass the attendance deletion query. Save it. Next thing what we will do is we will set prepared statement dot set string into this one. The index is 1 and we have to set the email for the where condition. Now save it. Next thing what we will do is we will simply call prepare statement dot execute update. Save it. After this one is done, we will reload the table. So in that case, fetch user and we will pass the null. So it will load all the remaining users. And next thing, we will go over here. We will simply show the message option pane dot show message dialog into this one. First thing is null. After this, we have to show the message that is user deleted successfully. And this is again a confirmation. After this, we have option pane dot information message. That will be the icon for that one. So now the task for this one is done. So let's quickly test this one. So if I move back over here, go to dashboard, right click on this, run the file. If I go to delete user, and if I click on this, here we got the confirmation. If I click on no, deletion, cancel, we got the pop-up. Next thing, let's go to this view user. If I go to this one, here you can see this, we have an image to this particular user, that is test5@millinator.com. So if I open the project, go to images, here you can see this, we have this image. So I'm going to try to delete this particular user and see this user image is also being deleted or also deleted from the profile itself. So let me open the MySQL so that we can see the okay. So let me quickly copy the database name. Show tables, select star from user details /G, and here you can see this, we have test5@millinator.com. So now I'm going to delete that particular user, and we also have the image associated to this one. So move back over here, delete user, select the fifth one, test5, click on yes, and here you can see this user deleted successfully. So if you observe, the table is reloaded and that particular row has been removed, and click on OK. If I go to this code, here you can see this, the images is empty. And if I go to the database as well, if I try to fetch once again, user details where ID is equal to 4 and hit enter, here you can see this, we got the empty set. It means that for the ID, earlier we have for the ID 4, we have this test5@millinator.com. So this one has been removed. And if I go to output, you will see file deleted successfully. That is for the profile image. After that, we got file doesn't exist. It means that QR code related to that particular user doesn't exist. We also got the output. Right? So it means that we are able to delete the user as well, and everything is working as expected. So I hope you like this video. That's it for this video, guys. Please subscribe, like, and share with your friends. And thanks for watching. Just stay tuned for the next video. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, we have seen it how to design this delete user form, how to connect this with the dashboard. And after that, we have seen when we click on this, how to generate this and what will happen when we click on yes and no. So if you haven't watched that video, then just go to description and check out the link. In this video, we are going to see it how to generate the QR code. So let's quickly start with it. Let me close this one and let me go to this forms. First thing what we have to do is we have to create a new form. So right click on this, click on new and select JFrame form. I'm going to give this a name that is generate QR. And hit finish. After this, I'm going to give it a size. So right click on this, go to properties, select this code, and over here we have to give it a size of 1101 and this one is 501 and hit close. After this, we have to make few more changes. That is, right click on this, go to properties, go to code as well, and check this one, that is generated center. So when we select this generate center, what will happen is it will always open the form at the center of the screen. Next thing what we have to do is we have to go to this one and we have to remove the form default close, maximize and minimize button. To remove that, we have to go to this one and select this undecorated to true and close. After this, what we have to do is we have to go to this user registration, which we have created in the previous video. And I'm going to select this one, this button, as well as these two stuff. Now copy this one and move back to delete user. Generate QR and paste it over here. So we will move this on the right place. After this, let me just move this one on the left, right click on this, edit text and change this one to generate user QR. You can name anything as per your choice, but I'm going to give it a name of this. Next thing, we need one table. So what we will do is we will go to palettes and drag and drop one table over here. Let me move these all a little bit upside so that we can place few buttons on the bottom over here. Let me stretch this one like this. We can stretch till the bottom also. And after that, we can place two buttons over here. So let me quickly drag and drop two buttons. So drag, drop it over here. Copy and paste it once again because we need two different buttons. After this, change the text for this one, that is save QR. And for this one, right click on this, edit text, save QR at and save it. After this, select these both buttons, right click on this, go to properties and increase the font for these bold and select 14. Click on OK. After this, let me quickly increase the size for these buttons. 142 and 33. So I'm going to do the same for this one. Right click on this, go to properties, and over here 143. I guess I forgot this one. Size for this one is 142, 33. So 142, 33. and close it. Close this one as well. Move this one on the right side and this one on the left side. Next thing what we have to do is we have to right click on this table, go to properties, right click on this table contents, go to rows, select all the default rows, the empty one, and delete these all. Go to columns, and after that we have to add the default column. So first column is ID, second column is name, third column is gender, fourth column is email. After this we need to add few more. After email we have to add contact. After this we have address. After address we have state. After state we have country. After country we have registration ID. And let me quickly delete these two. So total we have 9 count. Close it, and now we can see this, we have the everything in place. Next thing what we have to do is we have to set the background image and also connect this one with the dashboard. So if I go to source, it's showing it. Why? Because the ports also has been copied from there. So let me quickly clear this because this code is not helpful over here. Okay, so this one is clear. Next thing, quickly go to dashboard, and if I go to design and here to generate QR, double click on this and it will open a btn generate QR action perform method. Over here we have to simply call bd utility dot open form, and in this one we will pass the form name. So that is generate QR dot class dot get simple name, and after this we have to pass the new instance of delete user, generate QR. Now save it. Now let's quickly start the application and let's test this. So run file and click on generate QR, and here you can see this. Now everything is in place and this one is also working. So let me quickly close this one. Now move back to generate QR, and this one first thing we have to set the background image. So move back over here. So for that also we have created a utility method. So bd utility dot set image. Into this one we have to pass the JFrame form. So this is the current JFrame form. So this we have passed. After this we have to pass the images / abc 1.jpg, and the width for this one is 1101,501. So let's quickly test this one. Right click on this and run the file. Okay, so on right side it got stretched, so we will check the size for that and we will change the length of this one. So go to design, right click on this, go to properties, go to code 115501. So we will copy this one, go to source, and we will change it. Now save it. Now let's test this one. So now here you can see this, everything is covered. Next thing what we have to do is we have to set the border for this one, that is of black color. So click close this one and move back over here. This dot get root pane dot set border. Into this one we have to pass the border object, so that we will get from border factory. So border factory dot create matty border. Into this one we will pass the width from each side, that is top, bottom, left, right. So 4, 4. We will create 4 of these, and we will simply set the color, so that is black. Make sure to subscribe. Now save it. Now let's quickly test this one. Run file, and here you can see this. Now the border is set of the 4, width of 4. So let me quickly close this one. Next thing what we have to do is whenever this form shows, in that case we have to fetch the users and put the data into the table. So right click on this, events, component show, select this one And inside this one, first thing what we have to do is we have to get the default table model. So default table model is equal to default table model, and let's quickly go over here and we'll change the name for this table. So change variable name user table and hit OK. Go over here, user table dot get model, and save it. Move back over here, Alt Enter, import Java X swing table dot default table model. Then we will copy this one and paste it over here, save it. Next thing what we have to do is we have to get the connection object. So connection. Okay, so we have to import it. So this one is java.sql.star. So go to the top, save it, move back to bottom. Connection is equal to connection provider, the class which we have created, connection provider dot get con. Save it. Next thing what we will do is we will prepare the statement. So statement is equal to con dot create a statement, connection dot create a statement. After this we will execute statement dot execute query. In this one we will pass the query. So it's showing an error because I have put minus sign over here in the place of equals. So in this execute query we will select write query, select star from user details and save it. And this query is going to return a result set object that we are going to store. This one itself is okay. So we haven't handled, we have to put these all code in the try catch pool. We missed it. So try, go to the below, catch, exception, ex, format these all. Next thing what we have to do is JOption pane dot show messages dialog into this null and something went wrong. Save it. Now move back to this one and here you can see this. Now the error is gone. Now we have written the query that is select star from user details. Next thing what we have to do is we have to, this will return a result set object that we are going to accept in the result set. So result set is equal to statement. Now we have the result set object. We have to check while result set dot next. In that case what we have to do is we have to start adding to the model. So model dot add row. Into this one we have to pass a new object array, and now format it. Alt Shift F. Now enter 2 times. After this, result set dot get string, and into this one we will pass the ID. Save it. Now we will copy this one total 8 times. We will paste this one 8 times. 1 time is there already. Alt Shift F to format. Over here, second one is name. Third one is gender. Fourth one is email. Fifth one is contact. Sixth one is address. After this we have state. After this we have country. After this we have unique registration ID. Now save it. Next thing, the task for this one is done. Let's quickly test this one. Go to dashboard, right click on this, run the file. And if we go to this generate QR, here you can see this, we got the details. Next thing what we have to do is whenever I select the particular row, then I want to fetch the details from this specific row and show that into the QR code, generate the QR code for that. So let's quickly close this one and close this one and move back to the generate QR. Go to design. Over here we have the table. So right click on this, events, and into this one we will select mouse click event. So go over here, mouse clicked. Click on this, you will get user table mouse clicked event. Before we start coding into this one, we need two variables which needs to be outside this method. That is of byte array output string we have imported it. Next thing we have email is equal to null. Okay. So first thing we will get the selected row, the index of that selected row. So int index is equal to user table dot get selected row. From that row we need to, from that table we need to get the model. So table model is equal to user table dot get model. Save it. Next thing we have to get the ID. So string ID is equal to model dot get value at. Okay, we have to import this one. Get value at, we have to pass the index, that is this one, the particular row, and after this which column you want to fetch. ID is at the 0 dot to string. Next thing what we have to do is we have to extract the name. So string name is equal to model dot get value at index and the first value dot to string. Next thing we have email. So email is equal to model dot get value at. To this one we have to pass third index, that is third column. Here you can observe 0, 1, 2 and third one is email dot to string. After this we have string registration ID is equal to model dot get value at, and into this one we have the 8th column dot to string. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create a map where we will put all the values in the key value pair, and then with that value we are going to generate the QR code. So let's quickly create a map. So map of string comma string, and this is data is equal to new hash map alt and enter import, alt and enter import this one too. After this, in this data I'm going to put ID first. So the key is ID and the value I'm going to put is also ID. So data dot put, this time I'm going to put name comma name, data dot put email comma email. Save it. Next thing data dot put registration ID comma registration ID. Alt shift F to format. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create JSON object. For that I have already added the jar in the first video itself. JSON is equal to new JSON, and move back away, alt enter and com.google.json. Save it. Next thing what we will do is we will create a string JSON data is equal to JSON dot to JSON. We have to pass the string, the data object into it. So data. Now save it. We got the string JSON. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create the array. We have to create the QR code. So for that, out is equal to, we have already created one buffer array output string. So whenever we are selecting that particular row, so we are only generating the QR and storing that into this byte array output stream, and also showing the same into the this label, but not saving it unless until we won't press in any of these two buttons. So move back over here. So here we will use QR code from this one dot from alt enter QR code dot from into this one we have to pass the JSON data. Next thing, dot width size, and you have to pass the size. So I have to pass 322 and width for this one, and height for this one will be 286. Next thing, we have to convert this one to image type PNG dot stream and save it. Now we have this image in the form of byte array output stream. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create the image from this one. Byte array image data is equal to out dot to byte array. After this, what we will do is we will create an icon from this image array. So image icon is equal to new image icon. Into this one we will pass image data. Save it. Import this one. Next thing, we have to simply set this particular one into the label. So lbl image dot set icon, and we will set the icon to this one. Save it. Next thing, we have to handle the exception also. So catch exception ex, and we will simply call e.print start trace and save it. Alt Shift F to format it. Now the task for this one is done. So what we are doing is we are extracting the data from that particular row, then creating a map, converting. After the extracting value, what we are doing is we are creating a map in which we are adding all the values by the name. So ID, name, email, registration ID, and we are adding these all stuff. After this map, we are converting this into a string in the JSON format. After this, with that same data, we are generating the QR code. So let's quickly test this one. Go to dashboard, right click on this, run the file. And go to generate QR. So if I click on this, here you can see this with every data, the QR code is being generated. Whenever I select another one, so the data is changing, so the QR code is also changing. Okay, so this is working as expected. So whenever I click on this button, then I want to save this image into my QR code folder. So quickly close this one and move back to the generate QR, go to design, right click on this, change variable name and change this one to btn save QR and click on OK. And the another button is right click on this, change this one to btn save QR at, hit OK. Okay, after this what we have to do is simply double click on this and this will generate a btn save QR action form. So over here, first thing what we have to do is we have to put everything in cache block. Exception ex, and over here we will show j option pane dot show message dialog. To this one null and something went wrong. Save it. Inside this one, first thing what we will check is if QR code is generated or not. Out is equal to null. It means that QR code is not generated. Move back away. This out is basically the byte array output stream which we have created from the data. If this is the case where the QR code is not generated, in that case, JOption pane dot show message dialog. In this one we will pass the current one, this, and into this one we will pass no QR generated. Save it, and from here we will simply return it. Now quickly run it and let's quickly test this one. So if I click on this, here you can see this no QR generated. If I select any one, now the QR is filled over here. If I click on this, now that message is not coming. It means that it is not going inside the if block. Let me quickly close this one. After this if block, what we have to do is we have to get the QR code's path. So string default dir path is equal to btutility dot get path, and into this one we will pass simply QR codes. So this is a utility method which we have previously created, and this QR code is this folder name. Once we get the path, we will check file directory is equal to new file. Into this one we will check for default dir. If that dir exists, if this dictionary or this particular path, that is QR code, doesn't exist in our code, then what we will do is we are going to create the path. So if the directory dot exists, and I have added an exclamation mark into the initial, if this is the case, it means that not exist. So we will simply create the directory. So directory dot mkdirs. So this will create the folder if it doesn't exist. After this, what we will do is we will create the file default file is equal to new file, and in this one we will pass the directory comma email plus dot jpg. Now save it. Next thing what we have to do is we have to simply use a try and catch block, handle the exception, ex inside this one, JOption pane dot show messages. Into this one we will pass this comma error saving QR code. Now the header for this one will be error. After this, JOption pane dot error message. This is the icon. Alt Shift F to format. Now move back to the try block. Over here, what we will do is we will use java.neo.file.files.write, and we will pass the default file dot to path. Into this one we will pass the output string, output byte array. So out dot to byte array. Now save it. Next thing what we have to do is once this file is saved, we will simply show the message JOption pane dot show message null. After this we will show the message QR code saved successfully. Now save it. Now quickly test this one. Right click on this, run file, and if I select this one and save QR code saved successfully. Click on OK, and here you can see this. Now the QR code has been generated. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this specific folder itself. Safety delete with users, refactor it. Now I'm going to move back over here. Now generate this one and save QR. Here you can see this showing that QR code saved successfully. Here you can see this, it has generated the folder as well with the image, the QR code. If I double click on this, it will open the QR code also. Okay, so the task for this one is done. Next thing what we have is we have the save QR. So double click on this and we will open up like this one, a method that is btn save QR at action. Inside this one, first thing we will put the everything in try and catch block. And over here we will show JOption pane dot show message, and into this one we will pass null, and over here simply something went wrong. Save it. Alt Shift F to format. Inside this one, what we will do is first we will check that if out is equal to null, then we will again show the same message. That is JOption pane dot show message dialog. This, and into this one we will show the message. That is no QR generated. Save it, and if this is the case, then simply return from here. Next thing what we have to do is we have to open the file chooser. So let's make some space. Over here, J file chooser. Save it, move back over here, Alt and Enter, and import this one. Copy this one and paste it over here. Save it. Now the error is gone. Next thing what we have to do is we have to use this file chooser dot set dialog title, and in this one I'm going to set the title, that is save QR code at. Save it. After this, file chooser dot set selected file. Into this one we will pass new file, and we will pass email plus dot png, that is the image name. After this we will use show save dialog, so that will return an integer object. So user selection is equal to file chooser dot show save dialog. Inside this one we will pass the current component, that is this. Save it. Next thing what we will do is we will check if user selection is equal to j file chooser dot approve option. In that case, what we will do is we will save that particular file. So file to save is equal to file chooser dot get selected file. Then we will use the try and catch block again. And this one again we will show JOption pane dot show message dialog, and into this one pass this current component. After this we will pass the message, that is error saving QR code. After this we will show this one, the header for this one is error, and after this logo for that one, JOption pane dot error message. Now format this one. Now scroll down and jump into the try block, and over here what we will do is we are going to use again java.new.files.write, and with this one we will pass the path. So file to save dot to path. After this we have to pass the byte array. So out dot to byte array. Now close this, and after this we will simply show the message JOption pane dot show message dialog. Into this one pass this and QR code saved successfully. Save it. Now quickly the task for this one is done. Now quickly go to dashboard, right click on this, run a file, generate QR, select this one, save QR at, and what I'm going to do is in the document I'm going to create a new folder, that is test QR, and just open it, and inside this one I'm going to save it. So here you can see this QR code saved successfully. Let's quickly open it. So here we have test QR. If I open it, here you can see this test1@metadata.com. So the image has been generated, the QR code, it's saved wherever I want to save it. And the secondary thing is if I select this one, again the save QR code is working. So if I selected all three and save QR code, so 3 QR codes is generated. If I close it and close it, if I go to QR codes, here you can see that we have 2. Why? Because it may happen that it's the same name for the 2 QR codes, or I guess I have deleted it. So it will quickly generate for all of these 3. Yeah. So now here you can see this, we have the 3 different QR codes. So it means that everything in this one is working as expected. And if I go over here you can see this, everything is working as expected. So that's all for this video, guys. In the next video, we are going to see how to design code for view QRs. So stay tuned, subscribe and share with your friends. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, we have seen that how to create this code, that is to generate user QR, and how to backend code for this. Whenever we click on this, the QR code be generated on the basis of data like registration, email ID, etc. So if you haven't watched that video, then just go to description and check out the link. In this video, what we are going to do is we are going to design for this view QRs and we are going to backend code for this. So let me quickly close this one and let's move back over here. So over here, first thing what we have to do is we have to create a new form. So right click on this, select new and select JFrame form. Over here, I'm going to give it a name that is view QRs and hit enter. It will create a new form. After this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the designer size for this one. So right click on this, go to properties, go to code, and over here I'm going to change this one to 764, 460 and hit enter. Let me quickly copy this one. Before we make other changes in the properties, we also have to select this one, generated center to true. What it means that whenever the form appears, it needs to be appear in the center of the screen. That's why we have to make this one true. Now go to properties and over here scroll down and go to maximum size, change this one, and minimum size also change the same one. Let me quickly close this one. Okay, one more changes we need to do is you have to also select this undecorated. Select this one, click on close. After this, we have to copy some of the properties again from this update user. We will go over here, select these two, this close button and this label. Let me quickly close these all. Copy these all. Move back over here to view QRs and paste it over here. After this, what we have to do is we have to move these all on the right corner and move this one over here. Right click on this, edit text, and I'm going to give it a name that is view QRs. After this, we need to add one table into this one. So let me quickly go to palette, select one table and drag and drop it over here. Let me quickly minimize this one. Let's quickly move these all on the left side like this and now resize the form. Go to properties, 764, 460, go to code, change this one, hit enter and close this. Now what we will do is we will adjust this one, these all on the right side. After this, we will increase the width of this table like this and like this. Next thing what we have to do is we have to right click on this. Now it's looking better. Right click on this, go to table content, go to columns, delete 3 columns, delete it, and for the first one I'm going to set this one to email. Now close it. After this, we also need to actually remove the empty rows. So select these all and delete this all. Click on close. Now the task for this one is done. And also we have to change the name for this one. So change variable name, change it to tbl QR list. Hit enter. After this, what we have to do is we have to connect this particular form with the dashboard. And here you can see this is showing an error. Why? Because we have copied this particular properties from the update user. In that case, whatever the code written to regarding this one will be also be copied. So we don't need those code. These all codes are not required over here. So let me quickly delete these all. Now save it. Now here you can see this error is gone. Go to dashboard, go to design and view QoS. Double click on this and it will generate a btn view QoS action performed. Over here we will use the bd utility method, that is open form, which we have written in the previous video. So make sure to watch those all. Into this one we will pass the name of the form which you want to open. So that is view QoS dot class dot get simply name. After this, we will pass the new instance of that particular form. So new view QoS. Now save it. Now quickly let's test this one. So run the file. Go over here, click on view QoS, and here you can see this. Now we can see the form. But over here, the background color and background image as well as the border is not set. So first we will set those all. So move back to view QoS, and over here go to this view QoS constructor. Over here what we will do is we will call this bd utility dot set image. Into this one, first thing what we have to do passes the frame, JFrame form. So this one, whenever we have to pass the current one, in that case we pass this. After this we have to pass the path. So path is slash images slash abc1.jpg. If you have changed the image, so you have to put that particular name. And the size is 850, 600. Alt Shift F to format. After this, we will shade the border for this one. So this dot get root pane dot set border, and into this one we have to pass the border object. So that we will get from border factory. So border factory dot create matty border and into this one we have to pass the width from each side. So I'm going to set 4,4,4,4, and then we have to set the color. So the color is black, and remove these unnecessary text. Now save it. Now let's run and test this one. So when we run file, here you can see this. Now the image is set from each side, and also the border is also set. Let's move back over here, right click on this, copy, go to properties. Okay, size is 764, 460. So the image, this form's image size needs to be the same. So go over here, copy this one, save it. Now run the file. Now we will see the image in a proper shape. Here you can see this. Now this one is looking better. Next thing after this, what we have to do is whenever the form shows, we need to load all the QoS, this email ID from all of the QoS, and show into this table. So let's quickly do that. For that, move back over here to the form, right click on this, go to events component and select component show. So whenever this component appears, in that case we have to execute certain code. So let me quickly click on this, and here we come into form component show. Over here, first thing what we will do is we will get the table model. So our table is tbl qr list dot get model, and we have to store this model in the default table module. So we have to typecast it. First, we will create an object for that one. Default table model is equal to. Let me quickly copy this one and paste it over here. We are typecasting this one. Alt enter and in java x.swing.table.default table model. Once this task is done, next thing what we have to do is we have to create the file object. So file, and this is a directory which we want to access, is equal to new file. Into this one we will pass the path. So bd utility dot get path, and we need to pass the path of QoS. Once we have the file, Now what we will do is we will get all the files. So file array, files, we'll move over here, Alt and enter to import java.io.file. Files is equal to directory dot list files. Now save it. After this, what we have to do is we have to check that if files are not null. So if files are not null, in that case what we will do is we will iterate. So for file comma colon files, and after iterating, what we are going to do is we are going to add the data to the model. So model dot add row. Into this one we will create a new object, and into this one we will create file dot get name and file dot length. Now save it. This one is model. Now save it. Right click on this, run a file, and here you can see this. Now we have the. If you want to show the size also, so move back over here, right click on this, go to table content, column, insert one, and this one is size. Let's quickly test this if this works or not. Now you can see this is the size also showing over here. So we don't need the size, so we will not show it over here. Let me quickly remove that particular size column itself. So move back over here, delete this one, close it, and if you want to also remove from here, then you can remove it. But I'm leaving it as it is for the reference purpose. Now save it. So now we can see the file over here. All the email IDs name. So we have generated 3, so 3 are visible over here. Whenever we click on certain, then needs to fetch that particular image and show in this particular QR, this particular label. So how to do that? So let's quickly close this one and move back over here. Right click on this. In the events of this one, go to mouse clicked. Click on this. This will generate a TBL QL list mouse clicked. Inside this one, first thing what we have to do is we have to get that particular row on which user has clicked. So int index is equal to TBL QR list dot get selected row. Save it. Next thing we have to get the model. So table model is equal to TBL QL list dot get model. Save it. Alt enter, and after that import java xstring dot table model. After this, what we have to do is we have to get the name. So string name is equal to model dot get value at, and from this one we have to pass this row index, and after this we have to pass the column index, so that is 0 dot to string. Now save it. After this, what we will do is we will create an image icon. So image icon is equal to new image icon. Into this one we have to pass the path. So bd utility dot get path, and to this one we will pass /QR codes plus file dot separator plus name. Save it. Move back over here to the image icon, alt and enter, and import javax.swing image icon. Now save it. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create an image object. So image is equal to icon dot get image dot get scaled instance. Into this one we have to pass the width and height. So width is 322 and the height is 286, and the image scale needs to be smooth. Scale smooth you can select, or you can select default as well. Save it. Next thing we have to create an image icon object, that is for resized icon is equal to new image icon. Into this one we will pass the image. And finally what we will do is we will set to the image label. So label dot set icon. Into this one I am going to set the resized image or resized icon. Now the task for this one is done. Let's go to the dashboard and let's quickly test this. So right click on this, run a file, go to view QoS, and here you can see this, all the things are visible. When we click select one, and here you can see this, now the image is being fetched and it's being shown over here. if I move back over here and close this one and I go to this one, I'm going to delete this test1@marinator.com. So let's delete this one. Now test this if that is removed from the table or not. It's working as expected or not. So if I go to view keywords and here you can see this, we have only 2. One is gone. So if you want to view these all, if you go over here to generate keyword, let me quickly generate for test 1. This one and save keyword. Close it and now go to view keywords. And here you can see this. Now we have this test 1 and everything is visible. So this one is working fine. So the task for this one is done. Make sure to subscribe. In the next video, we are going to see how to design and code for this mark attendance. So stay tuned, share with your friends and subscribe. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, we have seen it how to design the form for view keywords and how to backend code for this. Whenever I select this one, the QR code generated will be shown over here. So if you haven't watched that video, then just go to description and check out the link. In this video, we are going to start the designing and backend coding for this mark attendance. So let's quickly close this. Move back to the forms. So first thing what we have to do is we have to create a new form. So right click on this, click on new, select JFrame form. And for this one, I'm going to give the name that is mark attendance. Hit enter. A new form will be created. After this, what we are going to do is we are going to give it a size for this one. Size for this one will be same as dashboard. So go to dashboard, go to design, right click on this, go to properties, code, and I'm going to copy 1366 and 768. Let me quickly move back over here. Right click on this, go to properties, go to code, and 1366 and 768. Also check this generated center so that it should generate in the center of the screen. Go to properties and change the min size and max size. So maximum size is also this one and min size is also this one. Also select this undecorated. Click on close. Save it. Next thing what we have to do is we have to connect this particular form with the dashboard. So move back over here, double click on this mark attendance button. Here you can see this btn mark attendance action perform method is generated. Over here we have to call the method that is bdutility.openForm. Into this one we have to pass the name of the form, which form you want to open. That is mark attendance dot class dot get simply name. After this we have to pass a new instance of this one. So new mark attendance and save it. Now let's quickly test this one if this one is working or not. So right click on this, run a file. And if I go over here, click on this one and here you can see this new form is opened, but it's on the top of it. So it's working as expected. So we have to add the background for this one, also the close button, all the remaining parts. So let's quickly close this one. Okay. Now move back to mark attendance. Over here, first thing, let me go to this one, copy this and this button, two stuff. We will close this one, paste it over here. Go to properties. Yeah, everything is in place. Let me quickly go to this delete user, select this one, copy, move back over here, paste it. Yeah, then we quickly place this on the right place. In the center of the screen. If I double click on this, the code is already there. That is this.dispose and the name for this one is btn exit 2. You can change the name as per your choice. Go to design and change the label name for this one. The text for this one, that is mark attendance. Hit enter. Save it. Next thing what we have to do is we have to add a panel. So go to palettes and search for panel. Drag and drop this panel over here. Right click on this, go to properties, and this is panel 1. For this one, I'm going to give it a size of, so the horizontal size is default, but I'm going to give it 689. Hit enter. And the vertical size needs to be 518. Hit enter. Now close this one and move this on the left side. It is the same size which I have shown you in the quick overview. You can change the size as per your choice. Right click on this and I'm going to change the variable name to JLevelPanel2 and hit enter. After this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring one LBL image. So move over here, drag and drop one label. Right click on this, go to properties. The size for this one will be, horizontal size will be 322. Hit enter. And the vertical size will be 286. Hit enter and close this one. After this, I need another label. Right click on this, edit text, that is date. And let me increase the font for this one. So go to properties, increase the font bold 14, click on OK, close. Copy this one and paste it once again. Move this to the right, change the text to time. After this, I need one more label which will show the timer which you have seen, the countdown and everything that will be shown into this one. So that will be, change the variable name to LBL time and hit enter. Let me increase the size for this one. Like this. Let me increase the font size for this. So to properties, increase this one to 16 and hit enter. Close this. You can increase and decrease as per your choice. Make sure it not overlaps over this one. Okay. After this, what we have to do is we have to add few more labels. So this one is the name for this one is change variable. So this one is LBL image. Hit enter and let's remove the text from this one. So edit text and clear this one, because in this one we are going to show the image. Below this one we need two more variables, that is check-in or checkout label, and another thing is the name of that particular user. So let me quickly move back over here and drag and drop one label over here. Right click on this, go to properties, and in this one I'm going to set the horizontal size to 242 and the vertical size to 37, and also I'm going to increase the font size for this. So click on this one, bold 18, click on OK, close it. This needs to be in the center as compared to the above one, and copy and paste it once again. So this one is label name. Let me clear this because we don't need to put anything inside this one. We are going to set it manually whenever the keyword is being scanned. So LBL name, and this one is change the variable name to LBL check-in checkout. Click on OK and also clear the text from this one. So clear this one. So over here, if I press or if I try to select everything on the screen, we will be able to see everything in the place. That is one panel which check-in, checkout, the name of this one, date and time, and everything is in place. Right click on this, change the variable name, so LBL name. Okay, let's see what's the issue with this one. Okay. Now it's placed in the component. So you can see this, everything is in place. If you observe, it's aligned perfectly fine. Next thing what we have to do is we have to set the background image for this particular form and also set the border. So let's go to source, go to constructor. Over here, I will simply call bd utility dot set image. Into this one we have to pass the form. So the current, how we are going to pass is by passing this. After this we have to give the image path. So image path will be images / abc1.jpg. So in my case the name of the image is abc1. If you have any other name, so you have to pass that. And the width and height for this one is 1366, 768. Now save it. Alt Shift F to format. Right click and let's test this one. So run file. And here you can see this, everything is in place. And here you can observe the time is also visible. The panel is also visible. So once the coding part is done, it will, whenever we run this application, this page. So in this panel, the camera will be opened and whatever the view is there will be shown over here. So let's quickly close this one. Next thing we have to set the border for this one. So this dot get root pane dot set border, and into this one we have to get the border factory, pass the border factory. We will get that border from the border factory. So border factory dot create matty border, and into this one we have to pass the dimension from each side. So 4, 4, 4, 4, and then you have to pass the color. So I'm going to set the black color and save it. Next thing what we have to do is, whenever this form's open, we have to show the timer with the millisecond. So I'm going to write the code for the same. So for that, what we are going to do is we are going to create one method that is private, and this is void update time. In this one we will create a form. So simple date format, alt and enter to import this one. Simple date format is equal to new simple date format. Into this one we have to pass the set the format. So our format will be year first, then month, then day, then hour, then minute, then second dot milliseconds. Save this one. After this we have to set this one in lbl time dot set text, and into this one we will pass simple date formatter dot format, and we will pass new date and save it. Alt and enter. Import java.util.date. Next thing what we have to do is we have to call this from this constructor. So we will create a timer. Timer is equal to new timer, and into this one we will pass the delay. So delay will be of 1, and into this one we will use a lambda expression. So hyphen this one update timer. We will simply call this. After this, what we will do is we will start the time. So timer.start. Now save it. Now run the application. Let's see if this one is working fine or not. So here you can see this is working. It's showing the date, time, and the how much second and milliseconds is currently happening. So if we see the date, so this is the date, and if you see the time, so this is the time. So now close this. Next thing, we will create some of the variables over here which is required throughout the project. So that is private webcam panel is equal to null. Save it. After this, I need another instance of webcam. So these webcam and other stuff is coming from the jars which we have added. So make sure to add those jars. So this one is webcam is equal to null. Save it. Move back over here. Alt and enter to import. Save it. Next thing, I need to create one executor that is of single thread. So private executor service is equal to executors dot new single thread executor. And to this one we have to pass the current one. Now save it, move back over here, Alt enter. This one is executors. Save it. Import java.util.concurrent.executors. Now save it. New single thread executor. If I move back over here. Okay, so this one is showing this mark attendances cannot be converted to thread factory. So what we have to do is we have to implement two thread over here. So implement runnable two interfaces. So runnable and thread factory. Save it, import this one. And we imported this one. So thread factory is from java.util.concurrent.thread factory. So it will show error because we have to implement method. So if I click on this implement all abstract method, if I scroll down, you will see. So run is implemented, new thread is also implemented. So we will code into this. So just complete the above part, then we will dive into that stuff. So over here now the executor is ready. Let me change the name this one to executor itself. Okay. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create one variable, boolean variable. So private volatile boolean running is equal to true. So by default, whenever the application is running, it will be true. After this, first thing what we have to do is we have to initialize the camera whenever this form is open. So I'm going to create one method that is init webcam and simply save it. So this method is not present over here. So what I will do is I will click on this create method init web in the forms market init. So if I click on this, now we will have init method over here. Where it goes. So here we have init webcam. Inside this one, first thing, let me just remove these stuff. Over here, first thing what we will do is we will create webcam object. So webcam is equal to webcam.getDefault. After this, we will check if webcam is not equal to null. Then what we will do is we will get the dimension. So dimension array import java.aw.dimension. This one will be resolution is equal to webcam.getViewSizes. Save it. After this, we have to get the max resolution. So dimension max resolution is equal to resolutions. This is an array, so resolutions dot length -1. Save it. Next thing what we have to do is we have to check if webcam is open. Then close it first. Else it will throw the exception. If we reopen it, then it will throw the exception. In that case, first open it and then proceed with the further task. So webcam dot set view size. To this one we have to pass the max resolution. After this, what we will do is we will simply open the webcam. So webcam dot open. So if you are worried that how we are calling this set view size, we are calling the open webcam. So these methods are internally implemented in the jar. So as a developer, we have to only utilize a feature of it. If you want to dive into how exactly this one is working, then you have to decompile the jar and then you have to see all the code. Okay. If you have any doubt, then please let me know in the comment section. And also please subscribe the channel so that we can keep up and coming with the new such projects. Okay. So webcam.open. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create the panel. So is equal to new webcam panel. Into this one we will pass the webcam. Save it. After this panel dot set preferred size, and to this one we will pass the resolution. After this we will call panel dot set fp display to true. After this we will create webcam panel. We have declared the variable. Let me go over here. Okay, so let me go move back over here, right click on this, change the variable name to webcam panel. Hit enter. Go to this source, scroll down here, webcam panel dot add. To this one we will add the panel which we have created, and also we will pass the absolute constraints, and into this one we will pass 0, 0, the size of that panel. So 689, 518, and save it. Move back over here, alt import. Okay, so what we will do is, let me quickly copy these all stuff and let me revert this particular one. So over here it will be new org.netbeans.lib. This one, then absolute constraints, and we will use the last one. So it will be the width and width, so 0, 0, and the two dimension is for 689, 518, and close it and save it. Let me quickly minimize this one. Okay. After this, what we have to do is we have to simply call the executor. So executor.execute, and we have to pass this. After executing this, I have to shut down the executor. So executor.shut down. Alt Shift F to format this one and save it. If this is not the case, then if you want to show something like webcam not detected else, we can show the message in the console. South issue with webcam. Save it. Okay. The task for this init webcam is done. Next thing what we have to do is we have to go to the run method and we have to write the code, whatever is required whenever the webcam is open and whatever the task is performed over there. So move back over here, remove this particular stuff, and in this thing what we have to do is we have to call simply do and while true. Save it. Alt Shift F to format. Inside this do, I will put the code in the try and catch block. So whenever after scanning one QR code, I have to wait for 1 second. So thread.sleep and for 1000 milliseconds. Save it, catch. Into this one it will throw the exception, interrupted exception. So interrupted exception EX, and I'm not going to log in for this one. Just eat this particular exception. After this, after scanning the QR code, whatever you want to do, you have to write it over here. So try and catch exception EX. In the try block, first thing what I will do is I will create an object of result is equal to null. Move back over here, Alt enter, com.google. This one, result. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create a buffered image object. Image is equal to null. Save it. Alt and enter. Import this one also. After this, we will check that if webcam is open or not. So if webcam dot is open, if this is the case, then what I will check is if image is equal to webcam dot get image is equal to null. In that case, keep on continuing. If this is not the case, it means that we got some image. Then what we will do is we will create the buffer image luminous source. So that will return a luminous source. So luminance source, and import this one. Source is equal to new buffered image luminance source. Into this one we have to pass the image, that is the buffered image, and save it. And over here we have actually assigning the value inside this one. Okay, so it will not be null over here. Next thing, we will create the bitmap from this one. So binary bitmap, import this one. Bitmap is equal to new binary bitmap. Into this one we will pass new hybrid Binancer. Into this one we will pass the source. Now save it. After this, what we will do is we will try to decode the QR code. So try result is equal to new multi-format reader. Into this one we will pass multi-format reader dot decode, and this one we will pass the bitmap. Save it. We will put the catch block as well over here. This one is not found exception. EX, we will not print any exception over here because we are going to keep on continuing with that. Okay. After this, what we have to do is we have to check if result is not equal to null. It means that we got some image. In that case, what we will do is we will get the string from the result. So string, this is JSON string, is equal to result dot get text. Save it. We have to now convert that one into the JSON. So JSON is equal to new JSON. Save it. After this, java.lang.reflect.type type is equal to new type token, and the type in which we want to convert is map. So map of string comma string dot get type. We will create this and we will import these all stuff over here. So alt and enter, import java.util.map, alt enter, import type token. Now delete this empty line and save it. Once we have this type object, what we have to do is we have to convert that one. So result, okay. So we have to create one result map over here on the top of this one, outside this run method. So map of string comma string result map is equal to new hash map, and this is of string comma string type. Save it. Alt shift F to format everything. Alt and import hash map as well. Move back over here. So result map is equal to JSON dot from JSON, and into this one we have to pass the JSON string and we have to pass a type. save it. Next thing what we have to do is we have to simply get the image. If the image is available, in that case we will get that image. So we will simply call over here. First we will get the final path. Final path is equal to pd utility, and in this map, we have added some of the data like email, unique ID, other stuff which we have added while creating the QR code. So we can extract to stuff from this result map. So btchdays dot get path, and we have to pass the path that is first is image / plus result map dot get, and from this one we have to get the email, and after this we have to concatenate dot jpg. Now save it. Next thing what we have to do is we have to call one method which will actually create a circular image of that. Suppose I have uploaded the image which is in a square shape. We have to show that in the circular shape as I have shown you in the quick over video. So what we will do is we will create one method that is circular image frame, and to this one we will pass the final path and save it. So this method is not available in our application. So simply go over here, create a method. So now here you can see this, how the method has been created. Okay, so now move back to this one, and over here, so we'll back into this one and we will print the exception if anything goes wrong. And into this one we have created one variable that is running, so we will call it over here. Now save it. Now the task for this run method is done. If I go over here, remove this exception being thrown, and let's quickly move to this one, new thread, and we have to implement some piece of code over here. So let me quickly remove this one, and into this one we will create inside this one we will create a thread object. Thread t is equal to new thread. Into this one we will pass this runnable and we will give it a name, and we will set this one as a daemon thread. Daemon thread means whenever the parent thread is terminated, in that case all the daemon thread will be terminated. So daemon thread has low priority. After this we will simply return t over here. Next thing what we have to do is we have to test it. So right click on this and run the file, and let's see if this one is opening the webcam or not. So we have started the application, but over here you can see this. Now this one is not opening the webcam. So what's the issue? Let's quickly fix that. Let me close this one. Let me close this. Click on yes. If we move back to the design, if we select this one, this panel, over here we have to make one small modification in order to turn on the camera. What is that? Right click on this, go to set layout and select this absolute layout. Whenever you select this absolute layout, in that case only you will be able to set the whatever the video you are getting to this particular JFrame panel. So let's select this one, and now if I go to this source, now what we will do is we will try to run the same file. Right click on this and run the file. Here you can see this, now the camera is on and it's visible. So let's quickly close this and code the remaining part. So another method over here is required to stop the webcam. So that I'm going to write it, that is private void stop webcam. In this one we will check if webcam is not equal to null and webcam is open In that case we will simply call webcam dot close. Now save it. Now the task for this one is done, that is creating a thread, separate thread on which the camera will be keep on running and setting the video into the panel. After this, what we have to do is we have to create the image. We have already called this method. Whenever the QR code is scanned, it will call this method, that is create image. Here you can see this. Now the circular image is called, where we are passing the path. Now over here in the circle image frame, first thing what we have to do is we have to put everything in try and catch block. Catch, exception, ex, and ex.print start trace. So whatever is there, we will print in the console. After this, what we have to do is in the try block, first thing what we have to do is we have to create the connection object. So connection con is equal to connection provider dot get con, and now save it. For this one, let's go to delete user, go to source, and we will copy java.sql.star. Move back over here. I'll paste on the top to resolve the issue. Save it. Move back over here. You can see this. Now the issue is gone. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create one statement object. So statement st is equal to con.create statement. Save it. After this, we will execute the query. So st.execute query. Into this one, we will write the query. So it is select star from user details where email is equal to single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, and from result map, we will get the email. So get email, close it, and we will check that if that particular email exists or not. So Alt Shift F to format. Let me quickly minimize the left panel. So from user details where email is equal to whatever we got from the QR code. So in order to check that, if that, suppose someone has registered earlier, we have given the QR code to that particular user, and after a certain period of time, I have removed that user from our database. In that case, we should not allow that particular user to check in, right? So in this case, what we will do is we will simply call if not rs.next it means that if, okay, so we haven't created the results object. So this will return a result set object rs is equal to this one. So if that result is not available, in that case, what we will do is we will simply return from here, and also we will show the pop-up to the user. For that, I'm going to create one method show pop-up for certain duration. As you have seen that in the quick overview video, that our pop-up is opening only for 5 seconds. After that, it is being closed automatically. Okay. So in this, we will pass the message user is not registered or deleted. After this, we will give the header for this one. So invalid QR, and also we will show the message. So j option pane dot error message. Now close this and save it. Alt Shift F to format, and hover over this, and we will create the particular method. So click on this one, create method show pop-up. So here the method is created. Let me quickly remove the exception. Alt Shift F to format. Okay, we will implement this method later in this video. Okay, so after this, suppose we have the valid keyword. In that case, first thing what we are going to do is we are going to fetch the image. So image is equal to null. We will create one image object over here. So private buffered image is equal to null. Now save it. And into this one, what we are going to do is we are going to get file, image file is equal to new file. Into this one, we will pass the image path. So let me change this one to image path. Save it. Move back over here, Alt and Enter to import this particular one. Go below and we will check if image file dot exists. If this exists, then again we will use a try and catch block to handle if anything goes wrong. So exception ex.print start trace. Now save it. Inside this one, we will get the image is equal to image io dot read, and we will read the file. So new file, and we'll pass the image path. Or we can pass this image file as well. Both will work. After this, we will call this one image is equal to create circular image. So if we haven't created, we will create this method. That is create circular image, and we will pass the image into this one. Now save this. So again, what we will do is we'll move back over here, create method, create circular image. Click on this, it will create a method over here. So we'll implement this one also. After this, what we will do is we will, after creating, suppose I have fetched one image that is in square shape or rectangle shape, we will pass to this method, and this will return an image object by changing the shape of it. After this one has returned, we will create an image icon object. Icon is equal to new image icon, and in this one we will pass image. Save it, move back over here, Alt Enter, and we'll import it. Copy this one and paste it over here. Now the error is gone. Next thing what we have to do is we have to simply show that into the image lbl image dot set icon. To this one we will set the icon. If this is not the case, if image doesn't exist, in that case what we have to do? Let's quickly see that. So over here, first thing what we will do is we will create a buffered image is equal to new buffered image, and we will give the dimension for this one, that is 300, 300, and this is type buffered image dot type underscore int underscore argb. Select this one. Alt Shift F to format it. After this, what we will do is, if the image is not found, in that case what we are going to do is we are going to extract the first character of the name. That suppose my name is btechdays, so I will extract B from it, and I will create a picture of B with having a black background and white text on top of it, so that that image will be visible to the user whenever they log in or check in or check out. Okay, so let's see that how to implement and how exactly it will work. Okay, so over here we will create the graphics 2D G2D is equal to image dot create graphics. Move back over here, Alt and Enter, import java.awt.graphics2d. Now save it. After this, what we will do is we will set the color for this one, G2D dot set color, and we will set the color for this one, that is color black. Now save it. After this, we will fill this one, G2D dot fill oval. Into this one we will set the dimensions 25, 25, 250, 250, and let's remove these all and save it. After this, what we will do is we will set the font. So G2D dot set font, and to this one I am going to set a new font of type serif. You can use any, and also the font will be bold, and the size for this one will be 250. I'll shift F to format everything. After this, what we will do is we will set the color of the text. So g2d dot set color. For this one will be color dot white. So color dot black, and we'll write white here and save it. Once we got this, what we have to draw over here? So that we will take from the name. So g2d dot draw string, and into this one we will get that value from the name. So we will get it from result map dot get dot name of first one dot char at 0, and this one needs to be in uppercase. So what we will do is we'll put everything under the bracket, and this is the char. So on char we can't use to uppercase, so we will convert this one to string. So value of, once this one is converted into a string, what we will do is we will call to uppercase on this one. After this, we will put the top alignment. So top alignment will be 75, and this one is another alignment, that is 225. Now save it. After this, what we will do is we will simply call g2d.dispose. Now save it. After this, now the image is ready. So what we have to do is now simply we have to create the image icon again. Image icon is equal to new image icon. Into this one, we will pass the new image which we have created. Save it. LBL image dot set icon, and we will set the icon. After this, we will simply call this dot set default close option to JFrame dot exit on close. Save it. After this, we will simply call this dot pack. Save it. After this, we will call this dot set location. Location for this one to null, and also make this one visible. So set visible to true. Save it. Once these all tasks is done, in the both case, if in the if case also either the image will be set, in the else case also the character first name will be set. After this, we have to make another common settings, that is LBL name dot set horizontal alignment, and I'm going to set this one to true. Sorry, J label to center. So J label dot center. Set horizontal alignment. Dot center, and save it. After this, we will set the text. So LBL name dot set text, and we will get that from the result map. So result map dot get, and to this one we will extract the name. Now once the image and name is set, we have to call check-in or checkout method. So we will call over here if not check-in check out. If this one is not succeeded, if this one is succeeded, then simply return true. Simply return. Save it. So hover over this one and click create the check-in checkout method. So we're going to implement one by one. Okay. So what will happen is, let me scroll to up. So first we are fetching that, is that a particular user exists in our database or not. If exists, then I'm going to fetch the image, particular image for that user. If that image exists, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to fetch that image and I'm going to make it a circle image, and then I'm going to set that particular to the picture box or the level LBL image. If image doesn't exist for that particular user, or he haven't uploaded while creating or registering, in that case we will extract the first character of the name and then create a circular of it, and then we'll set that particular into the that LBL image. Okay, and after that I am extracting the name and setting into the LBL name stuff. Okay. So the ask for this one is done. Next thing what we have to implement is that is check in and check out. So move back to this method and let's clear this part. Okay. So this will show error. No worries. We will implement everything. So over here, first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to create two variables. So string pop-up header is equal to null. String pop-up message is equal to null. And also color is equal to null. And after this, we need to get the connection for the database. So connection con is equal to connection provider dot get connection. Save it. After this, we need to create the statement object. Statement st is equal to con dot create statement. After this, I will get the current timestamp, current date, as well as the current date time. So current date means that for which date he has been checked in or checked out. Okay. So what we are going to do is first we are going to check that if that particular user has already checked out for the day or not. If that one is true, in that case, we will show the message that already checked out for the day, invalid checkout. So let's quickly implement that. So over here, we will create a local date current date. Current date is equal to local date dot now. Save it. Okay, so this one needs to throws the exception. Throws headless exception and SQL exception. And save it. Alt Shift F to format it. Now here you can see this. Now the error is gone. Okay, so now we have created the local date time instance. After this, what we will do is we will create a date time formatter. Date time date for matter is equal to date time dot of pattern YYY dash dash dd. Now save it. From this one, after this, what we have to do is we also have to create another that is for current date time and also the format for that. So local date time current date time is equal to local date time dot now. Save it. Move back over here. Alt enter. Alt enter. Import this one. Copy this one and paste it over here. Next thing we have to create date time formatter. Date time formatter is equal to date time formatter date time formatter dot of pattern and to this one we will pass the YYY dash dash dd. After this we have hours, we have minutes, we have seconds. Now save it. After this, what we have to do is we have to create a query, that is we are going to execute the statement. So what we will do is that will return a result set rs is equal to st dot execute query. Into this one we will pass the query. So select star from user attendance where date is equal to the today date. So current date dot format and we will pass the date formatter, and close double quotes plus double quotes, single quotes. After this, we also need to check the user ID. So, and user ID is equal to integer plus integer dot value of, and from the result map we will get the ID plus double quotes and close this one, close this one. Let's quickly test this. Revisit the query. So select start from user attendance where date is equal to current date, this one, dot format into this specific way, format date formatter, and double quotes, single quotes, and user ID is equal to, that is of integer type, so single quotes is not required over here. We'll pass the ID and get the thing. Okay, this one is fine. Next thing what we have to do is we have to again create a connection object. So connection is equal to connection provider dot get con. After this, we will check if rs.next, and we will get the string checkout date time is equal to rs.get string, and we will pass the column. So which column? So let me quickly open the MySQL. Okay, let me quickly copy the database name from here. Move back to mark attendance. Okay. Now open this, use okay, save it and show tables and DESC user attendance. And if you see over here, we have first column, or we can say zeroth column is the user ID. First one is date, second one is check-in, and fourth one is checkout, right? First, second, third, and fourth. So we will take the fourth column over here, move back over here and get the fourth one. After this, we will check if checkout date time is not equal to null, means that he has already checked out for the day. So in that case, what we will do is we will set the pop-up message is equal to already checked out for the day. Save it. After this, pop-up header is equal to invalid checkout. Save it and simply call show pop-up message, and over here we will pass the pop-up message, and second thing is we will pass the pop-up header, and finally we will pass the J option pane.error message. Now save it, and from here we will simply return false. Once this task is done, suppose we didn't, this checkout is not null. In that case, it will not enter into this particular if block. So in that case, what will happen is we will simply go over here. We will get the check-in time. So string check-in date time is equal to rs.getString, and we will pass the third index. Save it. We will check the local date time. Local date time, check in local date time is equal to local date time dot pass. Into this one we will pass check-in date, date time, comma, date time formatter. Save it. Alt Shift F to format it. After this, what we will do is we will calculate the duration. So duration is equal to duration dot between, and in this one we will pass the check-in local date time comma current date time. Save it. Now you can see this. Now the error is gone. Why I am calculating the duration from the current date time to when you checked in, so that I can check if user has worked less than 5 minutes, then I will show the message that your work duration is less than 5 minutes. If that is not the case, then we will allow him to or her to check out. So, okay. So now we have calculated the duration over here. Now move back over here, and from this duration we will get the long hours is equal to duration to hours. After this, we need to extract the minutes is equal to duration dot minus hours, and we will pass the hours dot to minutes. Suppose I have worked for 1 hour 5 minutes. So hour is already extracted over here. So we have to return only 5 over here. So that's why I'm subtracting the hours from this one. Okay. Next thing, I need to get the seconds. So seconds, in the same way, we will remove the hours, then remove the minutes, and then we'll get the seconds. So duration dot minus hours dot minus minutes dot get seconds. Now save it. Now we will check if not hours is greater than 0 or hours is equal to 0 and minutes is greater than equal to 5. If this is not the case, any of these two conditions are failing. In that case, what we will do is we will again check remaining minutes is equal to 4 minus minutes. Save it. After this, we will get the remaining seconds is equal to 60 minus seconds. After this, we will create the pop-up message that this much minute and after this much second you can actually log out. So pop-up message is equal to string format. Why I'm using is because dynamically I'm going to provide it. So your work duration is less than 5 minutes. To change the line /n, you can check out after %d minutes and %d seconds. Save it. After this, we will two values which we have to set as remaining minutes, then remaining seconds. Now save it. Now scroll down. The string dot format. Now save it. Alt Shift F to format everything. After this, we will set the pop-up header. So pop-up header will be duration warning. Save it. So over here, now what we will do is we will simply call that show pop-up, and to this one we will pass the pop-up message, pop-up header, and we pass the error logo. So J option pane dot, and this one in this one we will say warning message because that is less than 5 minutes, and from here we will simply return false. Okay, so whenever we are returning false, it means that we are not continuing anything after this piece of code. Okay, suppose the work duration is more than 5 minutes. In that case, what we have to do is we have to succeed that part. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a string update query is equal to, we will call update user attendance set checkout is equal to question mark, comma, work duration is equal to question, where date is equal to question mark and user ID is equal to question mark. Now save it. After this, we will create the prepared statement. Prepared statement is equal to connection dot prepared statement, and this one we will pass the update query. After this, we will set prepared statement dot set string, and the first one, this is the first one. So in this one, we have to pass the checkout. So current date time dot format to date time formatter. Save it. Let me quickly copy this one 4 times. So 1, 2, 3 and 4. Save it. Move back over here. The change this one to 2, this one to 3, this one to 4. Remove this from here. Over here, what we will do is double quotes plus hours and plus minutes. So it will show like 1 hour 5 minutes, 0 hour 1 minute. Like this, whatever you have worked, it will show in that format. The third one is the date, current date. So current date dot format, and into this one we will pass date formatter. Now save it. In the last one we have to pass the ID. So let's go over here, delete this, result map dot get. Under this one we will set the ID. Save it. After this, what we will do is we will simply call prepared statement dot execute update. Now save it. After this, we will show the pop-up header is equal to checkout. Save it. Pop-up message, and in this one we will show checked out at current date time format date time formatter plus change the line work duration plus hours and minutes and plus minutes. Now save it. Alt Shift F to format everything. After this, what we have to do is we have to simply set the color for this. Color is equal to color dot red. Now save it. So if I move back over here, so whatever we are doing so far is for the valid case. It means that whenever this user is selected. Okay. So this is when that particular row actually exists and trying to check out. In that case, this flow will be executed. If user has not checked in that case, we will write the code for check-in. So above code is for checkout. Now we are going to write the code for check-in. Okay. We will simply create the query. So string insert query is equal to insert into user attendance, where user ID, comma, date, comma, check-in plus values. We have to pass the values. String this one, then space, then values With this one, we have to pass 3 question marks. Close it, double quotes, and Alt Shift F2, format and save it. After this, prepared statement is equal to connection dot prepared statement. With this one, we will pass the insert query, and finally prepared statement dot set string. This is the first where we have to pass the ID. Result-map.get ID. Let me quickly copy and paste this 2 more times. Save it. Second one is current date time. That is for check-in. So second one is for date, on which date you are checking in. So current date dot format, and to this one we will pass date formatter. Over here, this one is a third one. So this is with the timestamp as well. So current date time dot format, and to this one we will pass date time formatter. Now save it. After this one is ready. After this, we will simply call prepared statement dot execute update. Save it. And the pop-up for this one will be pop-up header will be check-in. Save it. After this, pop-up message is equal to check-in at, will show the current date time dot format, and into this one we will use date time formatter. And close it. For this, we will set the color. So color is equal to color dot green. Now save it. Let's remove this space. Once these all tasks is done, it means the check-in and checkout is done. In that case, also we have to show the check-in message to the level. So let's move back over here. So that is LBL check-in checkout dot set horizontal alignment JLabel dot center. After this, LBL check-in checkout dot set text, and we will set the pop-up header into this one. After this, we will set the level check-in checkout dot set foreground to color, whatever the color we have set, checkout for red, check-in for green. After this, we will set the background, LBL check-in checkout dot set background, and to this one I'm going to set the color dot dark gray. Save it. After this, what we will do is we will set this one to LBL check-in checkout dot set opaque to true. Now save it, and finally I will call the show pop-up for certain duration. In this one we will pass pop-up message, pop-up header, and information icon. So let me quickly remove this error. J option pane dot information message, and simply from here return true. Now save it. We missed something. Return null just now, writing for now. Alt Shift F to format everything. We'll check this letter. Missing return statement. We have already written it yet. What is this? return boolean dot true. Save it. Okay, so it will work, no worries in that. If it doesn't work, we'll check it. Okay, so now the task for this one is done. Okay, next thing what we have to do is we have the show pop-up message for this one that we are going to fix it. Okay, so inside this one, this will take some argument. Let me quickly remove this. This will be pop-up message, and second one will be pop-up header, and this one will be integer type icon ID, and this will throw headless exception. Throws that. I'll shift have to format it. After this, into this one, first thing what I will do is I will create a final J option pane. Option pane is equal to new J option pane. To this one, we will set the pop-up message, comma icon ID you want to show. After this final, we will create the J dialog. Dialog is equal to option pane dot create dialog, and to this one we will pass the pop-up header. Now close this one. After this, we will create the timer object for how much time we want to show. So timer is equal to new timer. Into this one we will pass 5000, that is the milliseconds, and into this one we will create new action listener. So whenever after this particular duration, what task we have to perform, we have to implement that. So here you can see this automatically in place. So new action perform, and to this one what we will do is we will simply delete this action perform. We will simply call dialog.dispose, and also clear user fields. Clear user fields means what will that level, check-in, check-out, text needs to be null, image needs to be removed, background, everything, whatever we have set needs to be removed. So I'm going to create one method, clear user details. Now save it. Move back over here, hover over this, create method, clear user details. Okay, it's not created. Move back over here, click on this one. Okay, let's quickly create over here. It's not creating anonymously. So private void, give it a name like this. Now save it. Okay. Once this task is done, now this one is disposed and all fields are cleared. After this, what we will do is we will request timer dot set repeats to false. Save it. After this, what we will do is we will simply timer dot start. After this, we will show dialog dot set visible to true. Save it. Okay. In the clear fields, what are things which we have to do is in the show up for certain duration. In this one, this much task needs to be done. Okay. Inside this one, we will simply call lbl check-in checkout dot set text to empty. After this, lbl check-in checkout dot set background to null. lbl check-in checkout dot set foreground to null. After this, lbl check-in checkout dot set opaque to false, and finally lbl name dot set text to empty, and lbl image dot set icon to null. Now save it. Now our clear method is ready. Now the task for us, this one is done. Another thing which we have is we have to create one. Let me search for it if it is available or not. So we have to create one pent method over here. So public void paint, and into this one we have to use a graphics G and super dot paint, and into this one we have to pass the graphics if image is not equal to null. In that case, what we have to do is we have to draw the image. So G dot draw image, and into this one we will pass the image, comma 0, comma 0, comma, and this is a overridden method. Alt and enter, import this one, and on the top of it we will put the red override. Now save it. Next thing, we have to create a circle image. So let's move back over here. We already have one method, create circle image. Into this one we will create the circle image. So let's quickly remove this one, and we will get the int diameter is equal to 285. We are going to set, if you want to set larger than this, then change the things according to that. Okay, after this we will create a buffered image, resized image, image is equal to new buffered image. To this one we will pass the diameter. So diameter, comma, another diameter we have to pass, and after this we have to pass the buffered image type. So buffered image dot type underscore int underscore argb. Select the first one and close it and save it. After this we will create the graphics 2D. So graphics 2D G2 is equal to resized image dot create graphics. After this what we will do is we will create G2 dot set rendering hint, and to this one we will set rendering hints dot key underscore this one. Select this first one. Okay. After this we have to select the another rendering hints. Rendering hints dot value underscore interpolation bilancer, the second one, and save it. After this what we will do is we will simply call G2 dot draw image, and we have to set how we have to draw it. So draw image, and this one we have to pass the image first, whatever image we receive over here, image, and over here we have to pass the 0, 0, diameter, and lastly we have to pass the null. Alt Shift have to format everything. After this what we will do is we will create, simply dispose the G2. So G2 dot dispose and save it. After this we will create the buffered image circular image is equal to new buffered image. To this one we will pass the diameter, and comma, let me just remove these all, buffered image dot type underscore int underscore argb, and save it. Alt Shift have to format this one. G2 is equal to circle image dot create graphics. Now save it. We will call ellipse 2D dot double circle is equal to new ellipse 2D dot double, and into this one we will pass the dimension. So 0, 0, and in these two we have to pass the diameter. So diameter, and save it. Now simply we will call G2 dot set clip and we will set circle, save it, and simply we will draw it. So g2.drawImage. Into this one we will pass resized image, comma 0, 0 null. Alt Shift F to format and simply call g2.dispose on this one and simply return the circular image. Now save it. Now the task for this circular image is also done. Next thing what we have to do is whenever we go to the design and whenever we double click on this, we have this button. So in this one, first thing what we have to do is before we dispose, we have to make this running is equal to false and also stop webcam. We have one method which we have written, stop webcam. Okay. Once these task is done, what we have to do is we have to check for if executor is not equal to null and not executor dot is shut down. In that case, what we will do is we will simply call executor dot shutdown and save it. Now the task for this one is done. Now our code is ready to test for this mark attendance. So let's quickly test this one. Before we test this one, we have to fix some of the bugs. Okay, so we missed some of the code. First thing is, if we go inside this one, that is check-in, checkout method, this one. So over here, we have set that whenever hour is greater than equal to 0, it means that if this one is 0, then it will enter into this one. So this minute case will be failed in that case. What we have to do is we have to check for greater than 0. So it means that if he has worked for 1 hour, then we don't have to check for minutes. Okay. The secondary thing is we have to go to this run method. Run, where exactly it is? Let me check for run. Inside this one, go to circle image frame, and inside this, what we have to do is over here in the end we have set location, but this don't we have to set. What we have to do set is set location relative to component. In this one we have to set the null. Now the task is done. Next thing, let's go to the dashboard. Go to dashboard, right click on this and start the application. First thing what I will do is I will go to view users and I will generate, okay, not view users, I will go to generate QR code and click on this and I will take a screenshot of this one. Okay, so I took the screenshot. Now I go to mark attendance and let's open it. So now whenever I open it, it will open the camera in this way, and whenever we show the QR, here you can see this, it's showing already checked out for the day. It means that I have tested this earlier. So what we will do is we will go to the database and we will truncate this one. Now this one is cleared. Now let's try again. So now when I show the QR code, here you can see this checked it at that particular date and the time is shown with the name as well as the check-in or checkout status. Now we have added another validation that before 5 minutes he will not be able to check out. So here I'm trying it before 5 minutes. So here you can see this, your work duration is less than 5 minutes, cannot check out, 4 minutes 44 seconds are remaining. And also you can observe that after 5 seconds the pop-up name, image and everything is being deleted. Let's quickly test once again. So here you can see this, and also as you can see for this user I haven't set the image. So what we are doing is we are extracting the first name and from that we are extracting the first character, and that is being shown over here. If I close this one and if I go to view users and if I click on this, here you can see the first name is test. Let's quickly test for another one by registering a new user. So if I go over here, register a new user, I am going to register ABC this time so that it should at least say show A. Okay, mail, and here abc@example.com. Contact is dummy contact India, ABC India. I will select one image, that is the dummy image again. This time, now you have seen the image is not there. Okay, so let's open it and now register. User registered successfully. Close this one, view users, and here we have this particular user. So what I will do is I will go to generate QR and I will generate for this particular user. Now I will take the screenshot of this QR. Now let's open the mark attendance. Let me quickly close this one. Mark attendance. And let's quickly show the QR. So here you can see this time the image is being fetched, name and check-in is being shown. Okay. Next thing what we have to test is we have to test for the exit one, checkout. So let's quickly close this and back over here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to close the application and move back over here. Go to mark attendance, go to details, and over here what I'm going to do is I'm going to this check-in checkout method. So for check-in checkout method, inside this one I'm going to reduce the time lapse. So over here we have the 5 minutes time lapse. So let me remove this one to 3, change this one to 3 and save it. Right click. Okay, not this one. Go to dashboard, right click and run the file. And now we will go to mark attendance and we will try for the 3 minutes. For the earlier user, that is test, we have already checked in. So I will try to check out that. I hope that one has reached 3 minutes. Okay. So here you can see this checked out. Work duration is exactly 3 minutes. So it's working as expected. Let me close this and let's verify this in the database. So if I close this one, and go to database and here select star from user attendance and hit enter. Here you can see this on date, today date, check-in time is this one and this is the checkout time. Total work duration is 0 hours and 3 minutes. So it's working for 3 minutes as well. So the second user has not checked out yet. So let's try for him. So go and open the mark attendance. And if I try to check him out, so here you can see this, you can check out after 2 minutes and 9 seconds. So it will not be allowed. And even you can see the ABC is also visible. Okay. Another thing is we are going to try with one user which doesn't exist and we have generated the QR code earlier. So this is the QR code which I have generated. So I'm going to try with an invalid. So here you can see this user is not registered or deleted. This will be shown when one specific user is deleted from our database. Okay. In that case, you won't be able to check in or check out. No details is found. As you can see it over here. User is not registered or deleted. Next thing, let's go and try for this user again. So you can see this 1 minute 19 seconds is remaining. Next thing, let's quickly remove the image for this particular user. So let's close it. Move back over here. Let's open the MySQL. Let me close the project. Move back over here. Go to project. Go to down. Tables. Not tables. Let me quickly open this one. And copy the database name. Move back to this. Use the database. Hit enter. Show tables. Select star from user attendance. User details. /g and the last user is abc@example.jp. What I will do is I will update user details, set image name is equal to null where id is equal to 5. Save it, and if you see now where ID is equal to 5, so here the image name is. Now quickly test this one also. So how it will look if the image is done. So run the file, go to mark attendance, and ABCD have registered now. I'm going to show the QR code for this particular user. Okay, this one is fetching the image from the path. So let's quickly close this one and close this one. And also we have to remove the image from here. Okay, first quickly run the file. So there will be not a chance that image is there and it's not, the name is not present in the database. So make sure to, if you are removing that value, then you have to remove both. So go to mark attendance, and if I go over here, scan it, and you will see it. Now the A is visible over here. Okay, so it's working as expected. So let me quickly close this one. Okay, so the task related to mark attendance is done. Next thing, what we have to do is we have to design and backend code for the view attendance. So next video is going to be the last video. So just subscribe and share with your friends. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, we have seen it how to design and backend code for mark attendance. So if you haven't watched that video, then just go to description, check out the link. In this video, we are going to see how to design for this view attendance and how to backend code for this. So this video is going to be the last video for this series. So let's quickly start with it. So let me close this one. First thing what we have to do is we have to move back over here, go to forms, right click on this, click on new and select JFrame form. So for this form, I'm going to give it a name, that is view attendance. Hit enter. A new form will be created. After this, we have to make certain changes into the properties of this one. So for that, right click on this, go to properties, go to code, and over here we have to change the designer size. So let me quickly change this one from 400 to 1101. And size for this one is 50. Hit enter. After this, check this generated center. It means that whenever you open this particular form, it needs to be open in the center of the screen. After this, go to properties. Over here, scroll down and select this undecorated to check. It means that by default, close, maximize and minimize button from the form will be removed. Now close this. Next thing what we have to do is we have to connect this one with the dashboard. So let's quickly move back to dashboard. Go to design and scroll right, double click on this, and this will generate btn view attendance action form. Into this one, we have to call the utility method which we have created in the first video. That is bdutility.openForm. Into this one, we will pass the form name. So that is view attendance dot class dot get simply name. After this, we have to pass the instance. So new view attendance. Now pass it and save it. Now quickly test it. So right click on this, run file, and click on view attendance. So here you can see this. Now this form is opening. So let's quickly close this to this one. Our view attendance. Over here, let me quickly go to delete user, and I will copy this one and this delete button. So let's quickly copy these two, move back over here and paste it. Let me quickly place these two on the proper place. Change the label for this one to edit text. So attendance track. You can name anything as per your choice, but I'm going to give this particular name. Now save it. Next thing what we have to do is we have to add a table over here. So go to palette, and from here drag and drop down one table. Let me quickly resize this one. Drag and drop this, stretch till right, and on the left side we will keep some space for the checkboxes and for the buttons. Right click on this, go to table content, components. From here we are going to set the column as well from the code, or also the rows, empty rows, and close this one. So you can see this, everything is cleared. After this, we need to add two date pickers. So go to palettes, and over here if we go JDate chooser, so drag and drop it over here, put it, stretch it like this, and right click on this, go to properties, increase the font for these two. Change this one to 14, click on OK, close it, copy and paste it once again because we need two. After this, we need to put one search box. For that, drag and drop one text field. Make this one larger. Let me reduce the size for these two. 230, 229. Okay. Right click on this, edit text, clear this one and hit enter. After this, we will increase the font for this one. So go to properties and increase the font to 14. Click on OK, close it. Next thing, we have to add few labels over this. Okay, so drag and drop some labels. So let me quickly change the text to on/from. Hit enter. After that, we will increase the font for this one. So go to properties, increase the font to 14. Click on OK, close it. Copy this one and paste it once again. Now we'll move back to over here. Edit text, change this one to 2. Now paste it once again. We'll move back over here, edit text. This one is search. Save it. After this, we need few more labels on the left side. That is for present, absent as well. So move back over here, drag and drop it. Like this. Copy these two and paste it once again. Edit this one. Edit text. Present. Change this one, edit text, absent. And after this, for these two, we will change this one to with dash. And right click on this, go to properties, click this one and select bold, click on OK. And also what we have to do is we have to change the color for this one. So this one will be green. So select green over here, darker green, whatever you want, you can select, click on OK and close this. This one also right click, go to properties, change over here, select bold, and the absent will be of red color. So move here, select the red color, click on dark red, click on OK and close it. First, we will finish with the designing and then we will change the name of the required fields. Now save it. After this, we need few checkboxes. So move back over here, search for checkbox, drag and drop it. Right click on this, edit text, and this one will be contact. Right click on this, go to properties, increase the font size for this one to 14. Click on OK. And also I'm going to make this one bold. Close this one. After I'm going to copy and paste it few more times. Three, 4, and one more, 5. So first one is contact. Second one is address. Third one is state. Fourth one is country. Last one is unique registration ID. Now save it. After this, we need one button. So move back over here to the palettes and drag and drop one button. drag on the left side, right click on this, go to properties, not properties, move over here, edit text and change this one to reset filters, hit enter. After that, go to properties and increase the font size for this one to bold 14, select OK and close it like this. Now let's quickly test it by going to the dashboard and we'll run it and test it. So right click on this, run the file, go to view attendance and here you can see this, the form is ready. So everything is working as expected. So let's quickly close this one. Now move back to view attendance and over here we will start changing the name of the fields. So first one is, this one is, right click on this, change variable name, change this one to date, chooser, from, we'll copy the name, click on OK, right click on this, change variable name, change this one to 2 and hit enter. After this, this one is txt search, so change variable name to txt search, hit enter. After this we have label, so right click on this, change variable name, LBL apps present, this one is LBL absent, this one is change the variable name to present LBL and this one to absent LBL. Click on OK. After this we have this table, so right click on this, change variable name, this is user table, hit enter. After this we have this button, so right click on this, change variable name to btn reset filters, hit enter. After this we have the checkbox, for that we are going to give it a name. So right click on this, change variable name and I'm going to give it a name for this one is checkbox contact. Copy this one, click on OK, right click on this, change variable name, paste it, delete this one, address, right click on this, change variable name, checkbox, state, right click on this, change variable name, checkbox, country, right click on this, change variable name, checkbox, unique, registration ID, hit enter. Now we have made the changes in every fields. Okay, now save it. Next thing what we have to do is, whenever this form loads, in that case we have to set the date format the way its date is being shown over here. Right now you have seen 9 or something date, then it's showing the May and then showing the year, but we want in the year, month and then date format. So let's go to shorts and over here first thing what we will do is we will set the background. So bd utility dot set image and into this one we will pass the current form, JFrame form. After this we will pass the path for the image, so images / abc1.jpg. After this we will pass the height and width, so 1101 is the width, comma 501 is the height. Now save it, Alt Shift F2 format. Now quickly run the application and test it. So here you can see this, now the image is set. Next thing what we have to do is we have to set the border. So let me quickly close this one. Move back over here and now set the border. This dot get root pane dot set border. To this one we have to pass the border object. So border object we will get from border factory. So border factory dot create matty border. Border we will pass width from each side. So that is 4, 4, 4, 4. After this we will set the color for this one. So change the color to black. Now save it. Shift F to format this one. After this, what we have to do is we have to set the date format. So if I run the application right now, and if I go over here and if I select a date, so here you can see that it's showing 2 May 2024. But we don't want like this. And also you can observe the body has been set now. So let me quickly close this one and let me quickly change the form for this. So date chooser from dot set date format string. Into this one we will pass the format. So yy-mm-dd. And same for date chooser 2 dot set date format string yy-mm-dd. Now save it. Now run the application and let's test this one. So if I now come over here and select this one, here you can see this year is first, then month, then date. So it's working as expected now. So let's quickly close this one and move back over here. After this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to code for this one. Whenever I click on this reset button, everything these needs to be clear. All the filters over here needs to be cleared, and this search box also needs to be cleared. So double click on this and this will generate a btn register filters action perform. So let's quickly clear this one. And over here, what we will do is we will simply clear the text. Search first dot set text to this one to empty. After this, date chooser form dot set date to null. Date chooser 2 dot set date to null. Save it. After this, we will uncheck if any checkbox is checked. So checkbox contact dot set state to false. Let me quickly remove this one. So over here we will type, move back over here, checkbox contact dot set state, set selected is equal to false. I'll shift format. After this, what we will do is we will checkbox address dot set selected false. After this, we have checkbox state dot set selected to false. Now save it. After this, we have checkbox country dot set selected false. After this, we have checkbox unique registration ID dot set selected false. And finally, after setting everything, what we are going to do is we are going to call the default method which will load the default data. So move back over here. I'm going to create one method, that is load data in table. Now save it and move back over here. Click on this one and create method load data in table. And here you can see this method is created. Let me quickly clear this part and save it. Now move back, right click on this and run the file. And let's test if this one is working fine or not. So I've selected everything. I have selected the dates and click on reset filter. So here you can see this, everything from each field is gone. So you can see this, if I select some, still it's working as expected. So let's quickly close this one. And next thing what we have to do is we have to write this method, that is load data in table. So let's quickly scroll down till here. And first thing into this one, we are going to list default columns which are available in the table. So whenever you search for something without any checkbox, then we need to have some data by default, like ID, name, gender, email, date, check-in, check-out, and work duration. These are the default, as I have shown in the quick over video. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create one list of a string, and I'm going to give it a name, columns is equal to new array list. Move back over here and alt and enter, import java.util.list java.util.list, and inside this one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass arrays.asList, and into this one we'll put all the columns whatever is required. So double quotes, ID is the first one, then we have name, then we have gender, then we have email, then we have date, then we have check-in, then we have checkout, then we have work duration. Now Alt Shift F to format and save it. After this, what we have to do is we have to extract the search string. So string search text is equal to txt search dot get text dot toString. Now save it. After this, I'm going to extract the date from date. So first thing what we are going to do is we are going to extract all the values from either checkbox is checked or not, either this text field has some values or not, date is selected or not, so that at a single shot we are going to apply all the things required in the query. Okay, so date from calendar is equal to date chooser from dot get date. Move back over here, import this one, java.util.date. Move back over here, local date from date is equal to null. Alt and enter, import. After this, what we will do is we will check if from date from cal is not equal to null. In that case, what we are going to do is we are going to simply convert that into this from date. So from date, local date time. So from date is equal to from date from cal to instance dot add zone. Into this one we will pass zone ID dot system default. Select the last one, then we will simply call to local date this object. Now save it. Next thing what we have to do is we have to do the same for the to date. So date to date from calendar is equal to date chooser to dot get date. Now save it. After this we will convert this one into local date. So local date is equal to date is equal to null. If to date from cal is not equal to null, in that case what we are going to do is we are going to convert this one into to date over here. Okay, so to date is equal to date from cal dot to instance dot at zone. Into this one we will get it from zone id dot system default, and we have to simply call to local date. Now save it. Let me quickly minimize the left panel. Okay. After this, what we have to do is we have to get the count between these two dates, days count. So we will simply create a variable that is long, and days between is equal to null. And over here, what we will do is we will check if from date is not equal to null and to date is not equal to null. In that case only we are going to actually calculate the days between two dates, right? So for this one, what we have to do is we have to create another method. So days between is equal to, I'm going to create one method that is count weekdays excluding the weekends. So into this one we will pass from date, and also we will pass to date. Now Alt Shift F to format this and click on this one and create method count weekdays. So we will simply write the method for this one. So let me quickly clear this one, and let me change this one from to start and this one to end. Okay. So over first thing inside this one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create one local variable. So end count is equal to 0. Then we will get local date. Date is equal to start. After this, what we will do is date dot is before end or date dot equals end. In that case, what we will do is first we will check not date dot get day of week dot get day of week is equal to day of week Saturday, because we are going to exclude Saturday and Sunday as well. Or date dot get day of week is equal to day of week, and that is Sunday. Alt Shift have to format this one. Okay, so we made some mistake. This one if block. Let me click delete this one, move back over here, close it over here, now open and close this. Now this one is correct. Okay. Okay. So end, whenever this start is before the end, in that case we will enter into this and we will exclude Saturday and Sunday, then we will get the count. So simply count plus plus. Now save it, and after checking this one, so date is equal to date dot plus days, and we are going to plus by 1. Now save it and simply return the count. Now save it. Now move back over here, and now we get the count. Next thing what we have to do over here is we have to check the value. So boolean contact include is equal to checkbox contact dot get we have to call it's selected and close this one. After this boolean, why I am giving the name contact include, it means that if this one is checked, then we have to include the contact in the table. So another thing is boolean address include. Included is equal to checkbox address dot it's selected. Close it. After this we have to get for boolean state included is equal to checkbox state dot is selected. After this we have boolean country included checkbox country dot is selected. After this we have boolean unique registration ID include is equal to checkbox unique registration ID dot is selected. Now save it. After this what we have to do is we have to start writing the query. So string SQL query is equal to select ud.id comma ud.name dot comma. Let me make some space over here. Let me quickly close this one. After this we have ud means user details and UA means user attendance. So ud.email, these are the alias name from the database table names. Okay, so ud.id, ud.name, ud.email, user attendance dot date, comma, user attendance dot check in, comma, user attendance dot check out, comma, user attendance dot work duration. We are going to do a join operation. Okay. Next thing what we have to do is we have to check if contact included. In that case, what we have to do is we have to add the columns. So columns dot add, and we will add contact. And also we will concatenate in the SQL query. So SQL query plus is equal to comma ud dot contact. Save it. Alt Shift F to format everything. Now go to next block. That is another if, that is address included. If this is true, then we will add the columns. Columns dot add. Into this one we will add the address. Close this. After this we will concatenate the query. So SQL query plus is equal to comma ud dot address. Now Alt Shift F to format this one. Now next thing what we have is after address we have state. So if state included, let me scroll it up. Then what we will do is we will add to the columns. So columns add state SQL query plus equal to comma user details dot state. Alt Shift F to format. Next thing, if country included, then we'll add columns dot add country SQL query plus is equal to comma user details dot country. Alt Shift F to format. After this we have to check for unique registration ID. So unique registration ID included, then columns dot add unique registration ID and SQL query plus is equal to and comma user details dot unique registration ID. Close it and save it. Format this one. After this what we have to do is now we have selected only. Now we have to perform the join operation over here. So SQL query plus equals, over here we will write from user details as ud inner join user attendance as UA on user details dot id is equal to UA dot user id. So why we have added inner join over here? So in this one only those users will be listed who has at least marked a single attendance on the specific date or date. At least one attendance more. After this what we have to do is we have to check for if search text is not equal to null. If this is the case, it means that what we have to do is we have to add SQL query is equal to plus equal to, and into this one what we will do is we will add where UA, let me quickly put into the brackets. So use ud dot name, that is user details dot name, like single quotes percent double quotes plus search text plus percent single quotes. Single quotes, yeah, this is the correct. Or use user details dot email like single quotes percentage double quotes plus search text plus double quotes percentage single quotes. and close the bracket and make some space and close this one. Alt Shift F to format this. So we have added the filter text. After this, what we have to do is, if from date is not equal to null, and to date is also not equal to null, means that both are checked. In that case, what we have to do is we have to add the query to select all the records between these two dates. So we will add SQL query plus equal to and UA.date between single quotes, double quotes, plus from date plus double quotes, single quotes, and single quotes, double quotes, plus to date plus double quotes, single quotes, double quotes, and close this one. Alt Shift F to format. If this is not the case, it means that else if from date is not equal to null, it means that only from date is selected. So we have to check only for that specific date. So SQL query plus equal to and UA.date is equal to single quotes, double quotes, plus from date plus double quotes, single quotes, and close this one. Alt Shift F. If search text is null, in that case, we have to simply add for these two stuff. So let's quickly copy this one and paste it over here. Alt Shift F. From date is not equal to null and to date is not equal to null. Where? And this one will be not be and. Why? Because this condition has been added after that. The where condition is already added. In that case, after we are adding and. But over here, we don't have to add this and because where itself is not there. So where UA.date between this and to date, and also over here where UA.date is equal to this one. Now the query is ready. Next thing what we have to do is, after this else block, make some space, we will get the default table model is equal to new default table model. Select this one. After this, we will set model dot set column identities. Into this one, we will set columns dot to arrays. We have already created a column list, so we will convert that one to array. User table dot set model, and we will set the model and save it. After this, we will put the try and catch block. Exception EX, and we will show J option pane dot show message dialog null, and we will show something went wrong. Save it. Alt Shift F to format it. Now move back over here inside the try block. And over here, what we will do is first we will get the connection object. So connection con is equal to connection provider, which we have created in the previous videos. So dot get con and close this one. Move back over here. We don't have that. Go to the top. Import java.sql.star and save it. Scroll to the bottom. And here you can see this. Now the issue is gone. Over here we will create the statement object. Statement st is equal to con.create statement. Save it. After this we will create one result set object. So rs is equal to st.execute query, and into this one we will pass the SQL query which we have created on above this one. Now we have set this one. After this, what we will do is we will get the create one variable local. This one is long. Present count is equal to 0L and long absent count is equal to 0L and save it. After this, we will create one set of type string, that is email list. Whenever there is only one unique list available in the details, then only we are going to show the absent and present list. New hash set. Save it. Let me scroll it down and let's import this one as well. java.util.set. Move back over here, make some space. While rs.next. In that case, what we will do is Alt Shift F to format everything. Okay. Into this one, we will first create list of type object. Row is equal to new array list. Now save it. After this, row.add rs.get string, and into this one we will set the ID. Now quickly copy this one and we'll paste. Now save it. After this, we have second one we have is name. Third one which we have is gender. Fourth one which we have is email. And after email, I'm also going to add this one into email list dot add rs.get string email. Now close this one. After email, we have date. After date, we have check-in. After check-in, we have check-out. After checkout, we have work duration. Save it. After this, what we have is, we don't have direct value. So what we have to do is, if contact included, if this is the case, then I'm going to add this stuff. In this case, what we will do is, we will include contact. Now save it. After this, we have if address included. In that case, we'll add this one. That is address. After, we will check if country included. In that case, we will check for another one. Let me clear this one. That is okay. This one is contact again. You have to select for country. Country included. We have contact, then address, then we have state. State included. Into this one, we will add state. After state, we have country. Country included. We will include the country as well. Alt Shift F to format. Let me delete this one. This one is country. Now save it. After this, we have unique registration ID. So if unique registration ID, in that case, let me quickly copy this one and paste it over here. And this one is unique registration ID. Now save it. After this, we will also check for, after once the task is done, next thing we have to check if address.get string. Get string, and we will check for checkout. If checkout is also is equal to null, we will mark them as absent. Absent plus plus. And if this is not the case, then present count plus plus. We are also marking the present and absent. Now format this one. Next thing what we have to do is we have to add to the model. So model dot add row, and into this one we will simply call row dot to array. Now save it. Once the task for this one is done, now we have added all into the model as well. The next thing what we have to do is we have to perform the operation like if email list dot size is equal to 1. In that case, we have to show that absent and present label as well. So therefore that LBL present dot set visible to true. After this, lbl absent dot set visible to true. Also after this, present lbl dot set visible to true. Absent lbl dot set visible to true. After this, we have lbl present dot set text, and into this one we will set present count dot to string. And if days between is not equal to null and days between is greater than 0, in that case what we have to do is we have to calculate the absent count is equal to days between minus present count and save it. And finally what we will do is we will set lbl absent dot set text. Into this one we will pass absent count dot to string. Now save it. If this is not the case, it means that multiple labels, multiple email IDs there. In the table we are showing the list of multiple users. In that case what we will do is we will hide all of the these four. Let me quickly copy this one and paste over here, change this one to false and paste it in all. Now save it. Now the task for this one is done. Next thing what we have to do is we have to call this particular method. So let's quickly right click and move back over here, go to design, right click on this, set layout and not set layout, right click on this, go to events, component and component show. And in this one we have to simply call that method, that is load data in table. Right click on this and save it. Now run the file. Okay, so here we got some exceptions. So let's quickly test this one. So we have made few mistakes. So let me quickly fix it. So first thing, we have to add a space after the end of this one. And another thing is if we go over here after email, we miss the gender. So let's quickly add that one. So you after name. So let's quickly make some space, ud.gender. Now save it. Now let's after ud.gender we have to put the comma as well. So right click on this and run the file. Now here you can see this one is loaded, and over here this label has been removed. Why? Because we have two different emails over here. So if I type anything into this one, it will not work because we haven't implemented it. And also while selecting this one, it will not work. So here you can see this. If I check these also, still nothing is working. So let's quickly fix those issues. So let's quickly close this one and move back to the design. First thing, right click on this. And for this one, what we have to do is we have to go to events and go to items, item, state change. So click this one, and over here we have to simply call this method. And we have to do the same for all of these. So right click on this, go to events, item state changed. So we will paste this one once again, move back over here, select this one, right click on this, go to events, item state changed, save it. Next thing, we have country, right click on this, go to events, go to item state changed. Again, we will paste the same, save it, go to design, right click on this, go to events, item state changed, and we'll paste this. Now quickly run the file and we'll test this if this one is working fine or not. So if I check on contact, and you can see this contact is visible now. If I select address, address is visible now. Select state, state is visible now. Country, country is visible now. Unique registration ID, and that is also visible. So if I uncheck it, it's working also. In every way it's working. Let's quickly reset and now check for these two. That is the date time picker. So move back over here, go to this one, right click on this, go to events, go to state. We have to select for property change. Search for this one. Input method, key released mouse. State change for this one as well. Property change. This one is property change. Let's quickly select this one. This will not work. Let's move back over here. That's the correct one. Right click on this, go to events, go to this one, property change, and over here we will again paste this. Same we have to do for this one. So right click on this, go to events, select property change, select this one, and paste it once again. Save it. Next thing what we have to do is we are remaining with this txt search. So right click on this, go to events, and for this search box, what we have to do is we have to simply search for key released, and into this one again we will search for this one. Now go to design, go to dashboard, right click on this, run the file, and we'll go to view attendance, and over here first we will select this for a specific date. So both are 3. So let's go and select for 3. If I go and select for 4, nothing is visible. If I go select for 1 and select till 3, nothing is visible. But if I try to search for test 1, so here you can see this, between 1 to 3, total 3 days are there. On 1 day, this particular user were present, and 2 days, this particular user was absent. So that's why it's showing now present 1 and absent 2. So here you can observe that now in the table, we have only one email showing. So that's why this details is visible only specific to one user. So let's quickly clear this one. And if I want to see all the details with the same filtered stuff, so you can see this, we can see everything. If I reset it, here you can see this, everything is gone. So we'll try and test with all filters. And okay, and test for 1. So for 1 day I have selected. So present is 1, absent is 0, and it's showing all the filter details. So here you can see this. Now everything is working as expected. So with this project, that is attendance management system, is completed. So if you have another project demand, then you can put in the comment section. We will come up with that project. And also follow us on Instagram, and make sure to subscribe and share with your friends. Thanks for watching.